Hello everyone, welcome to Enigma Vault. I hope my voice and stories can be the bridge between your racing thoughts and peaceful sleep. If this journey can soothe you, please like and subscribe to my channel. You are safe here. Let the story begin. The moonlight cast long shadows in the desert. Hawk's tactical boots stepped on the gravel, and his ankle felt a dull pain from an old injury, the sequelae of falling from a rock slope while chasing a drug dealer 3 years ago. Irene's hands, holding the USB drive tightly, were shaking. It was not because of fear, but because of the sound of metal contraction exploding in her ear canal, like countless fine needles scratching the eardrum. The hood temperature of the Ford F-250 on the left is 2 degrees higher than that of the one on the right. She shouted at the top of her voice, the wind blowing sand into her throat. They are going to surround us at 3 o'clock. Hawk's pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. He reached for the gun at his waist, but then remembered that the police had confiscated his Glock pistol just last week, because he punched a drunk guy's nose in a bar until it looked like a rotten tomato. Now he only had the stun gun David handed him, the rubber shell still retaining the warmth of the mixed race boy's palm. "David, go and divert the car on the left." He pushed Irene with his backhand. "Go to the old oak tree. Linda's computer is broadcasting live, just plug the USB drive in." "I know." The silver jewelry on Irene's body hit the USB drive, and the crisp sound mixed with the roar of the truck. She caught a glimpse of orange flames rising from the direction of the square. It was Richard's men burning the community's roadblocks made of old tires. The flames licked the mixed blood rights sign that Jack had nailed to the board, and the words were distorted into blurred shadows in the heat wave. In the community, Sarah's white coat was soaked with blood. She had just stopped the bleeding of a little girl who was scratched by broken glass, and turned around and rushed to the cracked defense wall, which was built with scrapped pickup trucks and corrugated steel plates. "Bring a jack," she shouted to a trembling young man. "Block the gap on the right." Linda's laptop was placed in the hollow of an old oak tree, with the camera facing the chaotic square. Her voice came out from the live broadcast, with a sharp and broken voice. "This is Corridor Swindle 1T. On the US-Canada border, oil companies are using violence to cover up. Bitch." A rock hit her shoulder, and Linda staggered and hit the tree trunk, but she still held the microphone tightly. Jack pushed his way through the crowd and used his body to block the next round of throws for her. His social worker badge gleamed in the moonlight. It was a handmade item given to him by the mixed-race children last year, made of Campfire tabs. "Look at me, Maria." He squatted down and held the hand of a sobbing old Indian woman. "Your grandson taught me how to weave straw ropes last week. Now it's time to use that skill to reinforce the roof, right?" The pursuit outside the square continues. David's iron rod hit the headlight of the Ford, and the blue nail polish left a blue mark on the broken glass, the same color of nail polish Maya had painted on her nails the day she died. "Maya is watching us," he yelled, and swung the iron bar again, smashing through the passenger window. The driver cursed and stepped on the brakes, and the dust he raised just served as a cover for Hawk and Irene. 300 meters to go. Hawk's breathing sounded like a bellows. He could smell the cedar in Irene's hair. It was the traditional Cree incense that she used every time she went to the cemetery to pay tribute to her missing aunt. The metallic sound suddenly became rapid, and Irene grabbed his collar and pushed him to the side. A black modified off-road vehicle rushed out from behind the sand dune. Its headlights were as bright as day, and the BlackRock Energy logo on the body of the vehicle glowed coldly in the moonlight.
"Robert Harris." Hawk gritted his teeth and climbed up, seeing the man in a custom suit in the driver's seat.
3 months ago, at a hearing, the project manager of this oil company tapped the table with a pen and said, "The wasteland on the border does not produce food, only oil." At this moment, he rolled down the car window, and what he held in his hand was not a gun, but a taser gun with a flashing blue light. "Hand over the USB drive, and I can let you die more quickly." His voice was as cold as an icicle. Otherwise, the electric sound of the taser ripped the air. Irene's tinnitus suddenly disappeared, replaced by an older vibration, coming from the silver ornament around her neck, and from the fragment of the family tree that her grandmother had stuffed into her hand before she died. She stared at the exhaust pipe under Robert's car. The slight sound of metal expanding and contracting was clearly audible in the silence. "He's going to reverse." She threw herself at Hawk and they both rolled into the gutter on the side of the road. The bumper of the SUV scraped past the tip of Irene's boot and broke half of a low bush. There was a loud noise of glass breaking in the community. Sarah looked up and saw that a big hole was blown out of the window of the medical room on the second floor. By a shotgun, the medicine box fell to the ground, and the hemostatic cotton flew like snowflakes. "Children to the cellar," she screamed at the top of her lungs, picking up the nearest baby. But as she turned her body, her calf was pierced by flying glass. The blood seeped into the sand and was quickly absorbed by the scorching ground. Linda's live broadcast screen began to flicker. She could see the words "call the police" and "support" scrolling frantically in the comment section, but the cell phone signal was intermittent. "Listen, everyone who can hear me." Her voice was tearful, but she forced herself to become as firm as steel. This is not a no man's land. There are 73 living lives here. Hawk's stun gun was finally charged. He wiped the blood off his face, which was caused by the gravel when he rolled into the ditch. "Erin, run straight forward," he shouted at the top of his voice. "David and I will hold Robert back." David's iron rod had a crack on it, but he was still swinging it vigorously. Fragments of blue nail polish stuck to the iron rod like a handful of fine starlight. Irene clutched the USB drive tightly and ran towards the old oak tree. She could hear the crackle of Hawk's stun gun hitting the SUV, the dull thud of David's iron rod hitting the hood, and Robert's angry roar. The shadow of the old oak tree was getting closer and closer, and the laptop screen in the tree hole was glowing white, like a beacon in the darkness. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the computer, the electricity from the taser shot through the air again. Irene instinctively curled up her body, but felt a warm liquid splashing on her face. It was Hawk. He rushed over to block the attack for her. The man's body slammed heavily on her, and the smell of alcohol and blood penetrated her nostrils. "Fuck, I promised to stop drinking." His voice was unclear, but he was still smiling. Insert the USB drive." The community's walls of defense finally gave way. The scrapped pickup truck was hit by the SUV and spun around. Amid the screams of the mixed-race children, Richard rushed in holding a Molotov cocktail. Linda's live broadcast suddenly became clear for a moment. In the picture, her bloody hand pressed the upload button, and then the screen went black. Sarah gritted her teeth and pulled out the glass shards from her calf, then tied it tightly with a tourniquet. She looked at Jack, who was pushing the last few children into the cellar, the social worker badge on his back scratched to pieces. "Hold on," she told him, her voice barely more than a sigh. Irene inserted the USB drive into the computer with trembling hands. The loading bar moved slowly, and Maya's name, the autopsy reports of 13 bodies, and the bank statements of the oil company using missing people to cover up illegal drilling appeared on the screen one by one. When the live broadcast reconnection prompt sounded, she heard Robert roar, turn it off quickly." But it was too late. Audiences around the world are witnessing this forgotten corner of the border. Irene picked up Hawk. He was still breathing, but very weakly. David leaned against the SUV, the blue nail polish on the iron rod glowing blue in the moonlight, the same color as the samples in Maggie's laboratory, and all the forgotten names. Just then, the wind in the desert suddenly changed direction. There was the sound of horse hooves in the distance. It was not the roar of a truck or the roar of an off-road vehicle, but the light sound of leather and stirrups. It was a power older than oil, penetrating the night and slowly approaching. The sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the desert. Irene hugged Hawk's arm tightly, and blood stains appeared in dark brown patterns on their overlapping collars. She looked up. The moonlight was shining on the back of the bay horse in the lead. Eagle feathers hung in the rider's silver-gray braided hair, and the beads on his deerskin boots jingled softly with the horse's steps. It was Elder Emily Martin. "Stop." The elder's voice was like a sharp blade, cutting through the night fog. Behind her, more than 20 riders spread out in a fan shape. Some of them drew their bows and arrows, with the arrows shining coldly, pointing at the oil company security guards who were approaching with iron rods. The leading security captain was about to yell when an arrow clicked into the sand at his feet. The arrowhead was wrapped in faded red cloth, which was the traditional symbol of the tribe to warn that those who cross the border will be killed. "Elder Martin, this is a civil dispute." Robert Harris came out from behind the SUV, the hem of his suit stained with mud, but his voice was still firm. Emily dismounted, her buckskin skirt brushing against Sarah's bloody trouser legs. She squatted down and gently stroked the glass shards on Sarah's calf with her fingertips. "My people are bleeding, Mr. Harris." She raised her head, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to be frozen with frost. "You are using guns and sticks on my land. Do you think the Cree cavalry is just a decoration?" The security guards' movements paused noticeably. Irene caught a glimpse of the young security guards exchanging glances, and one of them quietly put the walkie-talkie into his pocket. David took the opportunity to help Jack move towards the cellar. The blue nail polish on the iron rod glowed blue in the moonlight, just like the nail samples in the evidence bags in Maggie's laboratory. "Take the wounded in." Hawks suddenly coughed softly, and warm blood splashed on the back of Irene's hand. Only then did she realize that the gunshot wound on his shoulder was still oozing blood, and the fabric of his camouflage uniform had long been soaked with blood. Emily's tribesmen gathered around, and several women took off the animal hide medicine bags around their waists. One of the girls with pigtails squatted in front of Hawk, and used deer bone tweezers to remove the shrapnel from his wound. "The blood of the Border Patrol is more valuable than oil. Deal with the files first." Irene took out a USB flash drive from her pocket. The metal casing still carried her body temperature. Linda Thompson squeezed through the crowd, her camera hanging around her neck, the lens cap missing. Her white shirt was covered in dust, but her fingers holding the USB drive were as steady as a scalpel. "They cut off the signal while I was live streaming, but the cloud server has been synchronized. Now I need a paper backup. Let's go to the cellar." Jack covered his ribs and said in a dull voice, "There is an old community printer there. It was used to give children vaccination books 10 years ago." Sarah gritted her teeth and stood up. Her calves, which were tied tightly with tourniquets, were shaking constantly, but she still supported Jack. "I know the circuits. I repaired the circuit when I helped the children with handicrafts last year." The wooden door of the cellar creaked open, and Irene smelled a familiar smell. It was the smell of dried sage mixed with old newspapers, exactly the same as the storage room at her grandmother's house on the reservation when she was a child. The moment Linda inserted the USB drive into the old computer, the printer began to spit out paper. Maya's autopsy report, the oil company's bank statements, and the timeline of the 13 missing persons were like scriptures blown open by the wind, paving a bloody road on the concrete floor. "They have some crooked ideas about the drilling rights." Emily sat on a low stool in the cellar and took the herbal tea handed to her by the tribe. "Last month, Harris came to me and said he wanted to lease the underground rights of the unmanned corridor and build a school and a clinic for the tribe. I asked him to get the environmental assessment report, and he said modern technology will not damage the ecology." She tapped the printed paper on the table with her knuckles. "Now it seems that their so-called ecology is filled with human lives." David squatted in the corner, sharpening a wooden stick with a dagger. It was the handle of the iron stick that had been broken during the fight just now. "Mixed-race children don't have complete proof of their ancestry, so it's hard to even report a disappearance," he said in a low voice. "The year my sister Maya disappeared, The police said she might have run away with a man. Now I know that she is the 7th person buried under the drilling platform. Richard Green suddenly laughed. At some point he had slipped into the cellar and was leaning against a sack of corn, twirling a match between his fingers. "Elder Martin is so kind," he said in a voice like a snake's tongue. "But you are not the only one who has a say in the tribe. John Wilson said yesterday, whoever stands in the way of the oil company's money is a traitor to the tribe." A chill ran down the back of Aaron's neck. John Wilson is a well-known hardliner in the tribe. 10 years ago he led people to burn state government billboards in order to fight for fishing rights. Emily's face darkened. How did he know our plan? Ding. Linda's cell phone vibrated on the table. She swiped the screen and her face turned pale instantly. An anonymous text message said that John Wilson United Petroleum Company will block the tribe's sacrificial road tonight. They know we want to check the old files of the transfer of drilling rights. The air in the cellar suddenly froze. Hawk pulled off the bandage wrapped around his shoulder. Blood dripped down his arm onto the autopsy report, creating a blurry red hue. The sacrificial road is the only way to enter the tribal archives. He looked at Emily. "Is the genealogy file in your hand also in that building?" Emily touched the silver ornament around her neck, which was a miniature scroll with 4 generations of family tree. "John wants to cut off our roots." Her voice was as light as a sigh, but it was as cold as a knife. How much benefit did he take from Harris? Or, she didn't finish her words. Her eyes swept over Richard, who was huddled in the shadows. Richard laughed again, and this time the match was lit with a snap, and a flame illuminated his twisted face. "Guess when the sun rises, will the oil company's drilling rigs start to sound first? Or will your justice rot in the sand first?" Erin clenched her fists. She could hear her tinnitus coming back, like the roar of a refrigerated truck engine, hitting her eardrums again and again. Hawk suddenly stood up, and the police badge swayed on his chest, which was left by his dead colleague. "We have to make a decision," he said, the alcohol in his voice diluted by the smell of blood. "The sacrificial road cannot be lost, and the archives cannot be lost either." Emily put her hands on his shoulders. "My horse team is still outside." She pointed to the small window of the cellar. In the moonlight, the tribesmen were using lassos to reinforce the fence. The bow bags on the horse's back swayed gently in the night breeze. "John wanted to intimidate us, but he forgot." She swept her eyes over everyone present. "What is older than oil is never the drilling rig, but the people." Linda suddenly raised the camera and pointed it at Emily. "I'm going to broadcast what you just said," she said, "so that the whole world can see who is the owner of this land." Richard's match went out with a click. He turned to leave, but David grabbed him by the back of the neck.
"What's the hurry?"
David's dagger pointed at his lower back. "Don't you want to know the result? Stay and see it clearly." There was a sound of horses neighing outside the cellar. Irene walked to the small window and saw that the sky in the east was already turning pale. Hawk put his hand on her shoulder, his body temperature coming through the blood-stained clothes. "Wait till dawn." He was interrupted by Linda's phone vibrating. She glanced at the screen, and when she looked up, her eyes flashed sharply. "John's men have arrived at the sacrificial road, with police dogs and walkie-talkies. They said..." She paused. "They said they wanted to clean up the scum of the tribe." Emily took off the eagle feather on her head and put it in the ceramic pot on the corner of the table. "Scum," she repeated softly, and suddenly laughed. "Then let them see who the real scum is." Hawk's fingers unconsciously stroked the badge. He looked at Irene, then at Emily, and finally his gaze fell on the broken stick in David's hand. The blue nail polish glowed faintly in the morning light, like some kind of fire that was about to spread across the prairie. "We have to act separately," he said. As the morning light spread over the horizon like diluted blood, Hawk's leather boots crushed the gravel on the sacrificial road. He walked in front, his baton hitting his waist with a regular sound. This was his old way of fighting post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, using the physical pain to pull his wandering thoughts back to reality. Irene followed on the right, the deerskin bag under her denim jacket swaying slightly with her steps. Inside was a copy of a 4-generation family tree, the corners of the paper wrinkled by her pinching. Elder Emily was last in line, her eagle feather headdress rustling in the wind like the song of some bird ready to take flight. 300 meters ahead, John Wilson's men had set up a roadblock. 7 or 8 young men gathered around the campfire. The police dog's chain shone coldly in the morning light. The electric sound from the walkie-talkie made Hawk's temple throb. The tall man in the lead stood with his arms folded, the tribal emblem on his leather jacket blackened by the fireworks. That was John Wilson. There was an old scar on his left cheek, running diagonally from the brow to the jaw. It was said that it was left when he was pushed off the rock slope during negotiations with the oil company. "Stay away, outsiders." John's voice was like sandpaper scraping against iron. "You brought the police, reporters, and social workers with you, and you think we are puppets to be manipulated by others." Erin suddenly stopped. She untied the deerskin bag and took out a yellowed photo. There were burn marks on the edges of the photo, and in the middle was a woman in traditional clothes, with eyes like 2 deep pools. "This is my grandmother, Matilda Carvos." Her voice was very soft, but it was like a stone thrown into a deep lake. On March 12, 1987, she went to collect herbs and never came back. 3 days later, an oil company exploration team drove into the valley where she disappeared. Hawk saw John's Adam's apple move. The bonfire crackled and exploded, and sparks splashed on his leather jacket, but he seemed unconscious. "Last winter, I found a drilling log in the federal archives." Elder Emily stepped forward and swept the eagle feather across Irene's shoulder. The coordinates of the well in 1987 were exactly where Matilda was last seen. The log said surface disturbance needs to be cleared. And the next day, your father's ranch received a geological disaster warning relocation notice. John's fingers tightened around the traditional dagger at his waist. The police dog suddenly started barking wildly, with the chain stretched straight, sniffing frantically towards the bushes behind them. There was a slight sound of dead branches breaking from there. Hawk's hand rested on his pistol, but Irene turned around first, her eyes cutting through the morning mist like a knife. A dark figure flashed through the bushes. It was Richard. The legs of his suit trousers were stained with cellar mud, and his right hand was in his pocket, where a matchbox bulged. "David," Irene shouted, but the only response she got was the sound of the wind. When they left the cellar, David was squatting in front of the old refrigerator, collecting frost on the frozen layer, with a cotton swab handed to him by Sarah. Jack held up his mobile phone to take a picture of the evidence list, and in the lens flare, the shadow of Richard pressed against the wall was still clearly visible. But at this moment, Sarah screamed from the direction of the cellar. "Evidence box. The lock is broken." John's men were in an uproar. A young man picked up a shotgun and pointed the muzzle at Hawk's chest. "Look, they can't even control their own people." John's scar glowed red in the morning light. "You say you want to protect the tribe, but you bring more trouble than the oil company." "That's someone from the oil company." Irene rushed over, and the family tree and the buckskin bag scattered all over the floor. Richard was a spy they planted. He just tried to escape. "That's enough." John interrupted her and took the walkie-talkie from his waist. "Brothers, move the roadblock another 50 meters south. Anyone who dares to break in," he stared at Hawk's police badge, "will be treated as an oil company exploration team." The police dog suddenly became quiet, its nose pressed against the family tree at Irene's feet. One of them floated to John's feet. He lowered his head and glanced at it. His pupils suddenly contracted. It was Matilda's birth certificate. The father's column read, "Unknown," and the mother was a tribal pharmacist. At the bottom of the 4-generation tracing column, March 12, 1987, missing was circled in red pen. Hawk heard the roar of engines in the distance. It was the sound of pickup trucks, more than one. He looked up to the east. and saw several dark shadows emerging from the morning mist, like steel frames supported by the back of trucks. Those were the mobile drilling equipment commonly used by oil companies. Richard's match clicked into life in the bushes. The firelight reflected his twisted smile. He spoke a few words quickly into the phone, then pressed the matchstick against the bark. The charred mark looked like an arrow pointing to the north. When Irene bent down to pick up the family tree, her fingertips felt something wet. That's not morning dew. That's blood. Following the blood trail, she saw blood dripping from John's right hand. He had grasped the dagger too hard and the blade had cut his palm. A drop of blood fell on Matilda's photo, and a dark red flower blossomed. The evidence you want is in the tailings pond of the old mine. John suddenly spoke, his voice as hoarse as a rusty gear. My father told me this before he died 10 years ago. He said. He shook the blood off his hands. He said that the missing people were all sunk in the cement at the bottom of the pond. Hawk's badge suddenly felt hot. He looked at Irene. Her eyes were so bright that they seemed to burn through the morning mist. Behind them, the roar of trucks was getting closer and closer. The engine sound of one of them was particularly harsh. It was the unique metallic contraction sound of a refrigerated truck. Irene's tinnitus suddenly attacked. Amid the sharp buzzing, she heard Hawk's voice coming from a long distance. Protect the elders, I'll go intercept them. Richard's figure had disappeared in the fog. He took one last look at the screen of his phone, and a text message from Robert Harris popped up. Deal with them. Drilling can't stop. He took out his last match and struck a spark on his palm. In the firelight, the coordinates of the tailings pond were clearly visible in the text message, like a death warrant. As the morning mist cleared, Hawk saw 3 trucks turning the bend. Behind the windshield of the leading car, Robert Harris was sneering at him, holding a document in his hand. It was a tribal drilling rights authorization letter, and the signature at the bottom was exactly the same as John's father's handwriting. The morning mist was like torn cotton wool, revealing the mottled iron fence of the tailings pond. Hawk's boot heels crushed the gravel, and the police badge pressed against his heart under his shirt, feeling hot. That was his old habit, every time he was nervous, using the cold metal to suppress the burning feeling in his stomach. John Wilson leaned against the rusty mine car, his left hand still bleeding. Dark red blood drops dripped onto Matilda's photo, blurring the girl's smile. You said the oil company stole my father's signature. John's Adam's apple moved, and his eyes swept over the authorization letter held by Robert Harris. But the compensation agreement they gave to the tribe, the school renovation fee, and the list of medical equipment were all stamped. Hawk didn't answer. He noticed that John's right hand was unconsciously stroking the marks on the handrail of the minecart. It was the traditional family totem of the Aboriginals, and the pattern was exactly the same as the silver pendant around Irene's neck. Why didn't your father sign the drilling agreement 10 years ago? He suddenly asked, because he found that the drills had penetrated the underground water veins, like last year on the Navajo reservation, when drilling crews poured carcinogens into ancestral drinking wells. Irene's tinnitus started again, and in the sharp buzzing, she heard her own voice squeezed out of a copper pipe. My cousin disappeared after the first well was drilled. She pulled open her collar, and a crescent-shaped scar below her collarbone was white. In her last phone call, she said that she saw the drilling team's truck driving into the woods in the middle of the night, with a tarpaulin covering the truck bed. The next day I went to the drilling area to find her, and the security guards sprayed me with pepper spray. What were they afraid of? Are you afraid that people will find out that the equipment is not wrapped in the waterproof cloth? John's pupils shrank. The sound of a truck rolling over gravel could be heard in the distance. Robert's car had stopped 50 meters away, and Richard, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was sneering at his cell phone. Hawk took the opportunity to lower his voice. Before his father died, he said that the tailings pond contained missing people, but the oil companies want more than just the oil underground. They need missing persons to cover up the pollution, those who drank the poisoned water and became sick, Those who protested will become missing persons. When the drilling rights are finalized, the next person to disappear may be you or your daughter Matilda. John's right hand clenched the railing of the minecart so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Irene saw water seeping out of the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, mixed with blood and dripping onto the photo, turning the 3 words, Matilda, into a blurred blue. On the other side, David Blake's palms were sweaty. He squatted behind a pile of rocks outside the drilling area, watching Robert's 3 men hitting the geological monitor with iron rods. Sarah Johnson's medical bag lay open at her feet. The stethoscope inside disassembled into its parts. They needed the metal pieces to create the vibration frequency. Peter is right about the rock structure. Linda Thompson's camera was hanging around her neck, the lens cap still on. The shale layer here is only 30 centimeters thick. If the drilling rig continues to vibrate, it will cause a small-scale rockfall. Peter Brown adjusted his glasses. The lenses were stained with mineral dust. But we don't need a real collapse. Just make the monitor show abnormal pressure values. He pointed to an angular blue stone in the rock pile. That one, granite, has enough density. David crouched over, and just as his fingertips touched the stone, he heard the crisp sound of metal colliding behind him. Robert's men kicked over the empty oil drums they used as disguise. "Hey!" One of the burly men with a shaved head shouted. "Didn't you say you were here to measure the soil? Why carry so many stones?" Sarah stood up immediately, her white medical coat torn by the rock debris. "I asked them to pick it up." She pulled the stethoscope parts. "We are doing a heavy metal penetration experiment and need samples of different densities. Last week a mixed-race child's blood, lead level, exceeded the standard. Didn't your boss say he would cooperate with the investigation?" The sturdy man's eyes flickered. Linda took the opportunity to raise her camera. "That's great. I can take a picture of the investigation you helped with. Oil companies and communities work together to prevent pollution. How about the front page?" While the strong man was distracted, David and Peter worked together to move the blue stone to the side of the monitor. Peter used a geological hammer to knock out a regular rhythm on the stone. Dong, dong, dong. This was exactly the vibration frequency that the shale layer could not withstand. The red light on the monitor began to flash, and the alarm sounded so piercing that it hurt the eardrums. Equipment failure. Another man rushed to the monitor. Quickly shut down the drill. Robert jumped down from the truck, his tie flying in the wind. "What are you panicking about? This broken machine keeps going out of control every other day." Before he could finish his words, a crack suddenly appeared on the numerical screen of the monitor, and sparks flew out with a bang. "Oh my God!" Sarah covered her mouth. If this happened in a residential area, the explosion radius would be at least 50 meters. Linda's camera clicked. "Mr. Harris, do you want me to record your decision to continue working in a hazardous area?" Robert's face turned purple. He glared at David, his finger almost poking his nose. "You better hope this is just a misunderstanding." "It's not a misunderstanding." Peter took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his clothes. According to the data of the United States Geological Survey, the sheer strength of the shale layer in this area is only... "Shut up," Robert yelled, turning around and punching his men. "Take down the monitor." "The third well must be located today." Richard Green's Chevrolet was going 80 miles per hour on the dirt road. He licked his cracked lips. The screen of his cell phone was still lit with Robert's text message. "They are doing something wrong. Bring reinforcements as soon as possible." The gasoline barrel on the passenger seat was rattling. He had brought it from an abandoned gas station. If necessary, he could pour it on the broken stones and burn them all. The morning mist had completely dissipated, and the concrete fence of the tailings pond was shining coldly in the sunlight. Richard saw David's back bending towards the monitor. Sarah was arguing with Robert, and Linda's camera was pointed at everyone like a small cannon. He stepped on the accelerator, and the sound of tires rolling over gravel drowned out the roar of the drilling rig. "Stop." David looked up and his face changed suddenly. Richard yanked the steering wheel, and the Chevrolet slammed into the rock pile at an angle. The bluestone rolled to the ground and the monitor was knocked around. He pushed open the car door, the gasoline can in his hand gleaming in the sun. Looking for evidence? Ask my gasoline first if it agrees. David rushed over, and Sarah grabbed his arm. Be careful. Linda's camera was still filming, and Richard's face was distorted in the lens. No one will leave alive today. Before he could finish his words, the shrill sound of sirens was heard in the distance. Hawk's patrol car broke through the morning mist, and the blue and red police lights on the roof split the air like two sharp blades. John Wilson sat in the passenger seat, holding Matilda's photo tightly in his hand. The blood seeping from between his fingers dripped onto the door handle, forming a bunch of dark red flowers. The cement fence of the tailings pond glowed a scorching white in the midday sun, and Richard's palms were covered with cold sweat as he held the gasoline barrel. He stared at David's red eyes. Those were the signs that the hybrid leader had been squatting in front of the monitor all night. The abnormal values jumping on the data screen were like a thorn in the back of his neck. People from the oil company were blocking both ends of the gravel road. The roar of pickup truck engines mixed with the hum of drilling rigs made people's eardrums hurt. Put down the gasoline. Sarah's voice was calm, a doctor's unique voice. The veins on her hand that was gripping David's arm were bulging, and her knuckles were white from being pressed. The shutter sound of Linda's camera was like a machine gun. In the lens, Richard's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the metal edge of the lighter appeared in the pocket of his overalls stained with motor oil.
Want to make your broken monitor talk? Richard laughed in a hoarse voice, the smell of gasoline mixed with the cheap tobacco in his mouth wafting over. Let it taste the fire first. He raised his foot and kicked the monitor stand. The sound of metal collision startled several crows, which fluttered up and cast a swaying shadow over everyone's heads.
That's when the sound of sirens pierced the air. Hawk's patrol car rushed through the last white veil of morning mist, and the blue and red police lights cast an eerie light on Richard's face. In the passenger seat, John Wilson nearly dug his knuckles into the plastic of a photograph of Matilda, his missing granddaughter, last seen the previous winter on a highway at the edge of the reservation. The corners of the photo were frayed, stained with blood from his palms, leaving dark red stars on the car door handle. Stop! Hawk slammed on the brakes, and the tires left charred marks on the gravel. When he pushed open the car door, the tactical belt buckle hit the door frame with a crisp sound. The sound made his pupils shrink, and his memory suddenly flashed back to 3 years ago. The same metal collision sound, followed by the screams of his colleague Paul, and the dull sound of bullets penetrating his bulletproof vest. The veins on the back of his hands clenched the steering wheel. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed the dry retching that was about to come to his mouth. John Wilson had already rushed out. He was wearing a faded buckskin jacket, the back of the collar stained with cornmeal from last night's wake, and he was waving the photo at Richard. You said my granddaughter ran away? Then why were her hiking boots in the drilling area? Richard's smile froze on his face. He recognized the old man who always banged the table to oppose drilling at tribal meetings, glanced at John's hand holding the photo, and suddenly raised his voice. Old lunatic. Do you think they really care about your granddaughter? What they want is to ruin the drilling project and leave us starving. Enough. Irene's voice hit the chaos like a piece of cold iron. She squeezed out from behind David, the heels of her cowboy boots crunching over the gravel, the silver Cree ornament around her neck jingling as she moved. The sun shone through the feathered headband in her hair and danced on the teardrop mole under her eye. It was pinned on her hair the last time her mother braided it before she disappeared. Sarah, collect all the metal parts. She pulled out the tool bag from her waist and threw it over. Wrenches, bolts, monitor casings, anything that can be knocked over. Sarah was stunned for a moment, then realized, last week in the mixed race community, they had used the sound of metal knocking to interfere with the oil company's drone. Irene's tinnitus worsened at that time, but she also remembered high-frequency metal noise can make ordinary people dizzy, and it is even more uncomfortable for people with electronic devices. David immediately grabbed the fixing bolts of the monitor base. Sarah pulled off the iron sheet of the guardrail, and Linda even took off the metal dog tag on the camera lanyard. When the first sound of metal collision was heard, Richard's men covered their ears at the same time. The sound was like a rusty hacksaw sawing on the skull, mixed with the frequency that Irene deliberately controlled. She closed her eyes and listened to the vibrations of different metals interweaving in her mind, like playing an out-of-tune piano. Turn it off. Turn it off. A worker in a reflective vest knelt down. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground and the screen cracked into a spider web. Richard's lighter fell at his feet with a clang, and he staggered towards the Chevrolet, hitting his forehead on the roof and swearing in pain. Hawk took the opportunity to grab John's arm. Look at these people. He pointed at the huddled oil company employees and said in a low voice, "They are not afraid of you, but the truth." Matilda's hiking boots were covered with shale debris, typical of the drilling area, and Peter Brown said that there was enough natural gas reserves under the ground that they could steal for 10 years, using the missing people as a fig leaf. John's hand shook. He looked at the enlarged photo in Linda's camera. There were indeed small pieces of grey-black rocks stuck to the uppers of Matilda's hiking boots, exactly the same as the shale at the edge of the tailings pond. Elder Emily stood behind him at some point, her wrinkled hands resting on his shoulders. My grandson's hunting rifle was also found in the drilling area. We always say, wait for evidence, but the evidence will be burned, buried, or turned into smoke by gasoline. The metallic noise suddenly rose in pitch. Irene held 2 wrenches in her hands, her wrists shaking rapidly. Amid the harsh vibrations, she heard the whining of Richard's Chevrolet engine. That was the model feature she had practiced in the used car market for 3 months before she could identify it. 350 cubic inch V8, muffler leaking. At this moment, the engine was making a broken gong-like sound due to the high-frequency vibrations, and could stall at any time. Richard finally couldn't hold on any longer. He wiped the sweat from his face, glared at Hawk fiercely, kicked the gasoline barrel at his feet away, and got into the pickup truck with his men. As black smoke came out of the back of the car, Linda's camera accurately captured half a piece of paper sticking out of his overalls pocket, a letterhead with the oil company's logo printed on it, and the words "authorization letter" could be vaguely seen. Just as the situation eased, Robert Harris stepped out from behind the rig. He was wearing a neatly ironed suit, holding a stack of documents in his hand, and his gold watch was so dazzling in the sun that it was hard to open your eyes. "You all seem to like making decisions for the tribe." His voice was like a blade coated with honey. "But unfortunately, the tribal council has already signed the drilling authorization last week." He opened the document, and the first page was stamped with the tribal totem seal. As for some people, his eyes swept over Irene and Hawk. "They are just outside troublemakers." John's face turned pale instantly. He staggered closer to the document, his fingertips trembling as he touched the familiar totem. It was the seal of the Tribal Elders Council, but he clearly remembered that the drilling case had not been discussed at all in last week's council meeting. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing up the edges of the document, revealing the signatures on the pages underneath. One of the names made his blood freeze. It was his deceased eldest son, who had died in a mining accident 3 years ago. The water in the tailings pond suddenly ripples. Irene looked at the sneer on Robert's lips and heard another heavier vibration mixed in with the buzzing sound of her own ears. It was the sound of heavy trucks rolling over gravel, coming from deep in the drilling area. The ripples in the tailings pond grew larger and larger, and amid the ringing in Irene's ears, the vibrations of the truck engine were approaching. Robert Harris's gold watch shone so brightly in the sun that the wrinkles on John Wilson's face trembled. His fingers almost poked through the document page. This is my son's name, but he was buried in the mine 3 years ago. The resolutions of the tribal council are naturally retroactive. Robert's suit trouser legs were stained with mud from the drilling area, but he still stood straight. You old-fashioned people living in the past, it's time to see the efficiency of the new era. He waved behind him, and 2 pickup trucks with the logo of the drilling company drove over the gravel. The bodyguard in the passenger seat had already reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist. The mixed races began to stir. David Blake squeezed next to John, the veins on the back of his bronze hands bulging. Elder Wilson, after the mine disaster 3 years ago, the tribe banned any outside companies from entering the reservation. This file, it's fake. Linda Thompson's voice was like a knife sticking into the chaos. The reporter had come around behind Robert at some point, pinching the edge of the document with her fingertips. Official tribal documents are made of spruce bark paper with rosin texture. She held the document up to the sun. This is ordinary A4 paper. The ink hasn't dried yet. Look here. The bottom of the word agree is smudged. It was printed no more than 12 hours ago. Peter Brown squeezed out of the crowd and adjusted his muddy glasses. The geology part is even more ridiculous. The document says, the Cretaceous shale layer is 50 meters thick, but we measured it with a sonic detector last week, and it's only 87 meters. He took out his exploration notes and slapped Robert on the chest. Mr. Harris, your gunman is too lazy to even check Google Maps. John Wilson suddenly seized the document. His rough thumb repeatedly rubbed the totem seal. When his eldest son was buried 3 years ago, he personally put the bone carving with the totem into the coffin, the gap on the edge of the seal. His voice trembled. My family's seal has a crescent-shaped dent on the lower left. He looked up at Robert with wildfire in his eyes. You used a 3D printed imitation, right? Robert's smile finally cracked. He took a half step back, and his gold watch hit the steel frame of the drilling rig, making a crisp sound. You are interfering with business activities. It's your conspiracy that's being hindered. Irene took a step forward. She could hear the roar of the refrigerated truck engine getting closer. From the refrigerated trucks at the Canadian border to using missing persons to cover up illegal drilling, those Aboriginal women who died in the ice boxes, did their blood seep into your drilling fluid? The crowd suddenly became quiet. Sarah Johnson's hands were shaking as she held the medical kit. She recalled that last month, a mixed-race girl came to change the dressing and had pinhole bruises on the back of her neck. Jack Smith touched the tribal communication book he carried with him. There were 3 names marked moved away on it, and their families had never received a single word from them. Elder. David suddenly pointed to the entrance of the drilling area. 2 SUVs with Border Management Bureau license plates were driving towards us, raising dust, and the police lights on their roofs were flashing so brightly that it made people dizzy. Robert's Adam's apple moved, and he quickly straightened his suit. You've come just in time. Let the authorities judge the matter. What are you talking about? Hawk Reyes suddenly stood in front of Irene. His police badge flashed coldly on his chest, and his right hand was pressed on his gun. The drunken patrolman stood up straight, his eyes bloodshot like burning fire. I checked the transportation records of the drilling company. Last month, 7 refrigerated trucks did not go through the customs channel and drove directly into the unsupervised corridor. He took out his phone and called up the surveillance screenshots. Mr. Harris, the destination of these trucks, is it your company's drilling waste pool? Robert's face turned pale instantly. John Wilson suddenly grabbed the documents, turned around and shouted to the mixed-race people, "Stand up here. 3 years ago they buried my son in a mining accident, and now they are going to bury all of us in a well." He picked up the shovel on the ground and pointed the blade at Robert. "Whoever dares to touch my tribe's land today will have to step over my body first." The crowd roared. David tore off his headscarf and tied it around his arm as a mark. Sarah distributed the disinfectant cotton in the medical box to the elderly As protection, Linda rushed forward with a camera in hand, the lens flashing non-stop. The roar of the truck was approaching. Irene squinted and saw that the drilling company's logo was indeed printed on the body of the truck. It was not a refrigerated truck, but a transport truck loaded with riot control equipment. Calm down. A middle-aged man in a suit came out of the new SUV, with a Department of Homeland Security ID hanging on his chest. He winked at Robert and turned to Hawk. Officer Reyes, we've received a report of an illegal assembly here. Pursuant to Section 17 of the Border Security Act, I order you to immediately cease your investigation and cooperate with us. Hawk pressed his finger lightly on the badge. He thought of his partner who died 3 months ago. Before he died, the guy grabbed his wrist and said, "Don't let them bury me like garbage." The old patrolman suddenly laughed, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were soaked with blood. "Stop. All right." He pulled out his pistol, loaded it with a click, and pointed it at the sky. "Wait till I finish what I need to say." "Hawk!" Irene tugged at his sleeve, but the man had already opened his throat, his voice like the wind in the Gobi Desert, rolling up gravel and hitting everyone's ears. 15 meters underground in the drilling area, there are 13 bodies of Canadian Aboriginal women buried. Their DNA samples are with Dr. Maggie in Quebec, and the time they disappeared was exactly when Mr. Harris's drilling team entered the unsupervised corridor. The police lights are still turning. The DHS official froze in place, cold sweat oozing from Robert's forehead. The half-breed's shouts turned into low howls, like wounded wolves warning hunters. The truck stopped 10 meters away. The driver stuck his head out of the window, but was forced back by David's gaze. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp. She looked at the vibrating cell phone in the official's pocket. It was a call from the top of the oil company, the official pressure that was about to come, and a darker deal was on the way. But at this moment, John Wilson's shovel had been inserted into the barbed wire fence of the drilling area. Sarah was distributing wet towels to the elderly to protect against tear gas, and Linda's camera memory card contained enough evidence to make the front page explode. The wind blew up Irene's long hair. She heard Hawk say in her ear, "This time, we won't run away." In the distance, the cell phone screen of the Department of Homeland Security official lit up, showing a missed call. The name of the CEO of Energy Group was jumping on the screen. Police lights drew red and blue bands of light in the twilight, dividing the concrete floor of the parking lot into pieces. The heel of Miller's leather shoe rolled over a piece of broken glass, making a crisp sound. That was the remains of the billboard that Richard Green had instigated a few young mixed-race people to smash. The cell phone in his suit pocket began to vibrate again, and the name of the Energy Group's CEO jumped on the screen, as dazzling as a piece of red-hot charcoal. Patrolman Reyes. Miller pulled at his tie, his Adam's apple rolling up and down in his stubble. "I understand your enthusiasm, but what's needed now is professional judgment. Harris's drilling project has a federal permit, and you concluded that this is illegal just based on a few bodies in refrigerated trucks." He swept his eyes over the crowd and deliberately raised his voice. "And Calvos, as a social worker, incited the indigenous people to fight against the government. This is undermining the stability of the border." Hawk's knuckles pressed against the police badge on his waist, the coolness of the metal seeping through his uniform into his skin. He could smell the whiskey on himself, the half bottle he had downed at the bureau at 4 in the morning, now acting as a sedative. "Permit." He pulled out a stack of documents and slapped them on the makeshift folding table. The edge of the paper brushed Robert Harris's crocodile leather cufflinks. Mr. Harris's exploration range went 17 kilometers beyond the boundary, right in the area where Dr. Maggie found the 13 bodies missing. He pushed his glasses up, and the eyes behind the lenses were like the tip of a knife polished by sandpaper. What's more, the time of death of each body happened to be during the drilling team's nighttime operation period. There was a sound of gasps from the crowd. Standing behind Hawk, Irene could see David's clenched fists causing wrinkles on his denim cuffs. Sarah's medical bag swayed gently beside her. It contained soil samples from the drilling area that she had secretly collected, and the heavy metal content exceeded the standard by 3 times. She touched the silver pendant around her neck, which was the last Cree totem her grandmother gave her before she disappeared. It was now against her hot skin. "You are talking about conspiracy theories." Robert stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh friction sound on the ground. "The drilling team works at night to avoid the migration period of wild animals. The Federal Forestry Bureau has a record of it. Then why is there no consent form for the Aboriginal reservation in the record?" Irene interrupted him, the tinnitus in her ears suddenly as sharp as a drill bit. "When my grandmother disappeared your company's first well had just been drilled into the unsupervised corridor. On the day my cousin disappeared in 2012, your new drilling rig was piling by the stream she often visited." She took a half step forward, and the wind lifted her deerskin tasseled coat. "Maggie's DNA report shows that 7 out of 13 girls are like me, and our family tree can be traced back to this land for 4 generations. What you call wild animals are actually our sister." Linda's camera suddenly lit up, and the flash cast a pale spot of light on Miller's face. "This is the mother of a missing person I interviewed in Winnipeg last week." She held up her tablet computer. The white-haired woman's crying voice penetrated the noisy crowd in the video. She said that her daughter's last phone call mentioned a strange smell of machinery roaring, which is exactly the same as the methane leak described by residents in the drilling area. She clicked on the next file. "There is also this 2015 environmental assessment report, which was bought by Mr. Harris's company for $3 million and stored in the basement of the state archives." Beads of sweat appeared on Miller's forehead. He glanced at the edge of the crowd, and saw John Wilson's shovel still stuck in the barbed wire. Several mixed-race people were covering their mouths and noses with wet towels. Sarah got the sodium bicarbonate powder from somewhere, which could be mixed with water to make a simple tear gas neutralizer. Further away, Thomas Green stood in the shadow of the old church, his silver cufflinks glowing coldly in the twilight, while Mark White next to him was typing quickly on his mobile phone. "Enough." Miller suddenly slammed the table, causing the coffee cup on the table to jump. Hawk noticed that his hands were shaking, not with anger, but with fear. 3 days. The official loosened his tie. "I'll give you 3 days to produce solid evidence. If there are more smashing, looting, or rallies," he glanced at Linda's camera, "I'll ask our media friends to tell us about the story of radical sabotaging the economy." Robert's face instantly turned as red as pig liver. Richard cursed in a low voice in the crowd, but was blocked by David's glare. Thomas Green turned and walked towards the church. Mark White trotted after him. The old elder's laughter was blown into pieces by the wind. 3 days. It's enough for them to collect the bodies. Irene's tinnitus finally subsided, and she heard Hawk say in her ear, "Go to Peter. The geologist's laboratory should be able to produce a report on the underground structure of the drilling area tonight." Maggie said that the fingernails of the 13 bodies all had a special kind of shale embedded in them, which was only found in that illegal drilling area. Linda's fingers danced quickly on her phone. She sent a message to Maggie. 3 days. Need your old sample." Sarah touched the medical bag where the soil sample was waiting to be sent for testing. As dusk deepened, the police lights were still flashing. John Wilson picked up the shovel and patted the rust on it. "Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, I'll take you to see what the drilling team secretly transported at night." David patted him on the back, and the growls of the mixed-race children turned into rhythmic drum beats. Someone took out a hand drum from the car, and the sound of the vibrating leather was like a heartbeat. Hawk bent down to pick up the document on the ground, and his fingertips touched the copy of Maggie's DNA report. There was a line of small, scribbled words on the back. "Sample 14. At the bottom of my laboratory refrigerator." He looked up at Irene, her silver pendant swaying in the wind, reflecting the last ray of sunset on the horizon. 3 days is enough time for some secrets to be exposed, and enough time for some people to take desperate measures. Outside the parking lot, a black car started slowly. Mark White's mobile phone screen lit up, showing the message he had just sent. The target has been delayed. It is recommended to execute Plan B in advance. Thomas Green in the driver's seat turned the steering wheel and looked out in the rearview mirror. The shadows of the protagonists gathered into a blurry ball of fire. As the dusk faded to indigo, Irene squatted by the half-blood campfire, poking the dying coals with a branch. Sparks sputtered and died out, just like the clues she had grasped, and then slipped away in the past few days. Hawk walked towards the parking lot, wrapped in a faded denim jacket, crushing a few dry sage plants with his boot heels. He always liked to announce his presence in this way, fearing that she would be scared by the shadows in the dark. "Emily Johnson is looking for you." He placed the brown paper bag containing Maggie's DNA report on her lap, his Adam's apple moving behind the silver pickup truck to the east. Erin's fingers paused on the brown paper bag. Emily is a well-known archer in the tribe. Last month, she shot down 3 circling vultures with a bow at a traditional competition. Such warriors would not seek them out just for small talk. When she brushed off the grass debris on her trouser legs and stood up, the silver pendant hit her collarbone with a slight sound. It was the one her grandmother had given her before she disappeared, and it was engraved with the wolf head totem of the Cree people. The figure in the shadows behind the pickup truck moved, revealing Emily's taut jawline. Her deerskin boots were stained with fresh mud, and her left wrist was wrapped with a faded blue cloth ribbon. Irene remembered that it was the safety rope that mothers in the tribe tied to their children who were about to go on a long journey. Elder Thomas went to the old mine at midnight last night. Emily's voice was like the wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks. I followed him, and saw him meeting 2 men in suits. The folders in their hands had the logo of Western Energy printed on them. Erin's breath hitched. Western Energy was the illegal drilling company they were tracking, and it was recently exposed for secretly drilling oil wells on the edge of an indigenous reservation. Hawk came over at some point with a faint smell of whiskey mixed with the metallic smell of gun oil on him. "Is there a specific time?" 2:17 in the morning. Emily took out a miniature camera from her deerskin pocket. "I took a video, but I hid the memory card in the hollow of the tribe's sacred tree." Her fingers unconsciously stroked the blue cloth band on her wrist. "My grandmother disappeared in 1987, which matches the year of the sample in Dr. Maggie's laboratory. Thomas said those people went to work in the south, but before she left, my grandmother said that she heard the sound of a drilling rig coming from underground." The bonfire suddenly crackled, and sparks shot into the air, illuminating the corners of Emily's red eyes. Irene held her hand and could feel her trembling. "We need more clues. Who in the tribe knows the most about the past land contracts?" "Peter Anderson," Emily answered almost immediately. "He keeps all the family records since 1876. But she lowered her voice. "He said some of the deeds were signed in blood." Peter's cabin smelled of pine resin. The old man, wearing a pair of copper-framed glasses, was mending a roll of yellowed parchment by the light of a kerosene lamp. When he saw Irene, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. "Child of the Cavos family, your grandmother also loved to squat here and look through these old things." Erin relayed Emily's words and took out the copy of the DNA report Hawk found in the parking lot from her bag. Dr. Maggie said that the 14th sample is in the bottom layer of her laboratory refrigerator. It is from 1987. It overlaps with the year Emily's grandmother disappeared. Peter's fingers rested on the parchment, his fingernails an unhealthy gray. He slowly opened another leather-bound account book, and a black and white photo slipped between the pages. 6 women in traditional costumes, standing in front of a derrick, with a drilling rig in the background opening its huge metal mouth. In 1986, BlackRock Oil, the predecessor of Western Energy, signed an agreement with the tribe. He pointed to a line of cursive characters on the account book. "With a magnifying glass, they said they would help us dig drinking water wells, but the condition was to borrow the rock layer 10 meters below the ground. But 10 meters below the surface is the oil layer. Hawk interrupted, his fingers tapping the rhythm of a patrol car siren on the table, a habit he had when he was nervous. Peter nodded. What's even more cruel is that there is a sacrifice clause in the agreement. He flipped open the parchment, revealing an ancient symbol written in deer blood. Our ancestors would hold the earth oath ceremony before important contracts, using the blood of tribesmen within 7 generations as witnesses. Thomas changed the ceremony to his Adam's apple rolled, to using the blood of the missing. Irene's silver pendant suddenly became hot. She remembered that her grandmother always said, "There are cries from underground" before she disappeared, and she remembered the countless missing person notices she had seen at protests over the years. It turned out that those missing names had long been engraved in the contract of the oil company, the red sandstone area behind the old mine. Peter suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist, his nails almost digging into the flesh. When I went there to survey 20 years ago, I saw the same symbol as the oath of the earth engraved on the rocks there. Now that place is under the jurisdiction of Thomas. He always says it is a sacred, restricted area. The midnight wind blew sand onto my face, as if someone was sanding my skin with sandpaper. Hawk walked in front, holding a high-powered flashlight, with David and Emily protecting him on his left and right. The gravel crushed by his boots made a crisp sound. The rock walls in the red sandstone area glowed a strange dark red in the moonlight, as if they were soaked in blood. "Look here." Emily's flashlight swept across the depression in the rock wall, revealing several lines of blurry symbols, crossed drill bits, dripping liquid, and distorted human figures. Irene took out her notebook and quickly copied it, her fingertips trembling with excitement. "This is the symbol of the blood covenant. The twisted human figure represents the sacrificer. The dripping liquid is blood. And the drill bit," her voice choked, "the drill bit represents the blood of the earth they want to take, which is oil." David squatted down and pried up a loose slab of stone with his dagger. An iron box was exposed underneath, and the Western Energy logo was also engraved on the rusty lid. Hawk put on rubber gloves and opened the box, inside which were scattered several fragments of documents. "Sample number 14 has been processed. Drilling coordinates, 36-12 north latitude. Confirmation signature by Thomas Green." "Shit." Hawk's thumb knuckles turned white. "That's enough to send the old man to jail." Suddenly there was a sound of rubble rolling down from behind the rock wall. Emily's bow was already on the string, and the arrow was pointed precisely at the shadow. "Who?" A black shadow flashed by, leaving only a black sleeve. When Hawk chased after him, he only found a vibrating cell phone, with a message that had just been sent displayed on the screen. "The target is in the red sandstone area, and an iron box has been found. It is recommended to start the cleanup procedure immediately." The sender's note was White Wolf. That was the name of Mark White's tribe. When we returned to the camp, the sky in the east was already turning pale. Irene spread out the copy of the symbols by the campfire, while Hawk pieced together half of the shipping list, using the fragments of documents he took out of the iron box. Emily sat nearby, polishing her bow, the arrowhead gleaming coldly in the morning light. "Thomas is calling an emergency meeting in the council chamber tonight, saying he wants to solve the problem of half-bloods crossing the line. He's anxious." David rubbed his hands. The hand drums that the mixed-race children had played last night were still placed at his feet. "When he's anxious, he'll reveal more clues." Irene's silver pendant suddenly felt heavy around her neck. She looked at the word "Sample 14", spelled out by Hawk, and remembered the 3 days in Maggie's text message. Today was already the second day. A faint smell of gasoline wafted in the wind, like some kind of warning. In the direction of the parking lot, the taillights of a black car suddenly lit up. Mark White sat in the driver's seat, adjusting his bow tie in the rearview mirror. He just received a new message on his phone. "The cleanup team is in place and will take action at 4 in the morning." On the drilling platform outside the town, Thomas Green was locking the last blood contract document into the safe, a sneer on his lips. Some secrets are best buried underground forever. As the morning light shone through the cactus thorns, Irene's silver pendant burned a red mark on her collarbone. She squatted by the campfire, the symbols on the copybook overlapping with the fragments of the shipping list that Hawk had spelled out. Among the crooked letters, sample number 14 pierced her retina like a barb. Maggie's text message is still lying in the phone. The serum sample must be found within 3 days. Otherwise, the DNA in the freezer will be completely degraded. And today is already the second day. Thomas's emergency meeting is scheduled for noon. Emily's hunched back brushed against her deerskin skirt, and the arrowhead glowed coldly in her palm. He asked Mark to go door to door to inform everyone that the mixed bloods have been hanging around the drilling area recently, and that they are foreign forces inciting division. David turned the beaten hand drum upside down on the ground. The drum's surface was still stained with morning dew. Last night, Sarah found that the medical examination reports of the 3 mixed-race children had been tampered with in the medical tent. The hemoglobin level was ridiculously low, but they were clearly alive and kicking. He pulled off the feather pendant from his neck. Peter Brown said the groundwater in the drilling area smelled of kerosene, and those medical examination forms might be related to the oil spill. Hawk rubbed his swollen temples, a sign before the onset of PTSD. He stared at the number cross-border cold chain 0713 on the transport list, and suddenly remembered the refrigerated truck intercepted at the border last week. The driver insisted that they were transporting Canadian fresh salmon, but there was nothing left in the car, except the bodies of 13 Indigenous women. Or 713. He tapped the paper with his knuckles, which matches the time when the truck appeared. Irene's pen left a blob of ink on the copybook. She remembered the silver pendant her grandfather clutched before his death. It was a token passed down from generation to generation in the Cree tribe, but it appeared at an auction held by an oil company executive after her grandfather disappeared in 1987. Blood covenant document. She suddenly looked up. Thomas locked it in the safe last night. Maggie said that in the missing cases in the 1980s, the elders used blood covenants to exchange for drilling rights, exchanging the lives of the tribe for money. A bell-like laughter sounded from the square. Linda Thompson squeezed in with her camera, the lens cap still dangling from her wrist. I just interviewed the old carpet weaver. He said Thomas's son bought a house with an ocean view in Vancouver last year. The down payment was an education fund donated by the oil company. She flipped open her notebook, with a faded receipt between the pages, and the grocery store owner said Mark drove a black sedan out of town every Wednesday, and when he came back the trunk was always covered in red soil from the drilling area. The smell of gasoline in the wind suddenly became strong. Hawk squinted his eyes and looked towards the parking lot. The black car appeared again, and Mark White was leaning on the hood smoking, his bow tie twisted into a knot in the wind. His cell phone screen lit up with a text message saying, "Cleanup team in place," and his knuckles crushed the cigarette butt into the sand, sending sparks flying onto a sign that read, "Warning about hybrids crossing the border. They are building momentum." Sarah Johnson's medical gloves were still stained with medicine. When I was bandaging the old hunter just now, he said that Mark told everyone that Irene was a spy sent by the government to divide the tribe. Even Jack Smith's grandson asked me if the social worker was a bad person. A corner of the cowhide curtain of the meeting hall was lifted by the wind, and Thomas Green's figure swayed in the shadow. He stroked the wolf head totem on his chest, and the keychain to the safe jingled between his fingers. The safe contained the blood contract from 1983 to 2022, and every page was stained with the blood of the tribe members. The representative of the oil company called just this morning and said that the samples in the refrigerated truck had been processed, but no 14 was still alive in the half-blood camp. We need to shut up those nosy outsiders. He fixed his white hair in front of the bronze mirror, which reflected the photo sent by Mark. Irene was holding up the copybook, and discussing with Hawk, and David was standing behind them, with his hands on the shoulders of the half-bloods. It's time to go to war. Thomas grabbed the eagle feather scepter and tapped the heels of his leather boots on the wooden steps. Show them who owns this land.
As the rising sun flag fluttered in the square, the conflict came faster than expected.
Mark and more than 20 tribesmen blocked the campfire. Some held wooden signs that read, "Expel spies," and some held bear spray. The old hunter's son rushed forward with red eyes, his nails almost poking the tip of Irene's nose. "My dad said you stole his hunting route map." "That's the geological map of the drilling area." Peter Brown squeezed over, and the geological hammer hit his waist with a sound. "Your father found that there are cracks in the rock layer, and oil is leaking into the well." "Shut up." Mark punched Peter in the chest. "You're a geologist who gets government subsidies. What do you know about tribal rules?" The crowd began to push and shove. Hawk stood in front of Irene, his back against the mixed-race children's tambourine. David grabbed Emily, who was about to rush forward, his wrists turning blue from the deerskin wrist guard. Sarah was busy helping the old woman who had fallen, and the syringes in the medicine box were scattered all over the floor. Linda rushed in holding a camera, but someone knocked the lens away. "What are you filming?" "You are one of them. Stop it." Linda Thompson's voice cut through the noise like a knife. The tribal female leader stood on the stone pier, her silver hair blowing in the wind. "Thomas said mixed-race children are trouble. But who delivered vaccines to your children last winter?" Irene's grandfather disappeared while trying to protect the holy spring in the drilling area. Officer Hawk intercepted 13 bodies of our sisters. That's enough. Thomas slammed his scepter to the ground. "Linda Thompson, your daughter is going to Phoenix to take the nurse qualification exam tomorrow, right?" He smiled like a snake. "I heard that the hospital there has been losing blood samples recently. If something unexpected happens..." Linda's face turned pale instantly. There were gasps from the crowd, and several young men who had been holding wooden signs let go of their hands. Dusk began to spread over the shadows of the cacti, and Mark's men quietly gathered around the campfire, forming a semicircle. Hawk touched the pistol on his lower back, then slowly let go. This was tribal territory, and his police badge might not be useful. Irene clenched the silver pendant and felt her grandfather's warmth coming through the metal. It was the courage of the Cree people, but also a curse. The smell of gasoline in the wind became stronger. In the direction of the parking lot, the engine of a black car began to roar. The twilight wrapped around the sharp thorns of the cactus like crumpled gray cloth. Linda's silver hair fluttered in the wind. She stepped on the stone pier with her knees trembling slightly. The moment Thomas mentioned her daughter, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She had just seen an anonymous post on the local forum last week about the missing blood sample case in the Phoenix hospital. But at this moment, more than 30 pairs of eyes were looking at her below. Some were cloudy from the elderly, some were burning from the young, and there were also several women holding children clutching the blue cloth bag she used when distributing vaccines last year. Last year the mountain roads were blocked by snow, and it was Irene who led a team of horses to carry the vaccines across Red Cliff. She raised her voice, her Adam's apple rolling as if she was swallowing a piece of red-hot charcoal. Elder Thomas said that mixed-race children are a problem. But how many medical records of mixed-race children are there in Dr. Sarah's medical station? The irrigation canal that David and his team built increased the yield of corn in the 3 southern cornfields by 20%. She pointed to a girl in a buckskin skirt in the crowd. "Little Lucy, who bought your grandma's blood pressure medicine from a town 30 miles away by truck." Little Lucy twisted her skirt with her fingers and suddenly shouted, "It's Aunt Linda." A few women followed suit, and the crowd relaxed a little. Irene took the opportunity to squeeze next to the stone pier, and the silver pendant hit her collarbone. It was given to her by her grandfather before he disappeared, and it was engraved with the Thunderbird totem of the Cree. She opened her coat and pulled out a stack of photos from her inner pocket and took pictures of them on the stone pier. bones under the frozen soil, metal textures of refrigerated trucks, and overlapping drilling coordinates on satellite maps. This is a satellite map that Officer Hawk retrieved from the Department of Homeland Security. Her voice was hoarse, a characteristic of the Cree people. Under the sacred spring in the drilling area, there is a hidden well that the oil company drilled 20 years ago. My grandfather found out they were pouring chemicals into the spring, and she paused, her Adam's apple moving, and he was number 47 on the missing persons list. There were gasps from the crowd. A hunchbacked old woman trembled as she reached for the photo, her fingernails still stained with corn pulp. My second son also died near the drilling area. Enough! Thomas's scepter hit the ground, and sparks flew from the blue stone. Mark White behind him touched a dagger at his waist, and the sound of the scabbard rubbing against his leather pants was like a snake's tongue. Richard Green, mingling in the crowd, nudged a few drunken young men with his elbow. They say the elders are in cahoots with the oil companies, so the winter coal distributed to every family last year. Did it fall from the sky? Several young people's faces turned red. A young man in a leather jacket picked up a piece of dirt and threw it at Irene, hitting her ear and hitting the stone pier, splashing the broken dirt into her eyes. Hawk took a step forward, and the pistol on his lower back hurt. He understood the rules of the tribal territory, but if someone really used a knife, his Glock 17 could at least smother 3 of them. David Blake grabbed his arm and shook his head. Don't fall for it. They want the police to shoot. Sarah Johnson squeezed into the crowd and held the shoulder of the young man who threw the clod of earth. Jimmy, you had a fever of 40 degrees last month. Who sent you to the hospital by helicopter? She pulled open his collar, revealing the pale pink surgical scar below his collarbone. The oil company will pay you $50,000 for your surgery. Jimmy's neck slowly softened, and the clod of earth fell to the ground between his fingers. But Mark's men had surrounded them more tightly. Irene smelled a stronger odor of gasoline and turned to see the trunk of the black car in the parking lot was open, with oil drums stacked inside. They were going to burn the meeting tent in the square and blame the protesters. She clenched the silver pendant, the Thunderbird's beak piercing her palm, and suddenly remembered the words in her grandfather's notebook. When the shadow falls on the tribe, courage is contagious. And this, Jack Smith pulled out a plastic evidence bag from his pocket. Inside was half a bloody nail. This is what Maggie forensic doctor found in the nail of the 13th body. The DNA comparison result came in 3 days ago. He raised the bag, and in the twilight he could see the dark brown mark on the inside of the nail. It belongs to Elder Thomas's personal driver. He just quit last month and went to work for an oil company in Houston. The crowd exploded. Several older tribesmen surrounded Thomas, and their questions rained down like hail. Thomas's face turned red, and he slammed the scepter again, this time at his feet. Nonsense. Mark, put these rumors aside. Wait. John Wilson squeezed to the front. He was originally the leader of the opposition, and now his shirt was torn askew. I went to the county archives yesterday to check the drilling permit. He took out his mobile phone, and the light from the screen shone on his tense jaw. Elder Thomas signed and sold the mining rights of the Holy Spring Basin to Western Energy for $30,000, and their profit in this area alone last year was Mark pulled out his knife, and the blade reflected in the campfire, making people dizzy. Emily Martin held the traditional dagger at her waist tightly and stood in front of Irene. Hawk's hand finally closed on the holster, his thumb on the safety, and he could hear his own heartbeat drowning out the sound of the wind. Just then there was a rustling sound coming from the cactus bushes outside the square, as if someone was walking quickly on gravel. Get out of the way. The old but clear voice cut through the noise. Everyone paused. Peter Anderson stood in the moonlight, leaning on a birch cane. His deerskin waistcoat was embroidered with a complete 7-generation family tree, an honor only available to tribal wise men. The old man's eyes swept across the mess on the ground, and finally fell on Thomas's stiff neck. His Adam's apple moved as if he wanted to say something. The bonfire crackled and sparks shot up into the sky, like some kind of omen. The moonlight was cut into pieces by the clouds, and Peter Anderson's birch cane tapped on the gravel, and each sound was like a nail driven into the air. The sound of the dispute in the square was like a broken guitar string. The tip of Mark's knife dropped half an inch. Hawk's fingers were still on the holster, but he suddenly realized that this gun might not be as important in the tribal Holy Land as the family tree embroidered on the old man's deerskin waistcoat. Disputes in the Holy Spring Basin should be resolved by our ancestors. Peter's voice was like an old pine tree that had been exposed to the sun for half a century, dry but penetrating. 7 generations ago, our ancestors established a rule on the night of the blood moon. Major disagreements require a bone and fire sacrifice, presided over by an elder with clean hands, so that the souls of the ancestors can pass through the smoke and see clearly whose heartbeat is in sync with the land. The back of Thomas Green's neck was stiff as stone. Of course he remembered this tradition. 30 years ago, when he was still a young warrior, he had hidden outside the sacrificial shed and peeked at it once. At that time, the old shaman said that the smoke from the bonfire sacrifice could burn the affairs of the world to the ancestors, and the person presiding over the sacrifice must be of pure bloodline who had not been touched by foreign money for 3 consecutive generations. He glanced at the dagger at Emily Martin's waist. It was forged by her great-grandmother, and the spruce pattern on the scabbard was still shining with patina. In the entire tribe, only this neutral elder met the clean hands requirement. The old rules cannot be abolished. Peter turned to the crowd and tapped John Wilson's cell phone with his birch cane. But our ancestors didn't like pantomime either. Elder Martin, please preside over this meeting. Emily Martin released her hand from the dagger. Her eyes swept across Thomas's twitching mouth, and then fell on Irene's tightly pursed lips. The bonfire suddenly crackled, sparks splashing on the tassels of her deerskin skirt, but she seemed not to notice, and gently inserted the dagger next to the sacrificial stone in the center of the square. Prepare the bonfire before sunset. The bonfire was made of dried deer bones and juniper branches. When the first flame licked the bones, the old people at the edge of the square began to hum ancient tunes. Standing next to Hawk, Irene could smell the bitter aroma of burnt bones mixed with juniper. The smell reminded her of her childhood. Every time the tribe held a sacrifice, her grandmother would mix this kind of incense ash with herbs, saying that it could cleanse the foul air in the heart. Emily Martin's voice rose above the humming. The question to be asked of the ancestors is whether the mining rights of the sacred springs should be given to foreigners who suck the blood of the land. She traced her fingers over the ancient carvings on the sacrificial stone. Now anyone who has a word for the ancestors, stand before the fire. The first person to step up was Sarah Johnson. The doctor, her white coat stained with grass, held up a stack of medical records. 3 months ago, I prescribed lead poisoning medication to 7 pregnant women. They all live in tents near the drilling site. Her voice trembles. The oil company says it's natural mineralization, but I found the same benzene compounds in their urine samples as in the drilling wastewater. There were gasps from the crowd. Linda Thompson's camera flashed twice in the dark, and Richard Green's face was as white as a piece of paper in the flash. He was the person who paid the health compensation for Western Energy. John Wilson followed closely, holding his phone up to the fire. The permit document on the screen glowed red in the firelight. We sold the Holy Spring for $30,000. Western Energy drilled 8 wells here last year. His Adam's apple rolled. My grandfather said that our ancestors passed the land to us, not for us to be land thieves. Thomas's confidant Mark suddenly took a step forward, still holding the knife in his hand, but not daring to raise it. Then, the bodies of those women. It was transported through the unmanned corridor by a refrigerated truck. Irene stepped forward, the heat from the campfire making her eyes sore. The condenser model on the truck is exactly the same as the special truck used by Western Energy to transport crude oil. She took out a sealed bag with a bloody rag inside. This was found in the seam of the truck bed. The fiber test showed that it was traditional Cree embroidery. The same batch of indigo dye was used for the skirt my grandmother wore before she disappeared. The square fell into dead silence. Peter Anderson slammed his cane on the ground, making the dagger on the sacrificial stone hum. The ancestors are watching. His voice suddenly rose, like a bullhorn awakening the morning mist. 30 years ago, the old shaman said that every drop of blood shed on the land will turn into tears for the descendants. Now, these tears have soaked the bodies of 13 of our sisters. I don't know who started crying first. Emily Johnson, the tribal warrior who always went to the holy spring to fetch water at dawn, suddenly rushed over, snatched the knife from Mark's hand, and stabbed it into the soil at Thomas's feet with a clang. My grandmother said that the water in the holy spring is sweet because the ancestors are laughing below. Now the water tastes bitter. It's the ancestors crying. Cold sweat broke out on Thomas's forehead. He looked at the tribesmen who were gradually gathering around him, and suddenly found that Richard Green had shrunk to the back of the crowd without him knowing when. Mark's hand was shaking on the handle of the knife. The smoke from the campfire suddenly turned and rushed towards his face with the smell of burnt bones. He remembered the night 30 years ago when he had peeked in. The old shaman said that if a person who did evil stood in front of the fire, the smoke would wrap around his neck like a snake. I heard what our ancestors meant. Emily Martin took off the silver ornaments on her head and gently placed them on the sacrificial stone. The affairs of the Holy Spring cannot be interfered with by outsiders. The investigation continues. Anyone who obstructs it will offend the ancestors. The crowd broke into a low murmur of response. Hawk felt the holster on his waist become a little heavier, not because of the gun, but because the eyes cast at him and Irene were no longer suspicious, but expectant. When Irene turned around, she caught a glimpse of Peter Anderson nodding slightly at her. The old man's deerskin waistcoat glowed warmly in the firelight, and the embroidery of the 7-generation family tree was like a living river, flowing along his shoulders to all the tribesmen who raised their heads. The night wind blew away the last wisp of smoke, and a slight sound came from the cactus bushes outside the square. Linda Thompson's camera suddenly lit up, and the lens was aimed at a shadow in the darkness. It was a man wearing work boots. His back looked familiar, like the prospector she had seen in the drilling area last week. He shrank back when he saw the light, leaving behind only a broken agave leaf, which oozed crystal-clear juice in the moonlight, like a tear that did not have time to fall. As the embers of the campfire shrank into dark red stars in the desert before dawn, Irene squatted on the floor of the old ancestral hall, with the smell of mold and pine resin lingering at her nose. The 7-generation genealogy box that Peter Anderson mentioned stood beside her. The carvings on the sandalwood surface were polished to a shine by the years, and half a piece of dried sage was stuffed in the keyhole. That was an old method used by the tribe to prevent the invasion of evil spirits. In the winter of 1987, the old shaman burned the last migration journal here. Peter's voice came from the entrance of the ancestral hall, and the heels of his deerskin boots tapped the blue stone slabs. He said that some secrets should be left with the wind, but some. The old man paused and pointed to the bottom layer of the box that Irene was prying with a bone knife. They should wait for someone who can read them. The sound of metal scraping is particularly clear in the enclosed space.
Irene's hand suddenly stopped. Half of a yellowed paper corner appeared from the gap between the layers, with a faded mimeographed official seal printed on the edge, which was the logo of the energy company Northern Drilling.
She thought of the lease she had found in the reservation archives last week. Under the terms wrapped in Ecological Compensation and Tribal Development Fund, there were 27 blurred signatures. One of the names overlapped with the handwriting on the back of an old photo clipped in her grandmother's diary. "Found it," she whispered, her fingertips brushing over the date on the paper. March 5th. That day, her cousin Lisa disappeared on the way to the holy spring to fetch water. The silver cross in her backpack is still buried under the old pine tree in the family cemetery. At the same time, 3 kilometers away, behind the juniper bush, Hawk's telescope lens flashed. Mark White's pickup truck was rolling over a dry riverbed, the back of the truck wrapped tightly in a tarp, and several boxes of documents were piled on the passenger seat. The same boxes he had seen outside Thomas Green's adobe house at 2 o'clock yesterday morning, when the lights were on in the old elder's study and shadows cast silhouettes of torn papers on the curtains. He went to the abandoned church. David Blake lowered his voice, his Adam's apple moving. My grandfather said that there was a drilling equipment buried there in the 1960s, and then the well collapsed, killing 7 people in the tribe. Hawk's thumb rubbed the focusing ring of the telescope. The wind blew sand into his face, and a sharp buzzing sound suddenly exploded in his ears. That was the piercing sound made by a colleague's walkie-talkie before the explosion on the border 5 years ago. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Mark's truck was parked under the remaining wall of the church. The moment the waterproof cloth was lifted, Hawk saw several piles of documents being thrown into the iron barrel. When the flames rose, a piece of paper was blown into the air by the wind, and the words "missing population statistics" could be vaguely made out. Fuck. He gritted his teeth and pressed the intercom. Emily, go around to the back of the church and watch for anyone running out of the tunnel. David, get your camera ready and take a clear picture of what he's burning. In the clinic in the town center, Sarah Johnson's pen pierced the medical record book. In the latest medical records, the 3 mixed-race youths all complained of persistent headaches, but the degree of pupil dilation was far beyond that of ordinary migraines. She took out the blood test report from last month, and her fingertips suddenly trembled. The blood collection dates for all abnormal cases were after northern drilling expanded the drilling range. Dr. Sarah, the door was pushed open, and Linda Thompson had her camera hanging around her neck. Just now in the market, I heard Richard Green say that Irene and her friends were digging up the old ancestral hall to steal the souls of our ancestors. A few women gathered around, and I took a video. Sarah stuffed the medical records into the drawer, and the lock clicked. Help me find the addresses of these patients. I need samples of their drinking water sources. She paused and added, also remind Irene that Thomas met a stranger this morning. He drove a black SUV with a Texas license plate. I saw it when I was picking up medicine at the pharmacy. The last 2 digits of the license plate were smeared with mud. At this moment, Thomas Green was sitting in his study, tapping on the satellite phone on the table. Robert, they found the old lease. His voice sounded like sandpaper on pottery. That Kavos girl is more difficult than her grandmother. The sound of ice cubes colliding came from the other end of the phone. Do as planned. At 10 o'clock tonight, the oil pipeline upstream of the Holy Spring will accidentally leak. Have someone put the evidence into their tent, and then find a few incited tribesmen. That's enough. Thomas interrupted him, his eyes fixed on the window. Irene's jeep was coming from the direction of the ancestral hall, with boxes wrapped in red cloth piled in the truck bed. I will let them know the price of offending the Holy Spring. As the setting sun stretched the shadows of the cacti into long ones, Hawk returned to the makeshift camp. Irene was squatting by the campfire, with a stack of documents spread out in front of her. The firelight made her eyes sparkle. A secret agreement in 1983, when Northern Drilling exchanged missing persons compensation for drilling rights. Thomas's great-grandfather signed it. And this, she held up a yellowed photo. The samples from the 1980s that Maggie mentioned are these indigenous people marked as experimental subjects. Hawk's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was the location Emily sent him. A secret room had been found in the basement of an abandoned church, with unburned documents and bloody rags. He was about to speak when noisy voices suddenly came from the direction of the square. Richard Green stood by the well holding a loudspeaker. They stole the souls of our ancestors. The holy spring is going to dry up. Several incited tribesmen picked up wooden sticks, and one of the young men had the same pinhole on his cuff as the one on Sarah's medical record. Irene stood up suddenly, and the documents were blown away by the wind. Hawk held her wrist and could feel her pulse beating rapidly. In the distance there was a flash of light at Thomas Green's window, like the reflection of a telescope. "Tonight," Hawk said softly, his fingers running over the holster on his waist. "When the moon goes down, we'll go to the basement of the church." Emily's text message popped up at the right time. Mark White went to the warehouse area, carrying a locked metal box that seemed to contain explosives. The desert night wind blew up sand and hit the tent canvas, like someone typing Morse code. Hawk watched Irene carefully put the photos into the deerskin bag. David checked the battery of the flashlight, and Emily hid a hunting knife in her boot. What they didn't know was that on the drilling platform 3 kilometers away, Robert Harris was inserting the last fuse into the crack of the oil pipeline. The water of the holy spring has begun to show unusual oily spots. The dusk in the desert came quickly. As soon as the sun sank behind the holy mountain, the wind became cool. Hawk squatted in the shadow of the old church's bell tower, a thin layer of sand covering the lens of his telescope. He stared at Thomas Green's cabin 300 meters away. The reflected light behind the window frame flashed again, at the same time and angle as the previous 3 days, like some kind of provocative Morse code. Mark White went to the warehouse area. Emily's voice came from the intercom with an electric noise. The tribal warrior's hunting knife was digging into her calf in her boot. She crouched through the cornfield, her trouser legs stained with mud. The tin box was locked tightly, and he used his left shoulder to move it. An old injury recurred. Hawk fished out his cigarette case and pulled out a half-crumpled Marlboro. The clicking sound of the lighter startled 2 sand sparrows, and he suddenly remembered that it was a similar dusk when he stopped the refrigerated truck at the border 3 months ago. The Mexican driver in the passenger seat was shaking like a sieve, and the cold air from the rear compartment seeped out, forming a layer of white frost on the back of his police uniform. Now that I think about it, there was black mud embedded in the nails of those corpses. The color was exactly the same as the shale soil in the drilling area downstream of the Holy Spring. "David, you on that end?" He blew smoke into the intercom, and sparks flickered in the twilight. "There are about 20 tribesmen surrounding the threshing ground in the east." David's voice was filled with suppressed anger. The half-blood leader was clutching the remains of a loudspeaker. The same thing Richard Green used to shout. "The Holy Spring has been stolen 2 hours ago." Richard went to the well platform with a bottle of tequila in his hand. He was so drunk that he was staggering, but his eyes were abnormally bright. Hawk narrowed his eyes. "The wind blew sand onto my face, as if someone was sanding my skin with sandpaper." He thought of Sarah's medical records that Irene had found this morning. The photos of her arms with dense pinholes, which were exactly the same as the marks exposed on Richard's sleeves. What's in the oil company's syringes? Painkillers? Hallucinogens? Or something dirtier? Crack. The wooden beams of the bell tower suddenly made a cracking sound. Hawk instinctively rolled to the corner, his lower back hitting the rusty bronze bell. The buzzing sound hurt his eardrums. He covered his ears, and suddenly another kind of metallic vibration mixed with the ringing in his ears, the sound of the engine contracting that Irene often talked about. He looked up suddenly and saw 3 mud-spotted pickup trucks approaching from the north aisle with their headlights off, like 3 mad sand foxes. "Kane," he growled into the intercom, his fingers tightening around the receiver. "Watch out for the north entrance." At this moment, Irene was kneeling on the old carpet in the document room. Peter Anderson held up a kerosene lamp, and the light danced on the parchment scroll. Her deerskin bag was open, containing an old account book that had been dug out from the church cellar 3 days ago. The 1987 drilling rights contract between the tribe and Western Energy. In the signature column, Thomas Green's father had put his bloody fingerprint, and next to it was written crookedly, "Exchange for the Holy Spring never ends." Look here. Peter's dry finger slid across a yellowed map. Every 10 years, the drilling area will shift 500 meters towards the Holy Spring. 1987, 1997, 2007. He pressed his nails hard on the 2027 mark, and the parchment made a crisp sound. This year, their drill bit is only 300 meters away from the Holy Spring aquifer. Erin's breathing suddenly quickened. She remembered squatting by the spring this morning and seeing oil floating on the water surface. It was not a coincidence, but the drill had punctured the underground oil vein, and crude oil was flowing back into the Holy Spring. Those missing Aboriginal women and those files marked as voluntarily leaving their homes turned out to be human lives filled into this insatiable well. Rustle, the wooden window of the document room, suddenly made a sound. Irene turned her head sharply and saw a blue jay sitting on the windowsill with fresh red paint on the tip of its tail. She recognized the color. Richard and his men had splashed it on the protesters' tents this morning, saying it was the devil's blood. "Irene!" Peter's voice was trembling. "Did you hear that? Outside." There were noisy footsteps outside. Irene grabbed the buckskin bag and rushed out the door, just in time to see Sarah Johnson running in from the medical station, the hem of her white coat stained with burnt paper ash. "I found this in the incinerator." The doctor held up a half-burned medical record. The ink was blurred by smoke, but the mark of the pinhole position was still there. 3 months ago, Thomas's grandson had a fever. I prescribed penicillin, but the medical record said, her voice suddenly choked. It said mental disorder, injection of sedatives. Irene's hands were shaking as she took the medical record. She thought of the girl she saw in the clinic last week, curled up in the corner biting her nails, her pupils dilated like 2 black holes. At the time, Sarah said it was homesickness, but now it seems that, bang, a muffled sound came from the direction of the threshing ground. Irene looked up and saw David's figure swaying in the twilight. His shirt was torn and the fragments of the loudspeaker were scattered at his feet. Richard Green stood on the well platform. The tequila bottle in his hand was broken in half, and the liquor was dripping down through his fingers. They stole the soul of the Holy Spring. The well platform is going to collapse tonight. It's only clean when it collapses. Several drunken tribesmen gathered around with torches in hand. One of the young men rolled up his sleeves and drank. Irene recognized the densely packed pinholes at a glance. They were exactly the same as those on the female corpse in the refrigerated truck and in the medical records. "Hawk," she yelled into the intercom. "They're coming." The answer was the noise of electrical current. Hawk's telescope was still set up on the bell tower, and the lights in Thomas Green's cabin finally came on in the lens. The shrewd elder was stuffing the last stack of documents into the metal box. Mark White stood behind him, the fuse of explosives in his hand flashing a faint blue light. Farther away, on Robert Harris's drilling platform, 3 pickup trucks had stopped, and several masked men were dragging gasoline barrels out of the back compartments and piling them into a small hill next to the oil pipeline. The desert night wind suddenly changed direction. Irene smelled smoke, a faint smell like burning rubber. Sarah held her wrist, her body temperature coming through her white coat. In the storage room behind the medical station, I saw Mark hiding gasoline. Peter Anderson's hand was on her shoulder. The old man's palm was burning. There was explosives buried under the well platform, the mine disaster in Erin. David's voice came from the threshing floor, frothing with blood. They burned the protest tent. The moment Irene turned around, the old account book in the deerskin bag fell to the ground. A yellowed photo slid out. It was the Holy Spring in 1987, with a baby silver bell floating in the clear spring water. She suddenly remembered her mother's last words. "Your grandmother's bell is sunk in the spring." At this moment, oil was spreading on the surface of the spring at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a blooming black carnivorous plant. There was a sound of breaking glass coming from the direction of the clock tower. Hawk's voice finally rang out over the intercom. "Mark is heading to the wellhead with explosives. Thomas is going to blow up the holy spring. Irene bent down to pick up the photo, and the tassels of the buckskin bag pricked her fingertips. She heard Sarah calling for an ambulance, David shouting at the arsonists, and the sound of Emily's hunting knife being unsheathed piercing the twilight. And above all these sounds was the sound of water flowing in the holy spring. At some point the familiar tinkling sound changed its pitch, as if someone was screaming at the top of their lungs underwater. Richard Green is still shouting, "It's clean only when it collapses. It will be clean only when it collapses." His voice was torn apart by the wind, mixed with the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Irene looked up and saw more than 20 figures emerging from the depths of the cornfield, holding burning torches in their hands, and with blood-stained scarves covering their faces. Their cuffs all had the same pinholes as those on the medical records. The desert night is finally coming. The dusk was like a crumpled grey cloth, weighing heavily on the holy spring. Irene's deerskin boots rolled over a piece of broken glass, and a sharp pain shot up from the sole of her foot. Richard Green had just smashed the window of the bell tower, and the flying glass shards mixed with oil splashes formed a glittering trap beside the fountain. "They said we let the wolf in." An old woman grabbed Irene's sleeve, her hands covered with age spots shaking. "They said you brought those trucks here, and that the oil in the holy spring was..." She suddenly paused, her cloudy eyes swept over the black spots surging on the water. Her Adam's apple moved. "It was a curse you brought." Irene dug her nails into her palms. She could smell the pine needle, incense on the old woman, the same one her grandmother used when she was alive. "Do you remember?" She held up the yellowed photo in front of her, the silver bells gleaming dully in the twilight. "My mother said that you helped my grandmother wash her swaddling clothes by the spring. At that time, if you scooped up the water, you could see the shadows of clouds." The old woman's fingers trembled as she touched the edge of the photo. There was a crisp sound of breaking glass in the distance. Richard's men smashed the window of the community center again. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, they even burned the clinic." Sarah Johnson's white coat flashed in the firelight. She was using a fire extinguisher to put out the flames on the clinic's outer wall. Linda Thompson rushed over with a camera in hand, aiming the lens at the pinholes on the arsonist's sleeves, the same pinholes as those in the medical records of the missing. "That's the oil company logo." Irene grasped the old woman's wrist, which felt like a dead twig. "They sedate people and ship them to the border in refrigerated trucks. Your nephew, who said he went to work last year and never came back, has his medical records here." She pulled out a stack of yellowed papers from her bag, with Sarah's handwriting on the top. Traces of intravenous injection, containing benzodiazepines. The old woman suddenly pulled her hand back. Elder Thomas said that those were all accidents. She took 2 steps back, knocking over the corn wine on the altar. The amber liquid flowed into the spring, and mixed with the black oil to become a disgusting brown. He said the holy spring was going to collapse. Only when it collapsed could it be clean. The sound of the holy spring suddenly changed. Irene turned her head sharply. It was not an illusion. The clear tinkling sound was being replaced by a sticky gurgling sound, as if countless bubbles were squeezing out from the depths of the earth, stirring the spring water into a pot of boiling asphalt. She recalled her mother's last words. "There are bells in the eye of the spring." But at this moment, there was nothing at the bottom of the spring, except the increasingly strong smell of oil. "They're in." Hawk's voice exploded from the intercom, carrying an electric noise. "Mark has installed explosives on the well platform. He said he wanted to blow up the holy spring and the well together, and pin the blame on us." Irene looked up and saw more than 20 figures wearing blood-stained scarves pouring out of the cornfield, their faces flickering in the light of the torches. The leader was Mark White, who had a silver detonator on his waist, a fuse in his left hand, and pointed his right hand in Hawk's direction. "Catch that policeman. He's the one with the explosives." Hawk was standing at the edge of the well, with David and Emily standing on his left and right, each holding a shotgun. Mark's men rushed over with torches in hand, and one of them swung an iron rod at Emily's gun butt. Sparks splashed on her deerskin skirt, burning a charred hole. Split up and surround, Hawk yelled to his right hand, unconsciously reaching for his waist, where the pistol should have been, but it was knocked off by Richard's men in the chaos. Irene knew that was his psychological trauma switch. When his colleague was shot 3 years ago, he also lost his gun.
Peter has a new discovery. Jack Smith squeezed through the crowd, clutching a crumpled geological map in his hand. He found the oil company's drilling log in an abandoned warehouse, which shows that they injected fracturing fluid into the Holy Spring fault, so the spring water would... His words were interrupted by a muffled sound. The fire extinguisher on Sarah's side had finished spraying, and black smoke began to come out of the wooden door of the clinic. Irene suddenly caught a glimpse of Thomas Green. He stood under the old oak tree at the edge of the cornfield, only half of his face visible in the shadow, a smile on his lips. Robert Harris stood behind him, holding a black briefcase that Irene had seen in photos of the oil company headquarters. It contained the shipping records of all the missing persons and her grandmother's missing person report. Documents. Irene's heart sank. She had seen Thomas look at that briefcase as if it were a candle about to be snuffed out. Last week at the elders' meeting, when she asked to check the files from 1987, Thomas said, "They're all burned." But at this moment, Harris was walking towards the tribal archives, and the door lock of the archives was replaced by a new one, by Mark 3 days ago on the grounds of anti-theft. "Linda," she grabbed the reporter's wrist. "Come with me to the archives. Thomas is going to destroy the evidence." Linda's camera was still hanging around her neck, and the lens cap had fallen off at some point. "They set fire to the clinic to divert us away," she said through gritted teeth. "I just took a picture of Harris running to the archives. The bag in his hand was exactly the same as the evidence box I saw in the leaked documents of the oil company." The sound of the Holy Spring water has turned into a scream. Irene followed Linda through the crowd and saw Harris's back disappear at the door of the archives. She took out the brass key left by her mother. That was the key her grandmother used when she was the tribal recorder, and the teeth marks on it were just enough to fit into the lock of the old wooden door. But when they ran to the door, the keyhole had been blocked with glue, and a burnt smell seeped out from the gap in the door, which was the smell of gasoline poured on the file rack. "Back off!" Emily's voice came from behind.
She didn't know when she had left the melee on the well platform. The hunting knife in her hand flashed coldly. "Let me do it." There was the crisp sound of the blade hitting the door lock, mixed with the hissing sound of the explosive fuse in the distance. Irene stared at the black smoke rising from the door, and suddenly remembered another sentence her mother said before she died. "The bell in the spring is not meant to sink." At this moment, the flames of the archives are licking the window frames, like a pair of hands that want to devour memories. Hawk shouted on the intercom. 10 seconds left on the fuse. David shouted, "The oil from the Holy Spring is seeping into the cracks in the ground." Sarah shouted, "There are still 3 children in the clinic." Irene's tinnitus suddenly attacked, and amid the sharp buzzing she heard Thomas Green's laughter, mixed with the crisp sound of Harris tearing documents. In the firelight inside the door, a piece of paper was blown out by the air current and floated to her feet. It was a missing persons registration form from night. The name at the bottom was exactly the same as the handwriting on the last page of her mother's diary. Dusk fell completely. The desert night wind picked up the ashes and blew the paper toward the Holy Spring. On the surface of the oil-splashed water, the shadow of the silver bell suddenly became clear. It was not sunk to the bottom of the spring, but was pushed to the surface by the oil, flashed in the firelight, and was swallowed up by the black waves. Someone was pulling her sleeve from behind. It was John Wilson, the leader of the tribal opposition, his face now red from the firelight. The explosives in the wellhead. Hawk said it was too late to remove them. Irene looked up and saw Mark White holding a lighter, with the spark of the fuse already crawling to the end. The surface of the holy spring suddenly churned violently, as if something was about to burst out from the ground. And further away, Thomas Green's figure merged into the darkness, leaving only one sentence, which was blown into her ears by the wind. When the sun rises, there will be nothing left here. The firelight by the holy spring licked the night sky. Irene's eardrums were painfully pulled by the tinnitus, and Thomas Green's laughter was still buzzing in her head. She stared at the missing persons registration form at her feet, which was stained black by ashes. The handwriting on her mother's diary was cold and white in the firelight, like a thin needle piercing her eyes. It was the last name registered in 1987, and it was the same as the Mary Kovos that her mother wrote tremblingly on the last page of the diary. Even the curvature of the handwriting was exactly the same. Erin, John Wilson's hand was still on her sleeve, his voice cracking. Hawk is surrounded at the wellhead, and Mark White has gone to the file room with 3 scoundrels. They want to burn the remaining account books. The wind blew the smell of oil into her throat, and Irene suddenly remembered the old files she had found in the church of the reservation 3 months ago. Thomas Green always said that the disappearance in 1987 was taken away by wild dogs, but there was a faded note in her mother's diary, written by the tribal secretary at the time. On the 7th day of the drilling team's arrival, Mary said she heard bells ringing underground. At this moment, under the surging oil in the holy spring, the silver bell was floating up and down with the black waves, and every time it emerged it hit her retina. Calm down. She bit her back teeth to suppress the ringing in her ears, and dug her nails into her palms. Where are Sarah and Linda? Sarah was bandaging the old woman who was knocked down, while Linda was holding a camera to take pictures of the fire. Go tell them to knock over the oil drums over there. Irene pointed to the wooden rack with spare fuel piled 50 meters away. Scream loudly, and say, "The wellhead is leaking oil and is about to explode." She pulled off the Cree feather pendant from her neck, and stuffed it into John's hand. "Take this to lure away Mark's men, and say that the elders asked them to guard the spring. Thomas Green hates others touching his holy spring the most." John was stunned for a moment. Then he rushed into the crowd, clutching the pendant. When Irene turned around, she saw Hawk's figure swaying on the well platform. His baton was already drawn, but he didn't hit anyone. He just stood in front of 2 women holding children, with his back against the box of explosives, and there was still 10 centimeters of spark left from the fuse. Those bastards always pick on the weak. Mark White's curse came from the east. The sound of his leather boots shattered the glass on the floor. "Where's the lock to the file room? Smash it for me." Irene took out her phone and quickly typed, "Go to the back window of the file room. Bring David and Jack." After sending the message, she crouched down and crawled into the shadows between the 2 tents. The tinnitus suddenly changed its tone, like the sharp sound of metal friction. It was Mark's lighter, the unique click sound of zipper. She counted the intervals between the sounds to make sure they had reached the door to the file room. "Sarah," Linda screamed in the distance, an octave higher than she had expected. "The oil drum is rolling. The explosives are going to burn." The crowd went wild instantly. A few scoundrels holding torches turned and ran towards the oil rack. Mark cursed and kicked the door. "Burn the documents first. The rest of you go and watch." Irene groped her way along the wall to the rear window. David and Jack had already pried the window frame loose. As soon as she climbed in, she heard the dull sound of the front door lock being cracked open by an axe. The filing room is not big. In the metal cabinets against the wall are piled brown paper bags. The labels on the top are shining with a cold light. Drilling rights transfer agreement. Environmental assessment report. Missing persons archive.
"Burn." Mark's voice was close at hand. "Start from the top."
Irene's fingers tapped rapidly on the metal cabinet. 3 long and 2 short. This was the secret signal agreed upon with Hawk. 2 seconds later, there was a dull thud of something heavy falling to the ground outside the window, followed by Hawk's gravelly roar. "Stop it, everyone. Assaulting a police officer will lead to jail time." Mark paused. What kind of trouble can that old drunkard make? Report. Someone outside shouted. The pressure valve in the drilling area is loose, and the oil pipeline is leaking like a sieve. That old Peter Brown. Mark kicked the chair. Deal with the oil leak first. Leave 2 people to burn the documents. Irene's heartbeat suddenly slowed down as she watched the 2 minions rushing towards her with gasoline bottles in their hands. She touched the pepper spray at her waist and remembered the silver bell tucked into her mother's diary. It was the last relic found in the 1987 missing case, and was later collected in the Holy Spring for purification by Thomas Green. But now it floats on the oil, like a tear washed ashore by the tide. Wait. She suddenly spoke. Her voice was very low, but it was like a stone hitting a quiet pond. The 2 minions were stunned. Irene came out of the shadows, holding her phone in her hand. The screen was lit. It was the video Linda had just taken. In the video, Thomas Green was stuffing a stack of documents into the fire. In the background, he could clearly hear him whispering, "It's time to settle the account from..." "What do you think?" She took 2 steps forward and shook her phone. Will the oil company protect the 2 minions who burned the evidence, or the elder they paid $3 million to bribe? The Adam's apple of one of the minions moved, and the gasoline bottle in his hand made ripples. "Don't move." Mark's voice exploded from the door. He held up the gun, and the barrel of the gun was shaking violently. "Hand over the phone." The air froze instantly. Irene could hear Hawk's footsteps mixed in with her tinnitus. He should have dealt with the scoundrels on the well platform, and was running this way. There was a muffled sound coming from the direction of the Holy Spring, as if something underground had cracked. The oil surged more violently, and a silver bell floated up again, flashing in the moonlight. "That's enough, Mark." An old but steady voice came from behind Mark. Emily Martin stood at the door with an eagle feather cane, the moonlight shining through her silver hair. Behind her were Linda holding a camera, and Sarah holding a medical kit. "Elder Emily?" Mark lowered the muzzle of his gun. "How are you?" "I'm watching." Emily's eyes swept across the mess on the ground, and finally landed on the phone in Irene's hand. "See who is burning the bones of the tribe and who is picking them up." She took out a cloth bag from her bosom, untied it, and revealed half of a black and silver bell. The gap fit the one floating in the Holy Spring perfectly. "In 1987 I took this bell away for Thomas. He said it needed to be purified, but I knew that it was never the bell that needed to be purified." Mark's face turned pale instantly. Irene heard the shrill sound of sirens outside. The backup Hawk had called in had arrived. She looked at the bottom of the filing cabinet, where there was a cowhide bag tied with a red rope. The label read, "Mary Cavas," exactly the same paper as the missing registration form at her feet. The Holy Spring suddenly roared, as if a giant beast underground had finally broken free from its chains. The oil waves surged, and the silver bell was pushed to the surface of the water, facing the half bell in Emily's hand from a distance, forming a complete circle under the moonlight. Thomas Green walked out of the darkness. His suit was covered in dust, but his eyes were like a poisoned knife. Emily met his gaze, and gently placed the half bell on the filing cabinet. "Everything that needs to be said must be said before dawn." Thomas's Adam's apple moved, and the moonlight cast a shadow on his face. Irene heard the sound of his nails digging into his palms, mixed with the sound of sirens getting closer and closer, and the sound coming from the Holy Spring, like a heartbeat or a roar. Some ancient sound that was finally awakened. The roar of the Holy Spring was louder than last night. The oil waves hit the rocks on the shore, and the splashing black liquid glowed strangely in the moonlight. The silver bells rang on the filing cabinet, making tiny sounds, and together with the half coin in Emily's hand, they formed a complete circle, like a coin polished by time, thrown into the middle of the confronting crowd. The front of Thomas Green's suit was stained with mud from the Holy Spring, but at this moment it stood straight like an old elm tree rooted in the ground. His eyes swept over Irene and Hawk, and finally stopped at Emily's face. "Elder Martin, you should remember that in the winter 30 years ago, it was the old chief who personally put the silver ornaments on you. Now for a few outsiders, they are not outsiders." David Blake took a half step forward, and the mixed-race people spontaneously formed a semicircle, protecting Irene and Hawk behind them. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a quiet pond. "Miss Kavos's great-grandmother was a moon priest of the Cree. Officer Reyes spent 7 days and 7 nights in the desert chasing this refrigerated truck, but some people," he glanced at Thomas, "when they sold their ancestral land to oil companies, did they remember whether they had a wolf's head or a smell of copper hanging around their necks?" There were sporadic discussions among the crowd. Richard Green squeezed to the side of Thomas. His plaid shirt was wrinkled, but his Adam's apple rolled excitedly. "David Blake wants to be the new chief so badly. Have you forgotten that he led protesters to block the drilling rig last year? Now he brings a few policemen here to destroy our jobs."
Rice Bowl. Sarah Johnson suddenly stood out from the crowd.
The female doctor, who always carries a medicine box on her back, is holding a yellowed medical record book. "Last month, 3 children had nosebleeds that couldn't be stopped. Last week, old John's grandson had a fever of 40 degrees. After Miss Harris's drilling team moved in, the lead content of the Holy Spring water exceeded the standard by 7 times. You are drinking oil, not water."
Linda Thompson's camera shutter clicked, and the flash drew a silver line in the crowd. "I have email records. Elder Thomas's personal account received 3 consulting fees in half a year. The remitter was Western Energy Development Company."
"That's enough," Thomas roared, making the bells on the filing cabinets buzz. He suddenly pounced on the missing persons registration form at Irene's feet, his skinny fingers almost poking through the paper. "Why are you checking these old accounts? What do the disappearances from 30 years ago and 20 years ago have to do with the current drilling?" Irene stared at the red corners of his eyes and suddenly remembered that Mary Cavos's leather bag was still at the bottom of the filing cabinet. Her tinnitus started again, like a bee buzzing in her ear canal, but mixed in the noise was a deeper roar from under the Holy Spring. That was the sound of oil rushing through the rock, and it was somewhat similar to the metallic vibration she had heard in the engine of a refrigerated truck. "Because the missing people are not gone." Emily's voice was like ballast. She pulled out a tin box from her bosom. "In 1987, when I was a forensic intern, I participated in my first missing person case. This is the bone sample from that year." She opened the lid of the box, revealing half of a bluish-gray finger bone. Maggie Ogier's test report last week said that the chemical residue on the bone is completely consistent with the fracking fluid used by Mr. Harris for drilling. The crowd went wild. Several elderly tribesmen staggered backward, knocking over the altar beside the Holy Spring. Peter Brown squeezed to the front, his geological hammer flashing coldly in the moonlight. "I checked the drilling coordinates. They are not looking for oil at all. They are digging for the ancestral graves of the Cree. What is buried underground is not the oil layer, but the bones of our ancestors." "Shut up." Thomas suddenly picked up the silver bell on the table and smashed it to the ground. The intact bell broke into 2 pieces and rolled into the oil waves of the Holy Spring. His face was twisted like a crumpled piece of brown paper. "You are all brainwashed. Those police, reporters, social workers, they're here to help." John Wilson squeezed out from the back of the crowd. The former opposition leader was clutching an old cowboy hat, his eyes glistening under the brim. "My son went missing last year. Last week I found his student ID at the drilling team scrapyard." He held up a plastic-wrapped ID with a grinning teenager in the photo. "Mr. Harris said it was construction waste. But how could waste end up in a sand pit 3 kilometers away?" The roar of the Holy Spring could not cover the sound of gasps. Robert Harris's face was paler than the moonlight. He subconsciously reached for the cell phone in his pocket, but paused the moment he touched the screen. The sirens were close enough to make out that they were 2 Chevrolet police cars, and their red and blue lights drew two light bands at the mouth of the call. "Do it." Harris's voice was as light as a leaf. Mark White was the first to react. He pushed away the tribesman beside him and rushed towards Hawk, but more hidden movements were brewing in the dark. 4 men in overalls emerged from the bushes on the other side of the holy spring. 2 of them holding iron bars and the other 2 holding electric shock devices. They crouched down and moved towards the tribesmen's backs. The sound of their heels rolling over gravel mixed with the roar of the holy spring, like wind blowing through sand. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp. She looked at Thomas's distorted face, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw the branches of the bushes swaying, not because of the wind, but because of some heavier weight. Hawk's hand was already on his holster, and his breathing suddenly became rapid, which was a sign before the onset of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. David's back was as tense as a bow, and he seemed to have noticed something unusual behind him. "Careful." As Irene's shout rang out, a muffled sound suddenly exploded in the holy spring. The fragments of the silver bell were pushed out of the water by the oil waves, drawing 2 silver lines in the moonlight, and hitting the feet of the man in work clothes in front. He staggered back, the iron rod falling to the ground with a clang. Everyone's eyes turned to the back. Robert Harris's men are 5 meters away, the moonlight illuminating the West Energy logo on their overalls. Hawk's holster had been undone, and Irene's fingers dug into her palms. The metal friction sound in her tinnitus and the vibration of the refrigerated truck engine finally matched the model. The roar of the holy spring, mixed with the crisp sound of silver bell fragments, exploded in the night sky. Irene's tinnitus was as sharp as a blade, cutting through the subtle movements in the bushes. It was not the wind, but the rustling of overalls, rubbing against fabric, and the crunching sound of leather boots rolling over gravel. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Emily Johnson's fingers curl suddenly into her palm, which was the alarm signal agreed upon by the tribal warriors. Hawk's Adam's apple moved. The dizziness brought by post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, flooded over his temples like a tide. He recalled the rainy night 3 years ago, the same tinnitus, and the same chill on the back of his neck. As a result, he misjudged the location of the drug dealer and left a bloody hole in his partner's chest. But at this moment the moonlight was shining on the Western Energy logo, and he saw David's tense back suddenly relax half an inch. That was a signal to prepare for the charge. "David, take 5 brothers and go around to the left rear." Hawk's voice was as low as sandpaper rubbing against the barrel of a gun. His fingers tapped twice on the holster. "Remember, do they want living people or corpses?" David's eyes lit up. The mixed-race leader understood instantly that what the oil company wanted to cover up was the secret of drilling, and these thugs were more likely to capture the obstructors alive, rather than kill them. He pulled out the bone knife from his waist with his backhand, and the scabbard hit the rock with a dull sound. "Johnson, you take the 2 sisters to guard the spring." The bushes behind suddenly exploded. 3 men in work clothes rushed out holding rubber sticks. The one in front had his ankle cut by a fragment of the silver bell and was covering his wound and cursing. David's bone knife drew an arc in the moonlight, accurately knocking the electric baton in the opponent's hand away. "We, the Cree, will not tolerate you running wild on this land." The corners of Thomas Green's mouth finally curled up. He watched Robert Harris's men gradually form an encirclement, and his skinny fingers quietly clenched the lighter hidden in his sleeve. As long as Mark White can burn the parchment scroll containing the drilling coordinates, these young people will be nothing more than clowns, no matter how violent the trouble they make.
"Everyone be quiet." Thomas suddenly raised his voice, and the sound of the holy spring water was actually suppressed by 3 points.
He pulled out an oilcloth bag from his bosom, and after shaking it open, he revealed a stack of documents with tribal seals on them. "Look who you are following." He held up the top piece of paper. Arizona State Police's wanted warrant for Irene Cavos, suspected of inciting violent protests, and Hawk Reyes. He deliberately dragged out his tone. the scum who accidentally killed his colleague 3 years ago. There was a sound of gasps from the crowd. Emily Martin's brows were furrowed, and she took a half step forward. Elder Thomas, these documents, it was just sent over from the police station this morning. Thomas slapped the document, his knuckles cracking. I, Thomas, have lived for 60 years. When have I ever lied to my people? They said they were investigating the missing persons case. But look, he suddenly pointed at Irene. Her grandfather was the instigator of the missing persons case. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She heard her own breathing becoming blurred by the tinnitus, but she clearly caught the flaw in Thomas's words. There was no way the police wanted warrant could be transmitted to the Holy Spring within 2 hours via the tribe's old fax machine, and it was even more impossible to print it on this A4 paper with watermarks on the edges. But this was not the time to expose the truth. She turned to the crowd and raised her voice. Dear elders, do you remember Lydia, who disappeared last winter? Your daughter is still waiting for her mother to come home today. She grabbed the documents in Thomas's hand and said, these papers are new and the smell of ink is still there. The real conspiracy is in a well 3 kilometers underground. Peter Brown bent down at the right moment and pretended to tie his shoe. His fingertips dug into the cracks in the rock, and the loose gravel rolled down the slope and hit the feet of the 2 thugs. While the other party was in a panic, he winked at Irene. This was the geological interference they had discussed last night. Mark White's hand was tightly clenched around his lighter in his trouser pocket. He looked at the crowd in confusion caused by Irene's words, and crouched down to the old oak tree beside the holy spring. The hole at the root of the tree was still covered with moss like it was 3 days ago. He had just squatted down when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Uncle Mark, what are you looking for? Sarah Johnson's voice was as sweet as honey. She raised the medical box and shook it. Brother David just said that your old knee injury has recurred. Let me apply medicine to you. Mark broke out in a cold sweat. He forced a smile and straightened his back. The lighter in his trouser pocket hurt his thigh. No, I'm just picking up something. Irene's eyes swept over the documents in Thomas's hand and suddenly stopped. The edge of the page was unnaturally white, as if it had been soaked in water and forcefully dried, and a signature at the end of the document, Thomas Green's grandfather, a name she had seen in the tribal genealogy, was now printed neatly on the paper, but the ink was 2 centimeters darker than the other words. The wind by the holy spring rustled the pine needles, and Irene's nails almost dug into her palms. Thomas Green held up the yellowed document and spoke in a voice like sandpaper, coated with honey. The deed from 1887, signed by my grandfather. This is the ironclad proof that the drilling rights belong to us. She stared at the unnatural white border around the edge of the document, and her memory suddenly flashed back to the tribal archives. 3 months ago, when she was squatting in a pile of moldy parchment scrolls, looking up the family tree, the old administrator pointed to an old contract that had been soaked in rainwater and said, paper that has been damp will become fuzzy when it dries, as if it had been gnawed by mice. But the edges of the document in front of her were abnormally neat, as if it had been polished with sandpaper. Elder Thomas. Irene took a half step forward and crushed a dead branch with her boot heel. The contract of 1887 was made of birch bark pulp paper, and your copy. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the lower right corner of the document. It looks like modern machine-made paper. There was a gasp from the crowd. Emily Martin straightened up with the help of her crutches, and her cloudy eyes suddenly brightened.
What do you know?
Thomas's knuckles turned white. My grandfather's signature, the signature ink color, is wrong. Irene interrupted him and pulled out a magnifying glass from her deerskin bag. This was given to the tribe by Maggie when she came last time. She said it was essential for investigating the case. She pointed her lens at the letters, Eli Green, at the signature. Old-fashioned pine soot ink will smudge when it gets wet. Look at the last vertical stroke of the word liking. The ink is as thick as if it was newly dripped. It looks like... She raised her eyes and looked directly at Thomas. Have you used modern carbon ink to redraw it? The commotion exploded like rolling sparks. John Wilson squeezed to the front, pointed at the document and shouted, "My father helped to copy the clan deed back then. Birch bark paper feels like burlap. And this torn paper is slippery. It's obviously a fake." Several young tribesmen followed suit, and David took the opportunity to wave his hand. Peter Brown had already crouched down the slope, and a fist-sized stone accurately hit the ankle of Robert Harris's men. "Be quiet." Mark White's roar mixed with groans exploded.
When Irene turned around, she saw David pick up a birch stick and hit the thug who was rushing towards him with his knee.
Emily Johnson grabbed another man by the collar from behind and kicked him hard in the popliteal fossa with the heel of her moccasin. This was the breaking step, taught to tribal warriors in training, specifically for dealing with armed enemies. "Catch that guy. Don't let him run away." Robert Harris's face turned as red as pig liver, but his men had been beaten to the ground. Peter Brown took out a geological hammer from somewhere and hit the rocks with a clanking sound. Hawk sneered. "The gerbils in Arizona are more durable than you." On the other side, Mark White's trouser pockets were still hot. He stared at the stack of documents wrapped in oil paper in the tree hole, and his throat tightened. As long as the flame of the lighter licked the oil paper, all the records of missing people replacing drilling casualties would disappear. But Sarah Johnson's medical kit suddenly hit his waist, and the smell of alcohol cotton pads made him squint. "Uncle Mark, you look so bad." Sarah put her hand on his wrist, and her body temperature seeped in through the skin. "Is your old injury painful? I'll apply." She suddenly staggered and spilled the whole box of medicine on Mark's legs. The pungent smell of ammonia exploded instantly. Mark choked and bent over, and his lighter fell to the ground with a clang. Irene's tinnitus exploded at this moment, as if countless bees were rushing around in her ear canal. When she rushed over, she saw Mark's trembling fingers reaching for the lighter, and a corner of the oil paper package in the tree hole was exposed. It was the missing person DNA sample register that Maggie mentioned. The moment she grabbed the paper bag, Hawk's shadow fell over her and stepped on the lighter. "Look what this is." Irene tore open the oil paper, and the densely packed names on the yellowed pages stung her eyes. The top page read, March 2021, Drilling Collapse Accident, Replacement List, Mary Cavos. Her fingers paused. That was her missing cousin. The crowd suddenly became so quiet that one could hear the sound of pine needles falling to the ground. Thomas Green's face was as white as a sheet of paper, but the next second, he suddenly raised his head and laughed like the scream of a night owl. "Do you think you won?" He took out his cell phone and shook it. There was an unread text message on the screen. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. The legal director of the oil company has come with a restraining order." Thomas adjusted the collar of his shirt, his wrinkles full of sinisterness. "They will say that these documents are forged, that you are slandering them, that..." He stared at the paper package in Irene's arms, "that the missing indigenous people just ran away on their own, just like your ancestors who always liked to hide in the woods." The mountain wind suddenly changed direction, carrying with it the sound of an engine coming from afar. When Irene looked up, she saw the shadows of 3 black commercial vehicles climbing up the mountain road. The headlights were like the eyes of wild beasts, shining coldly in the twilight. The dusk was like a crumpled gray cloth, slowly sinking into the folds of the pine forest. The sound of 3 black commercial vehicles rolling over the gravel road became clearer and clearer. The paper package in Irene's arms suddenly became hot, and the yellowed pages seemed to be burning her palms. The name Mary Cavos was pressed on the top, and the ink had already blurred like a drop of solidified blood. "Mr. Harris, you're finally here." There was a kind of morbid excitement in Thomas Green's voice. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and his hands behind his back trembled slightly. The moment the business car stopped, the rear door opened at the same time, and 6 bodyguards in black suits came out one after another. The man in the lead strode over in crocodile leather boots, his silver-gray stubble standing upright, and a diamond earring dangling on his left earlobe. "I'm Robert Harris." The man tugged at the cuffs of his custom suit, and his eyes swept through the crowd as if he was looking at a pile of garbage waiting to be disposed of. "Legal director of the oil company." He pulled out a stack of documents with a bright red seal from his briefcase. "This is an injunction, accusing you of forging commercial confidential documents and defaming the company's reputation." There was a sound of gasps from the crowd. Irene noticed that several older women were clutching the corners of their aprons tightly, while the young hunters were holding the traditional daggers at their waists. Hawk's fingers unconsciously stroked the police badge. This was his habitual action whenever he was anxious. When his colleague was shot 3 years ago, he also touched the police badge repeatedly, and finally vomited in the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. "Forgery?" Irene took a step forward, and the paper bag was wrinkled in her palm. "These documents have the signature of Elder Thomas, the attendance sheet of the drilling team, and the weather records on the day of the landslide." She took out a yellowed photo and took a photo in front of Harris. "This is the emergency response memorandum, signed by you personally on March 17, 2021. It says the missing workers will be replaced by undocumented people to avoid affecting the progress of the project." Harris's pupils shrank, and he sneered. "What can the natives' broken cameras capture?" He turned to face the tribesmen and raised his voice. "If you stop drilling now, you are stopping the monthly 300,000 tribal subsidies and the construction of new clinics and schools." He ran his finger over several mothers holding babies in the crowd. "Ask Dr. Sarah, how many children were saved by the medical equipment donated by the drilling team last time?" Sarah Johnson's face turned pale instantly. She is the tribe's only doctor, and last month she saved a pair of twins using a neonatal incubator donated by the drilling team. At this moment her fingers holding the medicine box turned white, and she opened her mouth but no sound came out. "That's blood money." John Wilson, who used to be the leader of the opposition, squeezed to the front, and now his Adam's apple rolled violently. "Last month old Tom's grandson found half a tattooed wrist bone in the drilling area. It's exactly the same tattoo as Grandma Martha, who disappeared 30 years ago."
Nonsense. Thomas Green suddenly raised his voice, his eyes sweeping over several young people in the crowd who were looking down. "Have you forgotten who paid you for heating last winter? Who allowed your children to go to school in Phoenix?" He pointed at Irene. "She's just a mixed-race girl whose family tree for 4 generations can't even be found. What qualifications does she have to lead you into the fire pit?"
"Shut up." Irene's temple was throbbing. The family's disappearance case was like a piece of red-hot iron, branding her heart. Her father was driven out of the tribe because he investigated the disappearance of his cousin. Before he died, he clutched a faded old photo and said, "They used our land for money, and used our people to fill the wells." Hawk suddenly pressed her shoulders. His palms were calloused from years of holding guns, and they were surprisingly hot. "Calm down." He turned to Harris, his Adam's apple moving. "I'm an Arizona Border Patrol agent, with the authority to investigate interstate missing persons cases. The last call records of the missing women in these files all point to the drilling area." "Border Patrol." Harris looked him up and down, his eyes resting on his wrinkled uniform. "I heard that you were chasing drug dealers in the desert last year, and accidentally killed a rancher." Hawk's body shook violently, and his fingers pinched his palms tightly. That mistake was like a scar that would never heal, and every rainy night it hurt so much that he couldn't hold the steering wheel. The crowd began to stir. Several tribesmen who had received relief funds from the drilling team whispered, "What if the subsidies are really cut off? My kid's college tuition depends on that money." Elder Emily stood on a high place with an eagle feather cane, her silver hair blown messy by the mountain breeze. Her eyes wandered between Irene and Harris, and she never spoke. Thomas Green's mouth curled up. He took advantage of the chaos to tug at Mark White's sleeve, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Go to the warehouse, the innermost red-lacquered wooden box, and burn the account books in the interlayer. Mark's Adam's apple moved, and he lowered his head to adjust his cuffs to hide his nervousness. That was the secret signal he and the elder agreed upon. He crouched down and blended into the crowd that was adding firewood to the bonfire, his steps feeling as light as if he was walking on cotton. You have no evidence. Harris's voice was heard above the commotion. Those missing women are just. That's enough. Linda Thompson suddenly squeezed to the front, her press card flashing coldly in the twilight. I've checked the files of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. In the 1980s, there were cases of missing Aboriginal women being linked to energy companies. Maggie Ogier, a forensic doctor, still has bone samples from that year, and the DNA comparison results will be out next week. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Irene saw several old women kneeling down, supporting each other. They chanted the names of their ancestors, and tears left two clean streaks on their wrinkled faces. Harris's face turned red. He grabbed the documents on the table, but Hawke held his wrist and said, "Border Patrol has the right to temporarily detain evidence involved in the case." "You dare." Harris's bodyguards immediately surrounded him, and the sound of leather boots crushing pine needles was like dense drum beats. Hawke's right hand quietly reached for his waist, where he always carried a gun, even though his psychiatrist had warned him last month that touching a weapon when anxious could aggravate post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Just then a slight sound came from the direction of the warehouse. Erin's ears suddenly buzzed. It was the sound of metal rubbing against each other, like the sound of a refrigerated truck engine warming up before starting. She turned her head sharply and saw Mark White's back disappearing behind the warehouse door, with the door hinges still shaking slightly. Dusk fell completely. There was a sound of rummaging in the warehouse, mixed with the crackling of a distant bonfire, as if someone was ringing the death knell of fate. The dusk was like a crumpled gray cloth, hanging heavily over the reservation. The buzzing in Irene's ears became sharper as Mark White's back disappeared. The light sound of metal friction sounded clearly like an alarm to her, exactly the same as the sound made before the engine of the refrigerated truck found in the Arizona desert 3 months ago started. Irene. A dark shadow flushed from the side and behind. The tip of Emily Johnson's deerskin boots crushed over pine needles, and the eagle feather pendant on her waist emitted a tiny light. The tribal warrior dug his fingers into her arm. Mark went to the old granary. He brought the gas can. The iron roof of the old granary glowed coldly in the twilight. There were hidden the drilling geological exploration maps, secretly copied by Peter Brown, as well as the microfilm of the missing persons files of the 1980s that Linda found in the Archives Bureau. Erin dug her nails into her palms, and the image of her mother's missing person poster being blown into the gutter 3 months ago suddenly came to her mind. She grabbed Emily's wrist fiercely. "Are you sure?" "I smelled kerosene when he passed the campfire." Emily's pupils shrank into the shape of a wolf in the shadows. He was going to burn the evidence. There was a crisp sound of shattering glass coming from the direction of the warehouse. Harris's bodyguards turned their heads immediately, and the sound of leather boots was mixed with low growls of alert. Irene's eyes swept across the crowd. The oil company representative was tapping his coffee cup with a silver spoon, and Thomas Green was holding a birch bark wine glass with a faint smile on his lips. She suddenly remembered what Peter Brown had said in the tent 3 days ago. To distract a pack of wolves, you have to throw a piece of bloody meat at their feet. "Peter!" she yelled, her voice crackling with the Cree's voice. "Where's your geological hammer?" Peter Brown, who was squatting by the campfire and stirring the charcoal, looked up and his eyes flashed behind his glasses. The expert, who always folded geological maps into paper boats, immediately understood. He bent down, grabbed the metal toolbox at his feet, and staggered 2 steps towards the oil company representative. "Oh God," his voice was filled with just the right amount of panic. "The fuse of the generator is burned out." As he said that, he slammed the toolbox into the propane tank next to him. The sound of metal collision startled the campfire and sparks flew, and the gas tank valve made a hissing sound of leaking air. Danger! Sarah Johnson's doctor instinct was triggered, and she immediately raised the megaphone. Propane leak. Take the elderly and children and move back. Linda Thompson's camera shutter clicked, and the lens was aimed at the bodyguards who were running away with their heads in their hands. The crowd began to stir, and Harris's face flickered in the firelight. Just as he was about to scold, Irene had already grabbed Hawk's sleeve and ran towards the old granary. Wait! Hawk's pistol hit his waist, and the metal buckle scratched his skin painfully. The psychiatrist's words, touching weapons when anxious can aggravate PTSD, were like a fine needle pricking his temple, making it throb. On that stormy night 3 months ago, his hand reaching for his gun was held down by his colleagues, and the bullet pierced his partner's heart. At this moment, his Adam's apple rolled twice, but he didn't let go of Irene's hand. I'm here. David Blake and 5 tribal warriors came from the other side, and the copper bells on the deerskin wrist guards jingled as they ran. The wooden door of the old granary was ajar, with dim light leaking through the crack. Mark White cast a distorted shadow on the door. He was pouring gasoline on the metal cabinet containing the files. The sound of the oil barrel tipping over was mixed with his muffled curses. The old man said half an hour would be enough, but this broken lock. Mark. David's voice was like thunder splitting the night. Mark turned around suddenly, and the oil barrel fell to the ground, and dark brown liquid spread on the mud. His face was blue in the firelight, and he held a lighter in his right hand, the flame swaying in the wind. Who dares to come over? I'll count to 3. 1. Hawk's hand pressed on his pistol, his knuckles turning white. He heard his own heartbeat drowning out the tinnitus. The feel of his partner's blood splattered on his raincoat suddenly became clear, and the cold sweat on the back of his neck flowed down his collar. 2. Irene picked up the stone at her feet, and her fingertips touched the moss on the stone. It was the stone that her mother often used to grind deerskin. She thought of her mother's smiling face in the old photo album, and the blue feather that her mother pinned in her hair on the day she disappeared. Her throat suddenly tightened. What you burned was not paper, but our lives. 3. Don't move. A new voice exploded from the back of the crowd. Thomas Green came over with a cane carved with thunderbirds, followed by his tribesmen who were instigated by Richard Green. Several elderly men were holding traps, women were holding sacks of corn, and even the most timid old hunter, John, was holding his shotgun, the barrel of the gun trembling. Hawk, you can't touch Mark. The oil company said that if the drilling fails, our water trucks will stop coming. Hawk's breathing suddenly became rapid. He saw Richard Green huddled behind the crowd, a sinister smile on his face, the same expression he had when Irene intercepted the call from the oil company. Sparks from the bonfire flew onto his face, burning it painfully, but he felt no pain. He could only hear his partner's dying cough echoing in his ears. Hawk, don't shoot, get out of the way. David took a step forward, his moccasins stomping on the gasoline. Do you know what's in these files? There's your daughter's college application. There's your sister's medical records. That's enough. Thomas Green slammed his cane on the ground. Mark is cleaning up the tribe's garbage. How much water can those pieces of paper exchange for? Can we stop our children from drinking well water that has sand in it? The crowd began to surge. The old hunter's hunting rifle swung towards Hawk's chest. A woman holding a baby cried and grabbed David's clothes. My son has a fever, and the medicine in the clinic is given by the oil company. There was a creaking sound from the warehouse as a metal cabinet was pried open. Mark's laughter mixed with the smell of gasoline floated out. It's too late, too late. Hawk's right hand uncontrollably reached for his pistol. He saw Irene shaking her head at him in the crowd, saw David making gestures with the old hunter, and saw Emily quietly moving around to the side of the crowd, but all these scenes seemed to be through frosted glass. A sudden crisp sound exploded in the tinnitus, and he shuddered violently. It was the sound of his partner's pistol falling into the mud. On that stormy night, Hawk, Erin's scream pierced through her ears. Only then did he realize that he had already pulled out half of his gun, and cold sweat soaked the shirt on the back. Mark's lighter lit up in the warehouse, and the blue flame licked the gasoline pool. The moment the flames rose, a woman's scream was heard from the crowd. Hawk's finger was on the trigger, but he didn't shoot after all, because he saw the muzzle of the old hunter's gun drooping, and because he heard Sarah Johnson shouting, "I have antipyretics. I'll trade my medicine," as Linda Thompson's camera flashed, nailing Mark's distorted face forever on film. But it's too late. The moment the flames jumped up to the metal cabinet, the wooden beams of the warehouse made crackling sounds. Hawk saw Irene rush into the fire, her red scarf looking like a drop of blood in the flames. He wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by the tribesmen who rushed over. Mark White jumped out of the window on the other side and disappeared into the twilight, with the tip of Thomas Green's cane against his back. "Officer Hawk," Thomas said in a voice like a snake, "now are you going to catch the arsonist or save your woman?" The fire in the warehouse grew bigger and bigger, and the flames illuminated the smiling face of Richard Green in the crowd. Hawk's PTSD kicked in. His eyes flashed with his partner's blood, Irene's figure engulfed in flames, and the faces of the 13 corpses in the refrigerated truck. His knees began to tremble and his pistol fell to the ground with a clang, making a small hole in the mud. In the firelight of the warehouse, Irene's hand finally touched the file bag at the bottom of the metal cabinet. It contained her mother's missing report, and the blue feathers in the photo were as bright as the sky. But the next second, the beams collapsed. The flames licked the eaves of the warehouse like a red snake spitting out its venom. The sparks burned small blisters on the back of Hawk's hand, but he didn't feel any pain. All his senses were locked in the fire, locked in the place where Irene disappeared last. "Get out of the way," he roared. His arm muscles tensed like iron chains, trying to pry free the tribesmen who were holding him. But the crowd was like a sticky swamp, and every inch forward, more arms would wrap around it. Richard Green stood in the front row of the crowd, a smile on his face, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he shouted, "Have you forgotten the old rules? Outsiders cannot touch the tribe's fire." These words were like a thorn, piercing the hearts of several older members of the tribe. Hawk saw a white-haired man's fingers loosen, but the next second, Richard raised his voice again. Elder Thomas said that this is the anger of the ancestors. "What is burning is dirty stuff." There were sporadic echoes from the crowd, and some even began to recite a prayer that they had learned from somewhere. Hawk's temple was throbbing. On the day his partner was shot, he was also choked by the smoke and couldn't open his eyes. He clearly heard the cry for help, but was stuck by the collapsed fence. "No," he gritted his teeth and dug his nails into his palm. "This time is different." His eyes swept across the crowd and suddenly fixed on Sarah Johnson's pale face. The female doctor was holding the medicine box. Her fingertips almost tore the canvas. "Sarah," Hawk yelled her name. "Tell them. The rashes on the bodies." Sarah shuddered. 3 days ago, when she dissected the bodies in the refrigerated truck, she found that all the dead had symmetrical erythema on the inside of their elbows, which was a sign of long-term contact with chemical reagents. "It's drilling fluid." She suddenly raised her voice and pushed away the young man in front of her. Elder Thomas asked the oil company to drill a black well in the reservation, using the missing people as living pollution alarm. The crowd became agitated. Linda Thompson's camera suddenly raised up. Flashes flashed, and the images on the photo wall were projected onto the earthen wall outside the warehouse. She secretly photographed the drilling equipment, the license plate of the refrigerated truck, and the close-up of Thomas and the oil company representative clinking glasses. "Your daughters and sisters," she cried, "were labeled anonymous and thrown into the freezer. just because they were afraid that the poisonous water from the black well would leak. Richard's face turned purple. Nonsense. This is incitement. No, he's telling the truth. The old voice was like a ballast stone, breaking through the noise. Peter Anderson came from behind the crowd with an eagle feather cane. The eyes of the wise man of the tribe were like two deep pools. I checked the death register of the tribe. The people who disappeared accidentally in the past 3 years just correspond to the route map of the expansion of Blackwell. He turned to Hawk. Let him go, otherwise we are all murderers. The blocking hand finally loosened. As Hawk staggered out, he heard sobbing behind him. It was Emily Martin, the elder who always said neutrality is the safest, who was covering her face and whispering, "My granddaughter. She said she was going to pick blueberries last year." The smoke in the warehouse grew thicker. Irene fell to the ground, coughing. The file bag in her arms was pressed under the beam. A blue feather emerged from the paper bag and trembled slightly in the smoke. That was the blue pin that her mother pinned on her hair before she disappeared. Over the past 20 years, she had seen that blue pin many times in her dreams. Catch me. The familiar sound of cowboy boots crushing burning wood chips. When Hawk rushed over, his back was burned by the fallen coals, but his hands were like iron pliers, holding Irene's wrists. I counted. This beam can't hold for more than 30 seconds. File. Take it with you. Hawk stuffed the file bag into his shirt and used his body to protect Irene as they moved toward the door. Flames leaped at their feet, and suddenly, there were screams from outside. Mark White was running towards the truck, holding a metal box, which contained the unburned Haitian contract. Stop. Hawk was about to chase after him when his cell phone started vibrating in his pocket. It was a video sent by a colleague from the border agency. The representative of the oil company was standing on an off-road vehicle. His face was paler than gray, and he was screaming into the phone. Headquarters said that all projects were terminated, and Thomas had to handle it all by himself. Thomas Green's walking stick snapped in two. He looked at the truck in the distance, then at his tribesman who suddenly fell towards him. His Adam's apple moved, as if he was about to laugh or cry. Mark had already jumped into the driver's seat and the truck roared towards him. But suddenly countless arms stretched out from the crowd and grabbed the car doors, wipers, and rearview mirrors. It's over. Thomas's voice was as light as a sigh. He reached into his arms so slowly that Irene thought he was going to take out a handkerchief, until a cold light pierced into his sight. It was a hunting knife with a tribal totem engraved on the blade. But at least I can take one away. Erin's breath hitched. She saw Thomas's pupils shrink into needle points, saw the arc of the blade cutting through the air, heard Hawk's broken voice calling her name, heard Sarah scream, and heard the click sound of Linda pressing the shutter. And above all the sounds was the final crisp sound of flames licking the beams. As the flames licked their last sparks on the rafters, Thomas Green's hunting knife had already cut through the strands of hair at Irene's temples. The blade engraved with the tribal totem glowed coldly and looked like a snake spitting out its tongue in the firelight. Irene heard the dull thump of her own heartbeat hitting her eardrums, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. This was the danger warning her master had taught her when she was 7 years old, and learning self-defense from an old hunter in the tribe. At that time, the old hunter poked her lower back with a branch, but now he replaced it with poison-tempered steel. Erin, Hawk's roar mixed with the screams of the crowd came into his ears. He was originally 3 meters away, and at this moment he was sprinting with the baton at his waist, his military boots rolling over the broken glass on the ground, making a series of crisp sounds, but Thomas's movements were faster than his. The old man's hunched back suddenly straightened up, and he bounced back like a bent spring. The knife flashed as he rushed forward, accurately piercing Irene's heart. Irene's toes left a shallow mark in the mud. She remembered what the old hunter said about using steps to relieve the opponent's force. She stepped back half a step with her left foot, lowered her center of gravity, and raised her right hand to attract the opponent's attention. The tip of Thomas's knife scraped across her collarbone, leaving a trail of blood. She gasped in pain, but it also allowed her to see clearly the other person's wrist holding the knife. Veins bulged like earthworms, and black oil mud was embedded in the gaps between his fingernails, a mark that only occurs from holding drilling machinery for a long time. "The old man is crazy." David Blake's roar came from the left. The half-blood leader picked up a shovel that someone had dropped on the ground and swung it towards Thomas's knee. But the old man suddenly twisted his body like a wild cat that was stepped on, and slashed with his hunting knife, tearing a gash in David's arm. Blood splattered on Irene's denim jacket, and the fishy sweet smell reminded her of the half-cup of cold coffee her mother left in the kitchen before she disappeared when she was 12 years old. "Don't come over here." Thomas's voice sounded like a rusty gear. "I showed you the oil veins and led you to a good life, and now you want to push me out as a scapegoat." His eyes swept over the oil company representative huddled in the SUV, who was pressing his phone frantically, the blue light from the screen making his face look like a corpse. The headquarters said to terminate the project. "Okay." The blade was 1 inch closer to Irene. "Then I will send this little girl who is investigating the case down first, and let your truth rot in the ground forever." Hawk's baton finally hit Thomas's wrist. With the dull sound of metal collision, the hunting knife fell to the ground with a clang. But the old man suddenly dug his nails into Irene's shoulder, and using her body as a fulcrum, he raised his foot and kicked Hawk's knee. This was a dirty trick used in black market boxing matches on the border. Hawk groaned and staggered back, his forehead hitting the burning fireplace bricks, and blood immediately flowed down his brow. "Hawk!" Irene shouted anxiously. She felt Thomas's fingers tightening around her shoulder bones and could even hear the fabric tearing. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from the crowd. It was Emily Johnson. The tribal warrior had amazing hand strength. She grabbed Thomas by the back of his collar and lifted him up like a fox stealing a chicken. But the old man's feet were still kicking around, kicking over Sarah Johnson's medicine box, and the hemostatic cotton and syringes rolled all over the floor. "That's enough." The oil company representative finally got out of the SUV, his suit hem-stained with mud. "We have already sent a cease and desist letter. Your tribe's mess." His words were cut off by Mark White's roar. Thomas's henchmen had somehow come around to the makeshift evidence table, and were stuffing the pile of drilling logs that Linda Thompson had photographed countless times with her camera into his arms. "The old man is done, but I'm not." Mark's face was twisted like a crumpled piece of paper, and he grabbed the kerosene lamp on the table and threw it at the crowd. "You want to arrest me? Get through this first." Amid the sound of glass breaking, kerosene splashed onto the burning beams, causing a larger fireball to rise. Irene saw Mark's shadow lengthening in the firelight. He clutched the diary and ran wildly towards the wasteland outside the tribe. His leather boots stepped on the still smoking haystacks, raising sparks. Linda's camera shutters made a clicking sound, and Peter Brown's geological maps were blown all over the place by the air currents. One of them floated to Irene's feet, and the words "unsupervised corridor" circled in red on it were particularly eye-catching. Hawk wiped the blood off his face and followed Irene's gaze to see Mark running away. His breathing was still regulated, but his fingers had already tightened around the holster on his waist, not to draw the gun, but to reach for the wrinkled photo inside, a rain-stained police badge he had picked up at a colleague's funeral. "Chase him." His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. "We can't let him take the evidence out." Irene pulled off her coat to cover the wound on her shoulder, and the blood quickly soaked through the rough cloth. She looked at Mark's gradually shrinking back, and then looked at Thomas, who was still struggling. The old man was like a puddle of mud at this moment, being pressed to the ground by Emily and David, still cursing, and further away, the barbed wire on the borderline glowed coldly in the moonlight, like a dormant snake. "Let's go." She tied her coat into a knot, blood dripping from her fingers, spreading dark red flowers on the muddy ground. He should be going to the unsupervised corridor. Hawk had already picked up the off-road motorcycle parked in the corner, and the roar of the engine tore through the night. Linda handed the camera to Jack Smith, grabbed the first aid kit and jumped on the back seat. The photos I took are backed up in the cloud, but the original logs must be retrieved. David wiped the blood off his arm and pulled out an iron rod from the truck bed. I know the terrain here well. Mark can't run far. The moment Irene got on the motorcycle, the wind blew her hair. She heard Hawk yelling in her ear, "Hold on," and Thomas's scream in the distance, mixed with the last crackle of the flames before they went out. And beneath all the noise was the rhythm of her own heartbeat, beating just as fast as it had when she was 12 years old, and had searched through all of her mother's old things, and found half of a bloody drilling map at the bottom of a box. Mark's figure has become a black dot on the wasteland, but Irene knew that they had never been so close to the truth. The roar of the engine shattered the silence of the wilderness. Hawk's off-road motorcycle bumped along the gravel road. Irene's knuckles turned white from clenching his waist. The wind that blew into her nose brought with it a burnt smell that was the lingering smoke from the fire in the tribe's warehouse just now. In the back seat, Linda was pressing the knife wound on her forearm with gauze. The blood soaked the white gauze, looking like a withered rose in the night. There's a dry riverbed, 3 kilometers to the left. David's voice came from another pickup truck. He put his hand holding the iron bar on the window. Mark has to go through there to take a shortcut. I used to go there when I sneaked out to fish when I was a kid. Irene squinted her eyes. The wasteland under the moonlight looked like a spread-out dark blanket, with sparse bushes swaying in the wind. She suddenly tugged at the corner of Hawk's clothes. Slow down. The motorcycle braked harshly, and the rear wheel plowed 2 deep marks on the ground. She jumped out of the car, squatted on the side of the road and wiped the ground with her fingertips. Half a jagged tire mark was embedded in the mud, and the grooves were 2 millimeters deeper than those of an ordinary truck. They're modified all-terrain tires. There was a sharp metallic scraping in her voice, a precursor to her tinnitus attack. I saw them at the reservation clinic last week. The truck that delivered supplies to Richard Green used these tires. Hawk squatted down and shone the flashlight over. When the beam swept across the edge of the tire tracks, tiny silver particles reflected light. Wait. Peter Brown squeezed over from the back of the pickup truck, his geological hammer flashing coldly in the moonlight. The expert, who always likes to wear a magnifying glass, squatted down, picked up a grain of silver sand with tweezers, and brought it to his eyes. Aluminum silicate crystal, artificially synthesized. When he looked up, his glasses were white. This crystal is often used in sample refrigerators, in genetic laboratories, to prevent sample tubes from breaking at low temperatures. The wind in the wilderness suddenly changed direction, bringing the smell of rust into everyone's nostrils. A chill ran down the back of Irene's neck, the same feeling she had when she was 12 years old, and found the bloody drilling map at the bottom of her mother's old wooden box, being locked in sight. Go to the riverbed. David suddenly slammed the door of the pickup truck. Mark must have taken the old mine road. The 2 motor vehicles restarted, and their headlights cut through the darkness like 2 sharp blades. As the outline of the riverbed emerged ahead, Irene heard the sound of metallic friction. Not a motorcycle engine, but a duller sound, more like the meshing of gears. She pressed her ears, and the ringing in her ears was like a rising tide. There's a refrigerated truck ahead. Hawk suddenly twisted the accelerator, and as the motorcycle rushed down the slope, Irene saw a gray truck reversing into the warehouse in an abandoned factory 20 meters away. Mark White, who was in the driver's seat, glimpsed them in the rearview mirror, stepped on the accelerator, and the truck crashed through the rusty iron gate and brought down half of the brick wall. "Stop him," Linda shouted, holding the first aid kit. David's pickup truck was already across the front of the truck. Mark honked the horn wildly, and the front of the truck hit the back of the pickup truck heavily. Amid the scream of metal deformation, David was thrown into the driver's seat, and the iron rod fell to the ground with a clang. Irene jumped off the motorcycle, picked up the iron rod that David dropped, and rushed towards the rear wheel of the truck. Hawk went around to the side and pulled out the police rope from his waist. Even though he hadn't carried a gun for 3 years, his muscle memory as a border patrol officer was still there. The truck suddenly braked and the rear door slammed open. Mark jumped out holding a modified electric baton, his face stained with engine oil and his eyes as red as burning charcoal. "You nosy bastards." He rushed towards Irene, with the electric baton in hand, and blue-purple arcs of electricity crackled on the iron rod. Irene dodged sideways and the iron rod hit his knee hard. Mark staggered with a scream, and Hawk took the opportunity to pounce on him and lock his wrists. Linda hugged his waist from behind, and the three of them rolled in the mud until Peter rushed over and hit his elbow with a geological hammer, and the stun gun flew into the bushes with a ding. "Where's the evidence?" Erin pinched Mark's chin, blood dripping from her unbandaged wound onto his face. "Where's the genetic log?" Mark suddenly grinned, his blood-stained teeth gleaming blue in the moonlight. "You think it's that simple?" He quietly hooked his foot on the electric baton on the ground, and was about to lift his foot. In his boots came Tom Smith's voice from the ruins of the factory. The informant, who always wore a peaked cap, had climbed up the abandoned ventilation duct at some point and was pointing at Mark's left foot. "I saw he hid a waterproof bag." Irene pulled off Mark's leather boots and pulled out a black waterproof bag from the interlayer. The moment she unzipped the zipper, a stack of yellow documents and several frozen tubes slid out. On the top sheet of paper, the red seal of Northern Gene Bank hurt her eyes. "Shit!" Hawk flipped through the documents, his Adam's apple rolling. "These are DNA sample records of Aboriginal people who have disappeared in the past 10 years. Old Thomas. It turns out he's selling genetic data." Linda raised her phone to take a photo, and the flash swept across the document. No wonder there are always problems with mixed-race identity verification. They tampered with the family tree data just to sell the ownerless genetic samples on the black market. David squatted down and picked up a cryotube, looking at it in the moonlight. "Is there hair in it?" "My cousin had her hair cut to waist length before she disappeared. This split end of her hair." His voice suddenly choked. At this moment, Tom Smith slid down from the pipe, his face as white as paper under his cap. "Just now I looked behind with a telescope, and there was a black commercial vehicle in the valley 3 kilometers away, with the license plate covered with mud." He took out a miniature telescope and handed it to Irene. The window was rolled down, and the person inside had a wolf head tattoo on his neck. Irene leaned over to the telescope. There was indeed a business car parked in the shadow of the valley. When the moonlight swept through the car window, she saw the man in the passenger seat turn his head. The dark blue wolf head tattoo on his left neck was glowing coldly in the night. "Jack Turner's people." Hawk's voice suddenly became as heavy as a lead block. He handled a border human trafficking case 3 years ago. The man who controlled the genetic black market in the file loved to tattoo wolf heads on his men. The wind from the wilderness blew up again, making the barbed wire outside the factory rustle. Irene clenched the waterproof bag in her hand, and could feel the chill from the cryotube penetrating through her palms and into her bones. She looked at Hawk, whose pupils reflected the headlights of distant cars. The tremor of post-traumatic stress disorder hidden deep inside was replaced by something sharper. The alertness of a hunter returned to the tribe. She stuffed the documents back into the waterproof bag. No one can act alone tonight. Mark was still groaning on the ground, but no one looked at him again. As they were packing up their gear, Irene heard Tom Smith whisper. "Jack Turner had a saying," he said. "The prey thinks it has the clue, but it's only the hook." The truck's engine roared to life again. Irene sat on the back of the motorcycle, looking at the abandoned factory gradually shrinking in the rearview mirror, and suddenly remembered the unsupervised corridor marked in red on her mother's map. It turns out that a conspiracy is never a line, but a network. At this moment, as soon as they tore open a hole in the mesh, they saw the even deeper darkness behind it. Hawk's hands tightened on the handlebars, as if responding to her unspoken uneasiness. The wind lifted his coat, revealing the police badge pinned on the inside, which was left by his deceased colleague. That badge was now beating against his heart again and again as the motorcycle rocked. The fishy smell from the underground drainage pipes mixed with the smell of rust penetrated into my nostrils.
Irene lowered her head to avoid the hanging wires, and the cryotube in the waterproof bag hurt her thigh. It was the genetic data found on marked as aboriginal mitochondrial sample.
Hawk walked in front. The light of his tactical flashlight swept across the damp brick wall, illuminating the fluorescent mark in the crack of the wall. 3 blue lines with a slash in the middle, which was exactly the code for the entrance to the black market mentioned by the informant Tom. Stop. Hawk suddenly raised his hand. Irene heard it too. A metallic friction sound, very light, like a mouse gnawing on a water pipe, but the frequency was too regular. She tilted her ear and heard a sharp whistle amid the buzzing sound of tinnitus. It was the sound made by the rotating axis of the micro camera. There's a surveillance camera embedded in the wall at 3 o'clock, she whispered, her fingers reaching for the spray can at her waist. The electromagnetic interference agent Tom gave her, which could temporarily disable the camera. David White will be waiting for us in Area B3. Tom's voice came from the intercom, with an electric noise. But remember, the guard change time on each floor of the black market is 10 minutes. There are 4 minutes and 17 seconds left now. Hawk pressed his thumb on the button of the electromagnetic interference agent and looked back at the team. Jack Smith was holding the anti-wolf stun gun tightly. His knuckles were white. Emily Johnson's hunting knife was spinning in her palm, the blade reflecting a faint blue light. Even the usually calm John Wilson's Adam's apple was rolling up and down. Irene suddenly remembered the old photos in her mother's diary. In 1987, it was the same underground pipeline, and the same group of people holding evidence, and then they became missing persons. The electromagnetic interference agent sprayed on the wall with a hiss sound. The moment the red light of the surveillance camera suddenly went out, Hawk kicked open the half-rotten wooden door. The musty smell mixed with some sweet smell of chemicals came out, and in front of me was a metal staircase leading downwards. Each step had diamond-shaped anti-slip patterns welded on it, and it made a hollow echo when stepped on.
Welcome to the Jean supermarket.
The voice came from above. Irene looked up and saw a man in a leather jacket leaning on the corridor on the 2nd floor, with a gold chain dangling around his neck. It was police undercover agent David White. He was twirling a fountain pen in his hand, the blue dot on the cap representing the police badge. Turner's people just checked the 3rd-tier database. Lisa Brown changed the encryption algorithm. Now even I can't get in. He jumped down, his boot heels knocking on the metal steps. But Emily Green is on the night shift today. She's in charge of the sample cold storage. Biologist. Irene caught the keyword. David nodded. Her father was an Aboriginal, and her mother was a geneticist. She was killed by Turner's men 10 years ago. She has been running to the waste disposal area recently. I guess she might be destroying something. Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. Hawk instantly dragged Irene behind the pillar. The police badge hit his ribs, and he frowned in pain. It was left by his partner who died in 2018, and the metal edge had long been polished to a shine. 3 guards in black vests walked over with flashlights flashing. One of them had a voice coming from his intercom. Area B surveillance is abnormal. Repeat, Area B surveillance is abnormal. Do it. Hawk's voice was like sandpaper scraping across the barrel of a gun. He picked up the fire axe from the corner and smashed the first guard on the back of his neck with the axe handle. Emily's hunting knife cut the second guard's wrist and blood splattered in the anti-slip grooves. Jack Smith pressed the stun gun on the 3rd guard's waist, and the man twitched and fell to the ground. Let's go. Irene pulled Hawk to the left, and the cryotube in the waterproof bag hit her thigh, causing pain. When they rushed into the room marked G07, they ran into a woman in a white coat standing with her back to the door, a refrigerator in front of her, flashing a faint green light. Hearing the noise, she turned around suddenly, her blonde hair glowing coldly under the emergency light above her head. It was Emily Green. "You shouldn't have come." Her voice was trembling, but she stood in front of the refrigerator. "Turner's men installed a sonic alarm. When you knocked down the guard just now, the alarm suddenly blew. The red light began to rotate, and amid the shrill beeping, Irene heard the sharp whine of metal contracting, the sound of the automatic locking system being activated. Hawk kicked at the door, but it didn't budge.
Lisa Brown's encryption! David White rushed in. She connected the electronic locks of the entire floor to the main server.
Gunshots were heard from the corridor. Mark White's voice was mixed in, with a crazy laugh. Mr. Turner said that the fish that bites the hook must be kept intact. The bullet hit the door, splashing sparks. Hawk dragged Irene behind the operating table, and the police badge scraped across the table, leaving a white mark on the metal. Emily Green suddenly knelt in front of the refrigerator, her fingers tapping the keyboard quickly. "The password is my father's birthday." But Lisa added a second verification. "Listen." Irene covered her ears. Amid the humming of her ears, she caught a hint of a regular vibration, like the sound of a refrigerated truck engine warming up before starting.
"It's a quantum key generator," she shouted. "Its metal resonance frequency is 43 Hz. Emily's fingers stopped and looked up at her. "How did you know?"
"My mother is a mechanic." Irene tore open the waterproof bag and took out the cryotube she had snatched from Mark. "She taught me to listen to metal." She placed the cryotube on the sensing area next to the keyboard. A blue light flashed, and a password box popped up saying verification successful. The refrigerator opened with a click. Rows of metal boxes were neatly arranged, each with a label on it. Cree, 4th generation pure blood. Assiniboine, mitochondria mutant. Irene's finger stopped on a box at the bottom, and the name on the label made her blood freeze. Mary Cavus, missing in. That was her mother's name. "Take this." Emily Green handed her a mobile hard drive. "This is a record of sample flows for the past 30 years, but Turner's people have blocked all exits." More footsteps came from all directions. Irene saw through the bulletproof glass that at least 20 guards armed with shotguns were coming out of the stairwells, vents, and even the inspection holes in the ceiling. The encirclement was like a tightening iron cage. Hawk counted the bullets and found only 3 left. Tom Smith screamed over David White's intercom. "Turner is coming downstairs with his private army. He said he would skin you alive." Emily Green suddenly grabbed the can of concentrated sulfuric acid on the lab bench and threw it towards the camera on the ceiling. Amid the sound of shattering glass, she pulled Irene's sleeve and shouted, "Follow me. There is an abandoned ventilation duct in the waste disposal area that leads to..." Bang! The bullet penetrated the glass and grazed Irene's temple. Hawk lunged forward, his badge slamming into her collarbone. Blood dripped down his arm onto the floor, forming small red puddle in the anti-slip grooves. Turner's laughter came from outside the encirclement, like a rusty gear turning. "Dear Miss Carvos, do you think you have torn the mesh?" His voice exploded through the loudspeaker. "Now it's time to show you how big this net is." The iron grill of the ventilation duct glowed coldly 5 meters away. Irene clutched the external hard drive tightly, her mother's name still burning on her retina. Hawk's blood dripped onto the back of her hand, and it was incredibly hot. Behind them, the metal door was blown open by a shotgun blast, and Turner's shadow had already climbed up the wall. Hawk's index finger trembled slightly on the trigger, and the weight of 3 bullets made his palm hot. His back was pressed against Irene's, and he could clearly feel the cold sweat oozing from the back of her neck, running down her collar. The iron fence of the ventilation duct 5 meters away shone with a cold iron glow, like a line between life and death that could never be crossed.
3 o'clock.
Emily Green's voice trembled with the unique guttural sound of the Cree. She picked up the metal test tube rack on the laboratory table and smashed it at the gunman rushing towards her from the right. The man's tactical vest was dented by the punch, and he aimed his gun while cursing. Before he could pull the trigger, Hawk swung out his baton. He had picked it up from the body of his colleague who was attacked last week. At this moment, the metal baton hit the man's wrist with a sound of wind, and the gun went off target. The bullet grazed the end of Sarah Johnson's hair and was nailed into the wall. "Form a circle," Hawk roared, the taste of blood surging in his throat. The bullet he had blocked for Irene just now grazed his left upper arm, and the wound was throbbing with a strange rhythm, as if reminding him it was the same thing last time. He blocked a bullet for his partner, but his partner was still shot through the heart by a stray bullet. Cold sweat slid down his spine into his belt, and he forced himself not to look at Linda Thompson, who was bleeding in David White's arms. The female reporter threw herself in the front to protect the mobile hard drive. Erin nearly dug her nails into the keyboard. Lisa Brown's encryption system is like a tangled web of poisonous snakes, with new garbled code traps popping up every time a layer is cracked. She could hear Hawk's breathing rising and falling behind her like an old bellows, and Turner's laughter tearing the air through the speakers. "Carvos, your mother had the same expression at the end, when she knelt beside the rig and begged me to stop. The tears hanging from her eyelashes were exactly the same as yours now." The words were like an icicle stabbing into her temple. When he was 13, his mother disappeared during a night patrol in the reservation, leaving behind only half a piece of silver jewelry stained with crude oil. At this moment, the genetic data in the mobile hard drive is being decoded, and the green progress bar jumps to 92%, and the mother's DNA sequence is about to appear. She bit her lip, her fingers flying across the keyboard, and suddenly remembered what Maggie Ogier had said in the Quebec laboratory. Lisa's best skill is not encryption, but leaving a backdoor in the system. She always said, the perfect trap must have a vent. The power system will be overloaded in 30 seconds. Peter Brown's roar mixed with the crackling sound of electricity. The geologist was using a screwdriver to pry open the distribution box. His glasses covered with dust. The transformers on the black market are the same model as those used on drilling platforms. I've seen this antique in Alaska. The heat pipe interface. Before he finished speaking, the lights on the entire floor suddenly began to flicker. The red emergency lights and the pale fluorescent lights flickered alternately, like the flickering will-o'-the-wisp in the shamanic rituals of the reservation. Opportunity. David White pulled off his collar button, revealing a miniature bomb hidden in his shirt. As an undercover agent, he had already placed electromagnetic interference devices at key nodes in the black market. In the strobing lights, the enemy's tactical flashlight beams were in chaos. A gunman mistook his companion for a target. The moment the gun went off, Hawk seized the opportunity and dragged Irene towards the ventilation duct. His police badge hit Irene's collarbone, causing her to gasp in pain, but it also allowed her to see the hacker Lisa Brown curled up in the corner. The woman was sneering at the backup terminal, her fingertips tapping on the keyboard in a different rhythm from the main system.
"Erin!" Emily Green's scream and the sound of metal tearing exploded at the same time.
Hawk finally ran out of bullets, and the last shot hit the knee of the gunman who was rushing in front. The man fell down with a roar, but he also knocked over the laboratory table. Concentrated sulfuric acid flowed along the countertop, leaving sizzling black marks on the ground. Irene's finger pressed the confirmation button at the last moment. The mobile hard drive made a beep sound, and her mother's name, Mary Kivos, appeared on the screen, making her eyes hurt. But before she could see the subsequent data clearly, the alarm of the backup system tore through the air. Security robots activated. Lisa Brown's voice rang through all the terminals. Her face appeared on every monitoring screen, her lipstick as red as coagulated blood. "Do you think you can escape by destroying the power supply? The security core of this building is on the -3rd floor, using the backup nuclear battery of the drilling platform. The sound of metal friction came from all directions. When Irene turned around, she saw the fire door at the end of the corridor being knocked open, and 6 2-meter-tall security robots entered one after another. Their mechanical arms glowed with a cold light, and the hydraulic clamps originally used to move drilling equipment were now slowly opening. The edges of the clamps were still stained with black oil that had not been wiped off, exactly the same as the crude oil on the mother's silver jewelry. The moment Hawk pushed Irene into the ventilation duct, the nearest robot had already raised its hydraulic clamp. The sound of metal colliding made the entire wall tremble, and he could hear Turner's laughter coming from the robot's built-in speakers. "Dear, now it's time to show you this web. Go." Hawk's roar was drowned out by the mechanical roar of the robot. Irene grabbed the external hard drive and crawled deeper into the pipe. Behind her, she heard Hawk's groan and the crisp sound of metal colliding. She didn't dare look back and could only count the iron grills of the vent. The 3rd, the 5th, the 7th, until the night wind suddenly blew in from the end of the pipe, bringing with it the dry heat unique to the desert. But mixed with the wind was the sound of mechanical footsteps getting closer and closer. The sound of metal friction stung Irene's eardrums, and the iron sheet of the ventilation duct was buzzing. Her knees hit the rusty grill, and the mobile hard drive in her hand made her palms sweat. It contained not only the genetic database, but also the fragments of the robot maintenance manual that Hawk stuffed into her hands when he used his body to protect her. The 3rd, the 5th. When she counted to the 7th vent, the duct suddenly tilted downward, and the night wind blew her hair in front of her forehead. Below was the top floor of the black market warehouse. Moonlight filtered through the broken-colored steel tiles, illuminating 6 robots surrounding Hawk in a fan shape. He leaned his back against the wreckage of the drilling rig. His baton was flying sparks from the impact of the hydraulic pliers, and his uniform on the left shoulder was cut open, dark red blood seeping out, looking like a piece of solidified tar in the moonlight. "Erin!" Hawk's roar was drowned out by the robot's mechanical sound. One of the robots suddenly turned and its hydraulic clamps scraped past his side and smashed into the ground, splashing cement debris into his face. Irene saw his pupils suddenly contract. That was a sign before the onset of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The scene of the border shooting 3 years ago was gnawing at his nerves. There was a sudden slight vibration in the ventilation duct. Irene leaned against the pipe wall and listened attentively. The sound of metal contraction was mixed with regular clicks. That was Peter Brown's geological hammer. This expert, who always likes to use the direction of rock strata as metaphors, is now squatting on the other side of the warehouse, rhythmically hitting the load-bearing columns with a hammer. 2 short and 1 long, 2 short and 1 long. The robot's path deviated slightly with each tap, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. "They are following the drilling exploration route." Peter's roar echoed in the warehouse. Harris Petroleum's exploration map 3 years ago. "Avoid load-bearing column number 11. John Wilson grabbed Emily Johnson's arm and rushed to the right. The nearest robot really paused for half a second in front of column number 11. That was the location marked for underground faults during geological exploration. David Blake picked up the steel bar on the ground and smashed it towards the infrared sensor on the robot's head. Amid the sound of metal collision, the vision light of a robot suddenly went out, and the hydraulic clamp smashed onto the shelf, causing boxes of genetic testing reagents to fall to the ground with a crash. Sarah Johnson rushed over with a medical kit and led the dizzy robot to the chemical reagent area. Acid corrosive liquid. The sensors are afraid of this. Irene's fingers danced rapidly on the external hard drive. She remembered Maggie Ogier saying that the black market's gene bank and security system shared the same server, just like the oil companies used missing persons files to cover up drilling logs. A familiar string of characters suddenly flashed in the code on the hard drive. That was the encryption protocol written by Lisa Brown for the black market, and it had a 37% overlap with the robotic arm control module in the maintenance manual that Hawk picked up. "Found it," she shouted towards the vent, her fingers typing commands on the portable terminal she carried with her. The nearest robot froze suddenly, and its hydraulic clamps fell to the ground with a clang. The second one, the third one. Their mechanical joints made a harsh friction sound like steel monsters with their spines removed. The warehouse erupted in cheers, but a chill suddenly ran down the back of Erin's neck. She saw a man walking out of the shadows. Jack Turner, the black market boss. His suit and tie were out of place in the mess of the warehouse. Behind him were 6 men in tactical vests, each holding a modified electromagnetic gun, with the red light from the muzzle pointed at David's back. "Are you having fun?" Turner's voice was like a blade dipped in honey. "I told you before, this net." He raised his hand and patted the wall. The alarm suddenly sounded. "It's time to close the net." The ground began to shake. Irene heard a dull roar coming from the bottom floor. That was the sound of the self-destruct program being activated, the clean-up site method commonly used by oil companies. Hawk staggered and held onto the drilling machine. The blood on his forehead dripped onto the ground, mixing with the oil leaked from the robot to form a dark red vortex. Turner's men began to move, and the preheating sound of the electromagnetic guns was like a swarm of buzzing poisonous bees. Irene held the terminal tightly, and found that the robot control interface that had just been cracked was flashing wildly. Turner modified the protocol, and the joints of those temporarily stagnant robots began to glow coldly again. "Run!" Hawk pointed his baton at the back door of the warehouse, his voice filled with a desperate ruthlessness. But suddenly, headlights came on from the back door, and Robert Harris's SUV rushed in over the broken glass. Thomas Green was sitting in the passenger seat. The old man's finger was on the screen of his mobile phone, which showed a countdown to self-destruction. Irene's portable terminal suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Maggie. "The gene bank data is matched successfully. Your mother's disappearance." Before she finished reading the message, the nearest robot suddenly restarted, and the hydraulic clamps brushed against her hair and hit the edge of the vent. She fell to the ground with the sound of metal breaking, and the external hard drive popped out with the impact. Code fragments flew in the moonlight like sparkling snow. Turner's laughter mixed with the sound of the self-destruct alarm, echoing in the warehouse. Hawk rushed over and grabbed her arm. David smashed the steel bar at the robot again. Peter was still knocking on the load-bearing column to try to divert the fire, but everyone was half a beat slower, because they heard a more violent roar coming from the bottom floor at the same time. The sound did not sound like the self-destruct device, but more like the sound of the drilling rig starting up. The sound of the metal alarm in the warehouse was like a rusty saw, drilling into everyone's eardrums. Irene's fingertips were still trembling. The ends of her hair that had just been rubbed by the robot's hydraulic pliers were burnt, and a wisp of green smoke was rising from behind her ears. Hawk's palm was scorching hot as he gripped her arm. It was the calluses on his palm from years of holding batons. At this moment he was pulling her hard behind a support column. 9.5 minutes. David's roar mixed with the crisp sound of steel bars hitting the robot's joints. The steel bar in his hand was already half dented, but the silver robot just tilted its head, and the red light of its mechanical eyes swept across the crowd. When the hydraulic arm was raised again, it aimed directly at the back of Sarah Johnson's neck. The doctor was squatting in the corner bandaging Jack Smith, and his calf was scratched by the robot, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. "Sarah!" Irene's scream was torn apart by the alarm. She stumbled and tried to rush over, but was pulled back by Hawk. The man's Adam's apple rolled twice, and he spun his baton in his palm, and suddenly pounced on the robot on the left that was approaching Peter Brown. The geologist's wrench hit the gear on the robot's knee, sending up a trail of sparks but leaving no dent.
"There's something wrong going on downstairs," Peter gasped. "That's not a self-destruct device. It's a drill."
They want to bury all the people and evidence here underground. Erin's terminal vibrated hot in her pocket, and only half a line of Maggie's message appeared. Your mother's disappearance in 1980 sample. She bit her lip and stuffed the terminal back into her breast pocket. Now was not the time to read this. The red light of the self-destruction countdown reflected on her face. 00087. Every time the number jumped, her tinnitus became more sharp. Amid the humming sound of the metal contracting, she suddenly heard Emily Green's voice. Kavos, come over. The biologist was crouching over an overturned server rack, tapping rapidly on a terminal that hadn't been damaged. Her white coat was stained with machine oil. Her hair tie was untied, and a few strands of blonde hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. The self-destruct program uses Turner's private protocol, but the gene bank's firewall shares the same hash value with it. I need your help locating the JAMA sequence. Irene's breathing suddenly hitched. She remembered Maggie mentioned that Emily had studied the cross-interference between gene editing and electronic protocols at Stanford, a paper bought out by an oil company. What do you need? She knelt beside Emily, and the blue light of the terminal illuminated their folded hands. Repetitive sequences of mitochondrial DNA. Emily called up the gene library interface. Turner's self-destruct code uses a circular check. As long as a repetitive sequence that matches the core gene of his server is entered, a logical deadlock can be created. Her fingertips flew across the keyboard. Look at this. Sample number 17. Cree female. No mixed blood record within 4 generations. The same structure as your mother's ancestry certificate. Erin's finger hovered over the enter key and suddenly stopped. On the terminal screen, the name column of sample number 17 reads Mary Cavus. That was her mother's name. There's no time. Emily grabbed her wrist and pressed it down. Trust me, this is the only way. The moment the alarm suddenly changed tone, Hawk's baton was stuck in the gap of the robot's elbow joint. He could hear the harsh sound of the gears meshing, and sweat dripped down his chin to the ground, mixing with Jack Smith's blood and leaving dark red spots on the concrete floor. The robot suddenly stopped moving, and the red light of its mechanical eyes turned amber. Stop. David's steel bar fell to the ground with a clang. He wiped the blood off his face and looked up at the top of the warehouse. The self-destruction countdown stopped at 000512, and the red light strip was like a videotape with the pause button pressed. As Erin stood up, she felt a dull pain in her knee. The terminal was still in her hand, and Mary Carvis's genetic sequence flowed across the screen like a glowing ribbon. She looked over at Emily, who was crossing herself over the server racks, her lips moving, as if to say thank the saints. But this piece only lasted 3 seconds. Suddenly a sound of metal rubbing came from the shadow of the warehouse's back wall. Thomas Green walked out with a cane, his camel-colored suit spotless, but in his right hand he held a black pistol, the muzzle of the gun pressed against Sarah Johnson's temple. The doctor's white coat was torn to pieces, and his left face was swollen. Obviously he had just been slapped. Congratulations on pausing the self-destruct sequence. The old man's voice was like aged oak wine, mellow but with a hint of thorns. But Mr. Turner's cooperation agreement did not say that the gene bank data should be left to a group of nosy social workers and police. With a light push of his thumb, Sarah's neck was pressed against the cold barrel of the gun. Now give me the hard drive. Erin's eyes flickered over Sarah's shaking fingertips as the doctor scratched something on Thomas's wrist with her nails, a Morse code that only community first responders could understand. He has a backup gun. It's on the inside of his left leg. Hawk's hand had already reached for the pistol at his waist, but David quietly pulled it back. The hybrid leader shook his head slightly. Thomas stood in the shadows while Sarah was positioned facing the remaining muzzles of the 3 robots' guns. As soon as the gunshot is heard, the robotic arms that are paused but not shut down may start again at any time. The hard drive is in the vent. Irene spoke, her voice so steady that even she was surprised. She pointed to the hole in the ceiling that had been made by the robot's hydraulic pliers. I just fell in there. I need to... Don't play tricks, Miss Carvos. Thomas tapped the ground with the tip of his cane. Your mother was just as smart. He glanced at Irene's shocked face, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mary Carvos's genetic data can be sold for a good price. The air in the warehouse suddenly froze. The red light of the self-destruct program was still flickering, but the roar of the drilling rig on the bottom floor became clearer, like some giant beast awakening underground. Irene's terminal vibrated again, and Maggie's message finally finished. Your mother's disappearance is the same as the 1980 sample, and the gene bank contains, but this time, no one had time to read on. Thomas raised the muzzle of his gun slightly, and Sarah's tears dripped onto the back of his hand, leaving a dark spot on his suit. And in the shadows invisible to everyone, Mark White was holding another gun, quietly pointing it at Hawk's back. The fluorescent lights in the warehouse glowed bloody rust in the red light of the self-destruct sequence. The barrel of Thomas Green's gun was pressed against the artery at the back of Sarah's neck. The carvings on the silver-plated revolver made a slight scraping sound as it shook, which was very much like the rattlesnake tail ring that Irene had heard in the reservation during her childhood. The back of Sarah's white coat was stained with dark sweat. Her fingers were pale as she gripped Thomas's wrist, her nails almost digging into the old man's loose skin. What are you thinking about, Miss Carvos? Thomas's voice was like sandpaper polishing metal. Are you recalling your mother's screams when she was dragged into the refrigerated truck? Or are you thinking about how to use that pile of crappy data to exchange for the doctor's life? His thumb slowly pressed down the hammer, and Sarah's Adam's apple rolled violently. A tear slid down her chin and hit his cufflinks, splashing a tiny splash of water. Irene's temple was throbbing, and the tinnitus in her ears suddenly became as sharp as an alarm. The encrypted file that was cracked in the black market gene bank 3 days ago suddenly appeared on his retina. Thomas Green's great-grandfather, a tribal elder, recorded as a pure-blooded Cree in 1912, had his paternal name on the actual pedigree certificate tampered with. She had seen that name in old newspapers in the Quebec archives. It was a speculator who had served as a land broker for oil companies. There's a problem with your family's pedigree certification. When she spoke, her throat felt like it was rubbed by sandpaper. According to the 1912 family tree, your great-grandfather's father was not Joseph Green, but Henry Crawford. She saw Thomas's pupils suddenly shrink. Crawford made his first fortune by selling Aboriginal land to Standard Oil. And your great-grandmother, she paused deliberately, staring at the throbbing blood vessels at the old man's temples, was his maid, half Irish. There were gasps in the warehouse. Elder Emily Martin banged her cane on the concrete floor. Thomas, is this true? The muzzle of Thomas's gun shifted slightly, and Sarah took the opportunity to lean to the side half an inch. Hawk's fingers curled and unclenched at his sides. He could smell the gunpowder in the air. The barrel of Mark White's gun was only 10 centimeters away from his back. The guy's breathing sounded like a broken bellows, clearer than the roar of a drill. Do you think I'm afraid of such an old story? Thomas's voice trembled, but his hand holding the gun was abnormally steady. The current reservation committee only looks at the bloodline ratio within 4 generations. Even if my great-grandfather, but your son is running for the New Mexico state senator, Irene interrupted him, the terminal burning in her palm. Maggie's message was still stuck behind hidden in the gene bank. His campaign materials say 6/7 Cree ancestry, but if the paternal bloodline of his great-grandfather was diluted, she saw the veins on Thomas's neck bulging. The people at the State Election Commission should be very interested in knowing this. The roar of the drilling rig suddenly rose, like some enraged beast. Mark White's gun shook, and Hawk caught the wavering of the shadow. This idiot who always followed the elders cared most about the reputation of the Thomas family. He deliberately staggered and knocked over the oil drum at his feet. At the moment of the metal collision, David Blake suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing the old scar on his chest from collarbone to navel. Look at this. 3 years ago, when you let the drilling rig crush my ribs for the drilling rights, you didn't mention bloodline. Sarah took the opportunity to bite Thomas's wrist. The old man let go of the revolver in pain, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Almost instantly, Hawk turned and rammed into Mark White's arm. The gunshot grazed his ear and hit the ceiling, sending lime rustling onto Emily Johnson's moccasins. David White, the undercover police officer who always hid in the shadows, got behind Thomas at some point and accurately hit him in the elbow with a tactical baton. This was the subjugation technique that Hawk taught him at the border station last week. Sarah, Linda Thompson, rushed over and hugged the collapsed doctor, with the reporter's camera still hanging around her neck, the lens flashing non-stop. Thomas was pinned to the ground, still screaming, "You can't win. Lisa has already started." The sound of an alarm suddenly tore through the air. Light blue gas suddenly gushed out of the ceiling vents, and electronic buzzing mixed with the ringing in Irene's ears. The half-open metal shutter door fell down with a clang. Jack Smith rushed over to pull the door handle, and his palms were burned red. Electric. He retracted his hand, and smoke came out of his fingertips. "It's the black market security system." Biologist Emily Green's face glowed blue in the blue light. "Lisa Brown has cut off all external connections. Now this is an electronic prison." She pointed to the surveillance screen on the wall. The picture outside the warehouse turned into snowflakes. Only the small window in the middle showed the hacker's hands painted with silver nail polish, typing on the keyboard. "Welcome to my party, everyone." Lisa's voice came through the radio, with the mechanical feeling of a voice changer. "Want to go out? Go through my firewall first." Her nails scratched across the screen, and countless jumping codes suddenly popped up in the monitor. "By the way," she moved her face close to the camera and blinked her silver-powdered eyelids, "I've sped up the countdown for the self-destruct program for you." The complete message finally popped up on Irene's terminal. "Your mother's disappearance is the same as the 1980 sample. The gene bank contains perfect labor embryos, cultivated with the DNA of the missing person." She looked up at the vent that was still shaking slightly. The hard drive hidden there was now sliding into a deeper pipe as the security system vibrated. Hawk pulled off his coat and wrapped it around Sarah's shoulders. His hands were still shaking, a sign of post-traumatic stress disorder, but his voice was as steady as an old oak tree in the desert. "Erin, where is the hard drive?" "The ventilation duct." She pointed to the hole in the ceiling. "But Lisa has locked all the circuits. The robot arm may restart at any time." Amid the roar of the drilling rig, there was a sharp whistling sound of metal friction. The paused robotic arm was slowly raising the hydraulic clamp, and the serrations on the jaws glowed coldly in the blue light. On the other side of the warehouse, on the drilling rig operating table that was originally closed, a red countdown began to tick. Emily Johnson pulled out the short knife from her waist and used the tip of the knife to pry open the deerskin rope on her sleeves. "I'll climb the ventilation duct." She looked at Irene. "That's how your mother climbed out, right?" The ringing in Irene's ears was suddenly covered by a clearer sound. It was the metallic contraction sound of a refrigerated truck engine, exactly the same as the truck that took her mother away 20 years ago. "Wait." She grabbed Emily's wrist. Maggie said there were embryos in the gene bank, but no one could finish the sentence. The surveillance screen suddenly burst into a blinding white light, and Lisa's laughter was torn apart by the sound of electricity. Mark White had picked up Thomas's revolver at some point. He no longer pointed the muzzle at Hawk, but at Sarah's temple. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth that was split by Hawk. "Now tell me where the hard drive is." There was a dull thud of something hard falling from deep within the ventilation duct. In the red light of the self-destruct program, everyone's shadow was stretched out, like countless ghosts with outstretched hands. The roar of the drilling rig was like a blunt hammer, hitting Irene's temple again and again. She stared at the red countdown jumping on the surveillance screen. 09:45:12, 14 seconds shorter than before. The muffled sound coming from the ventilation duct continued. When Emily Johnson cut her cuff with a deerskin dagger, she found that the yellow deerskin rope was still wrapped with half a faded silver ornament, exactly the same as the one tied around her wrist in the old photo of Irene's mother. The hard drive is here. Sarah Johnson suddenly raised her voice. Her neck was tilted by the gun that Mark White pressed against her temple, but she still forced her chin forward 2 inches. But if you kill me, you will never find where it is hidden. Mark's finger trembled slightly on the trigger. He covered the corner of his mouth, but was cracked by Hawk with his other hand. Blood foam mixed with saliva dripped onto Sarah's white coat like a blooming red poppy. Hawk's Adam's apple moved. 3 days ago at the border checkpoint, he watched the drug dealer put the tip of a knife to the intern's throat. At that time, he chose to draw his gun, but the bullet grazed the intern's collarbone and shot into the intern's heart. At this moment, he could hear the harsh sound of sand rubbing against each other in the sound of his own heartbeat. This was a sign before the onset of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, just like a sandstorm that suddenly blew up in the desert, first rolling up some gravel. Irene, Peter Brown's voice rang in his ears. The geologist was squatting under the operating table, using a Swiss Army knife to peel off the rubber outer layer of the wire. The system power is a parallel circuit. Look at this interface. He pulled out 2 tangled blue wires. The main power supply and backup power supply share the same ground terminal. If a reverse pulse is in, Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified. It was the sharp whistling sound of metal contracting. Exactly the same sound as that rainy night 20 years ago. She was huddled in the closet at the time, and saw through the gap that her mother was dragged towards the refrigerated truck. When the metal door of the trunk closed, the sound of the engine cooling down was just like it is now, like countless steel needles jumping in her ear canal. She grabbed Peter's wrist fiercely, used the current from the drill's hydraulic pump. Maggie said that the gene bank server uses an industrial-grade voltage regulator, and the reverse pulse will overload it. Mark's gun barrel shook. Sarah took the opportunity to hit his soft spot with her elbow, but he pushed her back and she fell onto the operating table. Hawk had already reached for the taser at his waist, the only non-lethal weapon he dared to use after the car accident. But just as his fingers gripped the gun handle, he saw Irene rushing towards the hydraulic pump control console, her hair stained with broken glass from the explosion of the surveillance screen, like a burning wildfire. 3 seconds later, Peter shouted at the top of his voice, wrapping 2 blue wires around the output of the hydraulic pump. "I'll count to 3. 1. Erin's finger hovered above the emergency stop button of the hydraulic pump. She could see her own shadow on the edge of the operating table, overlapping with the little girl chasing the truck in her mother's old photo album. 2. Mark's revolver pushed into Sarah's skin, and blood dripped down the barrel and onto his shiny leather boots. 3. The hydraulic pump let out a dying whine. The moment Irene pressed the emergency stop button, the lights in the entire warehouse began to flash. In the snowy noise of the surveillance screen, Lisa Brown's face suddenly twisted into pixel fragments, and her laughter was torn into pieces by the electric current. "You think?" System garbled codes poured out like a tide. Erin's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. She could smell the smell of burnt wires mixed with the smell of her own blood. She had bitten her lip when she bumped into the corner of the table. When the exit unlocked prompt sounded, the countdown jumped to 09. "East cargo door." Peter pointed at the area on the surveillance screen that suddenly turned green. The alarm suddenly changed its tone. 7 security robots slid out from the cracks in the walls on both sides of the warehouse door. Serrated blades popped out from the front of their robotic arms, and red scanning lights swept back and forth among the crowd. The leading robot made a synthetic voice. "Illegal intrusion detected. Initiating clearing procedures." "Damn it." Hawk finally took out the taser, but stopped the moment he touched the handle. It was given to him by his partner before he died. and it was engraved with "To the old dog in the desert, don't be too lonely." The sound of sand rubbing against each other exploded in his ears, and before his eyes flashed the image of his partner's forehead being pierced by a drug dealer's bullet. "Follow me." Emily Johnson's voice came from the ventilation duct. At some point, she had climbed to the inspection hole on the ceiling, with a dagger stuck in the metal pipe wall, and was throwing down knots. "That's where your mother climbed out," I countered. "The pipe leads to the exhaust outlet of the drilling platform." Irene looked up and saw that the light leaking from the ventilation duct was shining on the silver ornament on Emily's wrist. It was a half-moon-shaped totem, and together with the half-sun-shaped totem among her mother's relics, they should be the starry sky emblem of the Cree people. "The hard drive is in the compartment of my medical kit," Sarah suddenly shouted. She snatched Mark's gun while he was distracted, but when she turned around, she was locked by the robot's scanning light. The blade of the mechanical arm cut her sleeve, leaving blood marks on her arm. "Erin, take it to find Maggie. Everyone pay attention." A deep male voice came from the radio, the face of the black market boss. Jack Turner appeared on the broken surveillance screen. He was smoking a cigar, and behind him was a holographic projection of the genetic database. "I have notified the border police, and they will be here in 5 minutes. Hand over the hard drive now, and I guarantee that you can walk out of here alive. If the police find out," he exhaled a puff of cigarette, "guess, will they believe the oil company's lawyer first, or a group of illegal indigenous people crossing the border?" The countdown jumped to 0. The blade of the security robot drew sparks on the ground, and Mark White raised his revolver again, this time pointing the muzzle at Irene. The knot in the ventilation duct swayed, and Emily's face was hidden in the shadow, so her expression could not be seen. Hawk's taser caused a cold sweat to form in his palm. He looked at Irene, who was clutching the hard drive that she had ripped off the console. The glass shards in her hair gleamed coldly, like the broken stars in her partner's eyes before he died. The sound of sand rubbing against each other suddenly disappeared, and he heard himself say, "I'll cover you, you go." 3 kilometers outside the warehouse, the shrill sound of sirens was piercing through the desert twilight, like a string that was getting tighter and tighter. The alarm echoed sharply in the metal warehouse. Hawk gripped the taser tightly, his palm sweating. He looked at the broken glass on the ends of Irene's hair. It was scratched by the overturned surveillance screen when she was dodging the robotic arm just now. Blood was flowing down her forearm, leaving a light red mark on the hard drive casing. "Turn left in 3 seconds." David Blake's voice suddenly sounded, mixed with the friction sound of the robot's joints. The hybrid leader picked up the hydraulic pliers from the corner and accurately hit the security robot's infrared sensor eye. The swing trajectory of the mechanical arm was indeed off by half an inch, brushing Hawk's shoulder and hitting the load-bearing column, and blue-white sparks burst out from the metal depression. Hawk took the opportunity to pounce on the heat dissipation vent on the robot's abdomen, and the electrode of the taser gun pierced into the exposed circuit with a sizzle. The robot made a shrill beeping sound, and its 6 mechanical legs suddenly curled up into a ball, like a metal spider that was stepped on. Mark White's revolver fired, and the bullet grazed Hawk's ear and lodged in the wall. He smelled burnt gunpowder and felt a familiar smell of rust in his throat. It was the after effects of the desert ambush 3 years ago. When the bullets were too close, he would always remember the sound of his partner's blood seeping into the sand as he fell into his arms. "Erin," he yelled at the top of his voice, and caught a glimpse of the figure in front of the console out of the corner of his eye. Erin was stuffing the hard drive into the biometric lockbox Emily Green handed her. The biologist's fingertips danced rapidly on the holographic screen, and the green light of the gene sequence made her eyes sparkle. "It's a match. The mitochondrial DNA markers of the 13 bodies are completely consistent with the human tissue samples in the groundwater of the oil company's drilling area. They are using the genes of the missing to contaminate the geological report, and cover up illegal mining.
30 seconds left.
Emily Johnson's whisper came from the ventilation duct. The tribal warrior was hanging in midair, cutting the last surveillance wire with a dagger, and dust fell on her face. The police lights have already reached the outer wall of the warehouse. The moment the warehouse door was knocked open, Hawk felt his heart beating like a drum. 6 or 7 policemen wearing tactical vests rushed in with guns drawn. The white light from the searchlights was so blinding that people could not open their eyes. Jack Turner walked out of the shadows with a cigar in his mouth, his shiny slicked back hair shining coldly under the light. "Officer, this group of people illegally broke into my private warehouse and attempted to destroy important equipment." He winked at Mark White, who immediately threw his revolver at Irene's feet. "You see, the murder weapon is in her hands." "Bullshit." Irene's hand holding the biological lockbox was throbbing with veins popping out. "He is the mastermind behind the black market gene database. It contains the DNA records of 2,000 missing Aboriginal people in the past 10 years. Enough." The leading police officer raised his baton and knocked on the shield. "Shut up." His eyes swept across the police badge on Hawk's chest, and suddenly stopped. "Reyes? Aren't you an Arizona Border Patrol officer? How did you get mixed up with these illegal border crossers?"
They are not illegal border crossers. Hawk took a step forward, and the pistol on his waist was blocked by the police's shield.
"Here is crucial evidence of multiple murders. I demand that you immediately arrest Jack Turner and Thomas Green." "Officer Reyes." The oil company representative squeezed out from behind the police. His suit and tie looked out of place in the oil-stained warehouse. "I suggest you figure out where you stand." His eyes swept over the biological lockbox in Irene's arms, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Besides, who can prove that these evidences are not forged by you?" The smell of gunpowder in the air was so thick that it could not be dispelled. Thomas Green suddenly started coughing, holding Mark White's shoulder and gasping for breath. "Officer, I am a tribal elder, and these young people have been misled by the instigators." His cloudy eyes swept over Richard Green in the crowd, who immediately lowered his head and crushed the engine oil on the ground with his toes. "Wait a moment." Everyone's eyes turned to the corner of the warehouse. The tall and thin man huddled in the shadows raised his head, and the police light reflected a cold light on the badge on his chest. David White. Hawk remembered this name, the black market insider mentioned by his informant Tom 3 months ago. At this moment he was pulling off the dirty scarf on his face, and his Adam's apple moved. "I am an undercover agent of the Border Police, and I have been lurking under Jack Turner for 2 years." There was a sound of gasps in the warehouse. Jack Turner's cigar fell to the ground with a clack, and sparks splashed on his shiny leather shoes. "Are you crazy? I have 2 years of transaction records, murder videos, and operation logs of the genetic database." David White took out a waterproof USB flash drive from his arms, his knuckles turning white from the force. Oil companies used the genes of missing persons to falsify geological data. Thomas Green used the tribe's name to cover up drilling rights, and Jack Turner was responsible for destroying all biological evidence. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Mark White's revolver was suddenly pressed against David White's temple. "Your wife is working the night shift at the community hospital, and your son didn't come home from school today." "Shut up." David White's voice was trembling, but he still pushed the USB drive towards the police. "They've been following my family for 3 months, and they placed a tracker in my son's school bag last week." His eyes swept over the biological lockbox in Irene's arms, and his voice suddenly raised. "But those girls' deaths cannot be in vain. My daughter is also 16 years old this year. I can't let her become the next." Mark White's finger was on the trigger. Hawk tried to rush forward, but was stopped by the police's shield. Irene's nails almost dug into her palms. She saw David White's pupils trembling, like a butterfly wet by a rainstorm. Jack Turner was slowly bending down to pick up his cigar, with sparks flickering in his eyes. "Young man, it's not too late to turn back now. The sirens suddenly changed their tone. Support had arrived. More footsteps were heard outside the warehouse, and the white light of the flashlight slanted in through the broken window, drawing a boundary between light and dark on David White's face. He looked at the beam of light. His Adam's apple moved, and finally raised his head to look at the leading police officer. "I want to make a formal testimony," but Hawk noticed that his hands were shaking as he handed over the USB drive. A very, very slight shake, like a reed in the autumn wind. The corner of Jack Turner's mouth had already raised half an inch. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Phoenix was still wrapped in darkness. When Hawk parked the Chevrolet in the alley behind the archives, there was still a thin layer of frost on the front windshield. In the passenger seat, Irene was rubbing her thumb over the metal edge of the biometric lockbox that contained the USB flash drive that David White had risked his life to hand over. It contained the GPS coordinates of women who had disappeared at the US-Canada border over the past 20. Each red dot was like a needle piercing her retina. Emily said that the system will be updated at midnight, and there will be a 10-minute blind spot for the surveillance. Hawk tugged at the wrinkled collar of his police uniform. His Adam's apple moved. 3 years ago I caught a drug addict who stole files, and she helped me to complete the file. Irene didn't respond. She looked at the warm yellow light on the 3rd floor of the archives, and remembered that when she was taking a statement at the police station last night, Jack Turner's lawyer swaggered in and glanced in the direction of the evidence room. The look in her eyes was like a snake spitting out its tongue, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. When archivist Emily Adams opened the back door, she was holding a mug in her arms, and the steam fogged up her round-framed glasses. William Thompson's file. She led the two to the microfilm reader, her fingertips tapping quickly on the keyboard. Before retiring, she was a project coordinator in the Border Security Division, and she retired in. The system only contains the entry form and 2 commendation documents. Appreciation. Hawk moved closer to the screen, and the bold words on the film made him squint. Advanced Individual of the US-Canada Border Joint Patrol Program in 2015. An Outstanding Contribution Award for Energy Pipeline Security and Irene suddenly pressed the back of Emily's hand. Energy pipeline? The second phase of the transcontinental pipeline, from Alberta to Arizona. Emily pushed up her glasses. Thompson is responsible for coordinating land acquisition on Native American reservations. The protests were very violent at the time, and there were several radical elements. She trailed off, and then they all disappeared. Hawk's fingers tapped a rapid rhythm on the table. He recalled the gas receipts he found under the driver's seat of a refrigerated truck last week. The farthest stop was in Fort McMurray, Alberta, the starting point of the oil pipeline. "Are there any records after retirement?" Irene asked. Emily shook her head and pulled up public records. The Social Security system shows that he lives on a ranch outside Tucson, but there are no medical, shopping, or transportation records for the past 3 years. His wife, Catherine Thompson, she paused, was reported missing 3 months ago, but the case was dropped 2 weeks later. The ranch outside Tucson was wrapped in morning mist, and the rusty wire hanging on the fence whistled in the wind. As Erin stepped across the frosty grass, she heard a metallic sound, the heels of Hawk's boots scraping against old gears buried in the soil. The sound made her ears ring, like bees buzzing in her ear canals. She squinted her eyes. She had seen this type of gear on the heating stove in the old church on the reservation. It was made in Canada. When Catherine Thompson opened the door, the chain was only 5 inches open. Her silver hair was neatly combed, and her pearl earrings shone coldly in the morning light, but the wrinkles at the end of her eyes were still stained with unwiped mascara. "You said there was news about my husband. We are investigating disappearances at the border." Hawk showed his badge. "The project Mr. Thompson was involved in before his retirement may involve." "He's dead," Catherine interrupted suddenly, and the door chain unfastened with a rattle. As she turned, Irene glimpsed a black-framed photograph on the entryway table. William Thompson in uniform, his metals gleaming dully under the glass. The living room smelled of cold coffee. The rim of the mug Catherine handed over had a circle of lipstick marks on it, which was completely different from the bean paste color she was wearing now. Irene noticed that her hand holding the cup was shaking, and her knuckles were unnaturally bluish, as if she had been taking some kind of medication for a long time. "What do you want to know?" Catherine sat in the rocking chair with a crocheted blanket on her knees. "He doesn't like to talk after he retired. He just reads newspapers and trims roses every day. Last winter," her Adam's apple moved. "He said he was going to Calgary to meet an old colleague. And then..." "Calgary?" Erin asked. "Which old colleague?" Catherine dug her nails into the blanket, and a ball of yarn rolled out between her fingers. "He didn't say." Hawk took out the list of missing women, provided by David, from his briefcase, and pushed it onto the coffee table. In November 2017, Cree girl Lydia Bell disappeared and was last seen at boundary marker 17 on the US-Canada border. Your husband was in charge of land assessment there at the time. Catherine glanced over the list and suddenly started coughing violently. Irene stood up to pat her back, but when she bent down, she saw half a piece of brown paper sticking out from the gap in the rocking chair. It was a hospital examination form, with William Thompson's name written in the column, and the diagnosis advanced lung cancer with a survival period of 3 months. The date is December. Your husband is not missing at all. Irene straightened up and lowered her voice. He knew he didn't have much time, so he was in a hurry to go to Calgary. Did he leave anything behind? Journal, notes. Catherine's pupils suddenly contracted. She stood up suddenly, and the blanket fell to the ground, revealing the tin box hidden under the rocking chair. There was a fresh scratch on the lid of the box, as if it had been pried open by a sharp object. You should go now. She grabbed the list on the coffee table, her fingertips almost piercing the paper. This has nothing to do with Bill, and even less with me. The doorbell suddenly rang. Catherine's face turned pale instantly. She looked towards the entrance, her Adam's apple rolling up and down, as if someone was strangling her neck. Hawk was already standing in front of Irene, with his right hand on his waist. Although his service gun was left in the car, his knuckles turned white from the force. "Mrs. Thompson." A deep male voice came from the other side of the door, with the sound of sandpaper scraping against metal. "I'm John Davis, here to pick up your husband's belongings."
Irene saw that Catherine's hands were shaking, and the key to the tin box fell out of her pocket and rolled to Hawk's feet with a jingle.
"Open the door." John Davis's voice came closer, and the glass on the door frame began to vibrate. "I know you called Calgary last night, and I know what Bill wrote in his diary." Catherine suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Her breathing was as rapid as a bellows, and she leaned close to Irene's ear and said, "In the rose garden, the one at the far west." There was the sound of a doorknob turning. The moment the doorknob turned, Irene smelled the scent of rust mixed with turpentine. It was gun oil. John Davis pushed the door open too hard, and the doorframe hit the wall with a dull thud. He was wearing a pair of washed-out khaki overalls, and a worn police badge on his left breast pocket. But the pattern on the badge was wrong. The badge of the US-Canadian Border Patrol should be a double eagle holding an olive branch, but his was a broken chain. "Mrs. Thompson." His eyes swept across the 3 people in the living room, and when he stopped at Catherine's hand holding the list, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The things your husband has hidden for 30 years should be returned to their original owner." Hawk stood half a step in front of Irene, protecting her lower back with his right hand. He could hear the throbbing sound in his temple, just like when he was ambushed in the desert 3 years ago. He thought the gun on his waist could save his life, but the bullet jammed and his partner's blood splattered on his police badge, which he washed 7 times, but it didn't come off. He didn't have a gun with him at the moment, but his muscle memory awakened before his fear, and he turned sideways, letting the back of the sofa block John's frontal view. Catherine suddenly screamed, not because of the threat, but because John's leather boots crushed the porcelain pieces at his feet. That was the antique teacup that she knocked over when the key fell just now. The fragments pierced the edge of her slippers, and blood oozed out, leaving small red spots on the off-white carpet. Irene saw her staring at the red, and her Adam's apple moved as if she was swallowing a word. The tree at the westernmost end of the rose garden. Catherine's previous words were interrupted by the doorbell. At this moment she stared at the oil painting on the wall. The painting shows a rose garden in May, with pink flowers climbing all over the wrought iron arches. The old rose on the westernmost side was painted with heavy vermilion by the painter, and the edges of the petals were black, like blood stains. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp, and the buzzing sound of metal friction exploded in her ears. She remembered the same sound when the engine of a refrigerated truck started in the reservation warehouse 3 months ago. She was squatting next to a rusty metal box and heard slight scratches on the bottom of the box. Later she found out that they were marks left by the fingernails of the girl who was locked in the mezzanine. At this moment the sound came from the painting frame. She pretended to help Catherine and her fingertips swept over the edge of the frame. The wooden tenons were loose, and there was a thin iron plate underneath. "Hand over your stuff." John's roar shook the crystal chandelier, and he picked up the copper paperweight on the coffee table and threw it at Hawk. Hawk ducked to avoid it, and pulled down the flower stand next to him, and the green ivy vines wrapped around John's ankles. Taking advantage of this gap, Irene stood on tiptoe and lifted the picture frame. The sound of the iron plate rubbing against the wall was covered by the sound of the green ivy pot breaking. A dark brown leather diary was revealed in the secret compartment, with the gold-plated words, "William Thompson, Beach." John's pupils suddenly contracted. He shook off the green ivy and pounced over. The holster on his waist rubbed against the armrest of the sofa, revealing half of the gun barrel. Hawk picked up a piece of broken porcelain and stabbed it at his wrist. It was a fragment of Catherine's teacup just now, sharp enough to cut an artery. John pulled his hand back in pain. The holster buckle broke, and the pistol fell to Irene's feet with a clang. David finally recovered from his shock. The half-breed leader, who usually wore handmade deerskin boots, charged at John like a deer running headfirst into a trap. The two rolled on the carpet, and David's silver earring scratched John's cheek. Blood splattered on the cover of the diary, overlapping with the scarlet rose in the painting. "You will die on the border." John's voice was like sandpaper grinding on rusty gears. He grabbed David by the back of the neck and slammed him against the wall. William wrote the drilling coordinates on page 17. "It's useless for you to find them. Those wells have been filled up long ago. The soil used to fill the wells is enough to bury 10 of you." Irene clutched the diary and ran to the door, but Hawk grabbed her collar and pulled her back. The glass in the entrance hall suddenly exploded. Was it John's accomplice? No, it was Catherine who picked up the brass poker on the mantelpiece. The old woman's hands were still shaking, but she hit John's knee accurately with the tongs. Those were the tools her husband used to clean the ash from the stove, and the tip covered with ash now pierced into his popliteal fossa. "Get out." Catherine's voice was like a cracking bronze bell. "Bill said that these secrets should be taken to the coffin, but they won't even let him rest in the coffin." John stumbled back, crushing the porcelain shards and green ivy leaves on the floor. He wiped the blood off his face, glanced at the diary in Irene's arms, and suddenly laughed. "Do you think you win by getting the diary? Do you know when William last saw me? At 3 in the morning last Wednesday, he signed a waiver of medical treatment in the emergency room. He tapped his temple with his knuckles. He was still able to speak at that time, saying, 'Davis, remember to give Catherine the key to the rose garden.'" Irene's tinnitus started again, sharper than ever. She looked down at the diary and saw half a key sticking out from the cover. Exactly the same key that Catherine had dropped at Hawk's feet just now. The sound of sirens came from a distance. It was Hawk who had just sent the location to the bureau during the chaos. John took one last glance at the rose garden painting on the wall. turned around, broke open the broken door, and rushed out. The wind blew in, making the pages of the diary turn rustling. On page 17, the pen-written words were clearly visible. 120 kilometers from the no man's corridor. Coordinate 180 3 by 2 my 10 routine 10 well. Well depth vow 1800 meters, sealed with missing persons files. Catherine slumped down on the couch and grabbed the list from the coffee table. Only then did Irene realize that the name at the top of the list was Mary Cavos, her mother, a Cree woman who disappeared in. Hawk picked up the pistol on the ground, with JD 1985 engraved on the handle. He took out his cell phone and took a picture of the number. When he looked up, he saw Irene stuffing the diary into the inner pocket of her coat. The moment the metal buckle was fastened, the tinnitus in his ears suddenly disappeared, leaving only the shrill wailing of sirens outside the window, like an alarm for something about to break out of its cocoon. The taillights of John Davis's car flashed around the corner, the license plate covered in mud. But Irene remembered the tattoo on the back of his neck. It was a black and red rose, exactly the same as the one on the west side in the painting on the wall. At 3 o'clock in the morning, raindrops wrapped in the smell of rust penetrated the windows of the old Ford. Hawk stepped on the accelerator deeper, and the wipers drew 2 sharp arcs on the windshield. In the back seat, Irene wrapped her diary tightly in her coat, the metal buckle pressing against her ribs and causing pain. Ever since John broke down the door and walked out, her tinnitus had been like the receding tide, leaving only a faint buzzing sound. But at this moment, it suddenly became sharp with the sound of the wheels rolling over the accumulated water. The silver pickup truck behind us on the right has been following us for 3 intersections. David Blake's voice came from the passenger seat. The mixed-race leader was pointing his cell phone camera at the rear window. The reflection on the screen was blurred by the rain. The license plate mud was not washed off, revealing half of the blue border of Arizona. Hawk's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. He remembered that just now at Catherine's house, there was still half a bullet stuck in the wooden doorframe that John had knocked open. It was .38 caliber, and the rifling pattern was completely different from that of his own gun. But the JD 1985 mark on the handle was exactly the same as the mark on the bullet that Madiogia removed from the skeleton of the 1987 missing case in the Quebec laboratory. Peter's place is protected from eavesdropping. David put his phone in his inner pocket. He was an advisor on Indian affairs to the Senate 20 years ago. He knows how to hide things. Irene touched the diary in the inner pocket of her coat. The words on page 17 were still flashing before her eyes. 120 kilometers into the unmanned corridor. Use the missing persons file to seal the well. Mother Mary Carvas's name was at the top of the list, the edges of the ink yellowing as if soaked with tears. She suddenly remembered that when she was 7 years old, her mother squatted in the birch forest in the reservation to teach her to identify blueberries. She said, "Some secrets are like tree roots, entangled into a web underground." At that time, the wind lifted her mother's headscarf, revealing a crescent-shaped scar on the back of her neck, which overlapped terribly with the black and red rose tattoo on the back of John's neck. When Old Ford turned into an alley lined with fir trees, the rain suddenly got heavier. A warm yellow light was lit in the second-floor windows, and a bald man in a tweed jacket was pulling the blinds a crack. Peter Green's study smells like a mixture of old books and tobacco. The oak desk is piled with yellowed copies of the compilation of US-Canada border treaties, and a label Aboriginal Land Rights Litigation 1978-1995 is affixed to the metal cabinet in the corner. In November 1983, the United States and Canada signed the Memorandum of Understanding on sharing border resources. Peter put on his tortoise-shell glasses and stroked the faded gold lines on the diary. On the surface, it is about coordinating the development of cross-border rivers. But there is actually a clause circled in red in the appendix,
Special area resource exploration can be conducted using non-public population statistics. He opened his notebook and a yellowed photo fell out from between the pages. It was of 3 men in suits shaking hands, with oil rigs looming in the background. This was the signing scene that year. The man in the middle is the Deputy Minister of Energy, and the one on the right. He looked up at Irene. He is John Davis's father, the founder of Davis Oil Company.
Hawk placed his pistol on the table. The inscription on the gun handle glowed coldly under the lamp. Peter took a closer look and suddenly gasped. In the winter of 1985, 12 Aboriginal women disappeared in Alberta. The local police's case report stated that they voluntarily left the reserve, but I found a sealed meeting record in the provincial archives, which mentioned using the missing persons file to seal the well. He turned to page 17 of the diary and stopped at the line. Well depth. 1. Shell gas wells drilled to 1,800 meters are prone to cause stratum cracks. The technical method used to deal with leaks at the time his Adam's apple moved was to seal the well with concrete, but it requires a lot of filling material. Irene's ears suddenly exploded. She thought of the 13 bodies in the refrigerated truck, their skin frozen like wax figures, their fingernails embedded with concrete chips. The diary was hot in her palm, and her mother's name was jumping on the list like an endless fire. Here, David suddenly pointed to another page in the diary. June 15th, 1992. There was a map at the bottom of Mary's blueberry jam jar. Irene, did your mother have an old can of blueberry jam? Erin's breath hitched. She remembered that when she was sorting out her mother's old things last year, she found a rusty sardine can at the bottom of a wooden box in the attic. There was nothing inside except a yellowed baby photo. At this moment, she took out her mobile phone and flipped through the photo. The baby girl in the cradle had a silver cross hanging around her neck, and the background was a grassland full of purple flowers, exactly the same as the dried asters pressed on the title page of the diary. Aster is the iconic plant of Alberta's deserted corridor. Peter pushed his glasses up. There are coordinates written in pencil on the back of the photo. He suddenly paused and looked out the window. In the rain, the lights of a silver pickup truck flashed. Hawk had already reached for the gun. He walked to the window and saw through the gap in the blinds. A pickup truck parked at the entrance of the alley. A figure in the driver's seat was smoking, and between the flickering sparks of light, he could vaguely see a dark red mark on the back of his neck, like a rose that had not fully bloomed. They found us. David's voice was low. Peter, is your line being tapped? I just changed the encrypted line 3 days ago. Peter pulled his tie, his fingertips trembling. But last week a man in a postal uniform came to deliver a package and said I had subscribed to a history of the fur trade in the 19th century, but I didn't order it at all. Irene stuffed the diary into the bottom layer of the metal cabinet, on top of Peter's Indian land rights casebook. The tinnitus in her ears began to recede again, replaced by a hum of metal against metal. Exactly the same sound as the refrigerated truck engine's contraction when John rammed the door. Go through the back door. Hawk tossed the car keys to David. My truck is parked in the alley behind the church, and the tank is full. Irene, with the photographs and the diary fragments. He stopped talking suddenly because of the sound of shattering glass downstairs. Peter's old dog was barking on the first floor. Irene heard heavy footsteps on the stairs mixed with the patter of raindrops. She touched the cross in the inner pocket of her coat. It was the cross that her mother had stuffed into her hand the night before she disappeared. It was now hot against her skin. Go to the basement. Peter pulled back the carpet, revealing a raised floor. The exit is behind the old oak tree in the churchyard. He put his hand on the combination lock of the metal cabinet. I'll buy time. Hawk grabbed his wrist. You have a heart attack. I'm younger than you. Peter smiled and took out an old revolver from the drawer. An old hunter gave it to me when I was doing a survey in the reservation in 1972. He patted Hawk on the shoulder. Remember, the coordinates of the well 1,800 meters deep, and Mary's blueberry jam jar. There was a bang on the door upstairs. Irene followed Hawk into the basement, and the damp and musty smell rushed into her nostrils. When she turned around, she saw Peter spreading out the compilation of US-Canada border treaties on the table, with fragments of the diary scattered among the yellowed pages, like a rose fallen by wind and rain. The basement door closed behind him. Irene heard Peter's voice coming from the stairs. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm a professor of history." Then there was the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the old dog's heart-wrenching whimper. Hawk's hand pushed at her back as they ran along the wet tunnel. Irene's tinnitus started again, this time mixed with the shriek of metal rubbing against each other, overlapping with the sound of the refrigerated truck engine in her memory. She fished out her cell phone, and on the screen was an enlarged version of her mother's photo. A silver cross around the baby's neck, with small words seemingly engraved on the back, gleaming in the dim light of the tunnel. The rain had stopped when the trapdoor at the end of the tunnel was pushed open. The old oak trees in the churchyard swayed in the night wind, and in the distance came the sound of sirens. This time it was not Hawk's localization, but a sharper and more frequent sound, like some kind of alarm that was about to tear through the darkness. Irene looked up and saw the lights of a silver pickup truck light up at the end of the street and slowly turn around. The figure in the driver's seat rolled down the window, and the red light from the cigarette butt reflected the black and red rose on the back of his neck, which was particularly dazzling in the night. Hawk's hand rested on her shoulder, his warmth coming through his coat. "They want something we haven't found yet." Erin clutched the photo on her phone. The words on the back of the cross finally became clear. It was a string of numbers, and the coordinates on page 17 of the diary were only 0.01 seconds apart. That was another well location, deeper, more hidden, hiding a secret darker than the 13 corpses. There were footsteps in the tunnel, very close. Irene stuffed the photo into Hawk's hand, and the tinnitus suddenly disappeared with the sound of the metal buckle. She heard her own heartbeat, and the sound of an engine approaching in the distance, overlapping into the same rhythm. The old dog's last whimper is heard downstairs, and dark red liquid seeps out from the cracks in the bricks of the tunnel, and flows along the tip of Irene's shoe. The silver cross felt hot in her palm, and the number on the back of the photo was like a key, slowly turning a lock that had been sealed for 20 years. Geist. The old oak trees in the churchyard made a harsh grinding sound in the night wind, and Irene could hear the sore sound of her back teeth grinding. The headlights of the silver pickup truck were like two poisoned daggers, cutting along the gravel road. The man in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette, had a black and red rose tattoo on the back of his neck that was faintly visible as he turned his head. It was the guy who knocked over the mailbox outside the widow's house 3 days ago. Left. Hawk pressed his palm on her lower back, his body temperature seeping through the torn denim jacket. His knuckles turned white from exertion, but Irene knew it wasn't because of nervousness. It was because of an old injury from his PTSD attack. His pelvis was shattered by a shotgun shell when he was chasing a drug dealer last year, and it still hurts on rainy days. Abandoned canning factory, half a mile away. David Blake's hiking boots rolled over a piece of broken glass, and the crisp sound made the old dog's whimpering stop abruptly. The mixed-race leader stuffed the diary into a waterproof bag, and when he looked up, his eyes flashed like a wolf. "I remember that place. We climbed over the wall when we protested the oil pipeline 10 years ago." He patted the multi-tool pliers on his waist. "The ventilation duct can be drilled." Peter Green's Oxford shoes dug into the damp earth, and his historian's fingers unconsciously caressed the inside pocket of his suit, which contained rubbings of old inscriptions from church windows. He pushed up his glasses, and the lenses flashed a cold light in the moonlight. But the west wall of the factory has an asbestos layer from the 1990s. It will collapse easily if there is a lot of noise. The sirens were getting closer, and this time Irene recognized them as two Chevrolet Tahoes, whose engine sounds were 3 degrees duller than those of ordinary police cars, modified explosion-proof vehicles. Hawk's Adam's apple moved, and he suddenly pulled Irene to hide behind a row of tombstones. His breath sprayed on her ear. It's not a local police force. The license plate is from Nevada. Irene's tinnitus suddenly subsided at this moment. She heard the rustling sound of the pickup truck's tires rolling over gravel, the metal friction of the Tahoe chassis scraping over speed bumps, and even the whimpering of the rusty ventilation ducts in the abandoned factory, 100 meters away. That sound, her pupils shrank suddenly. It had the same resonance frequency as the engine of a refrigerated truck. Let's go. She grabbed Hawk's wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. The factory's ventilation system is the same model as the corpse transporter. As the four men crouched and crossed the low wall of the cemetery, the high beams of the silver pickup truck just swept over their previous position. John Davis's laughter floated over with the wind, like a piece of red-hot iron. Don't run away in a hurry, Miss Carvos. Your grandpa's diary is still missing the last page. The iron gate of the abandoned cannery was hung with a rusty chain, but a half-broken saw blade was stuck in the keyhole. It was obvious that someone had been there recently. Hawk used his tactical knife to pick up the chain, and rust fell on his combat boots. The factory was filled with the smell of rotten lemons. Moonlight leaked through the holes in the ceiling, drawing mottled silver spots on the dusty ground.
David, go to the second floor and remove the fire hose. Hawk took off the high-intensity flashlight from his waist, and the beam swept across a row of rusty canning production lines. Peter piled the gears on the conveyor belt to the corner. Irene. When he turned around, the light of the tactical flashlight hit her face. Go turn on the exhaust fan on the east side. Irene was stunned for a moment. Exhaust fan? Yes. Hawk squatted down and drew a line on the ground with his dagger. If they want to chase in, they must take the middle passage. The belt of the exhaust fan has been loose for 10 years. When you turn on the switch, the belt will break and hit the entrance of the passage. He pointed to the iron bucket in the corner. I just saw some residual lubricating oil in the bucket, which was poured onto the ground under the belt. David's figure had disappeared behind the iron stairs to the second floor, while Peter was moving towards the corner holding 3 rusty gears. When Irene touched the switch box, her fingers rubbed a bloody mark on the iron sheet. She stared at her bleeding fingertips and suddenly remembered the dark red liquid that flowed along the tip of her shoe in the tunnel. It was exactly the same color as the blood. The moment the power switch was turned on, the entire factory building emitted a dying roar. The exhaust fan's belt first made a shrill scream, then broke with a snap, and fell in the middle of the passage with rust chips. As Irene retreated behind the machine, she heard footsteps coming from downstairs, at least 6 people, the sound of rubber soles scraping against the ground, and a signature thump of John Davis's leather boots. Search separately. John's voice echoed in the empty factory. Focus on finding the black man with the diary and the woman wearing the cross. The first trap was triggered after 3 minutes. The pile of gears at the corner was kicked over, and 3 rusty gears rolled down the slope and hit the calf of a pursuer. Amid screams, Irene saw the fire hose on the second floor suddenly pouring down. David connected the water pipe to the rain gutter on the roof, and the dirty water mixed with mud and sand poured over the crowd. East side, someone shouted. Hawk's tactical flashlight suddenly shone to the west, and the strong light caused the trackers to close their eyes instinctively. Irene took the opportunity to drag Peter into the gap under the production line, while David jumped down from the second floor and clamped the nearest door with pliers. As the sound of John Davis's leather boots approached, Hawk suddenly kicked over the oil barrel at his feet. The ground where the lubricant was poured before now became a trap, and the 2 pursuers slipped on the spot and hit the metal bracket of the exhaust fan. Let's go! Hawk grabbed Irene's arm, and as the 4 of them went out through the broken window at the back of the factory, they heard John's roar. Don't let them get away.
Burn that damn diary.
The wind from the back alley blew the smell of rotten lemon into her throat, and Irene's lungs ached from running. It wasn't until they got into David's old Ford pickup that Hawk fished the satellite phone out of his tactical vest pocket. 7 missed calls popped up on the screen, all from the same anonymous number. The last text message had only 6 words. Well, coordinates changed. They found it. Hawk handed the phone to Irene. The photos we took in the churchyard were located. Irene's fingers stroked the silver cross, and she suddenly found that the scratch on the back was deeper than before. Next to the string of numbers, a hairline scratch had appeared, and its shape looked very much like the symbol of Tears of Mother Earth in the Cree legend. When she looked up, she saw the lights of the silver pickup truck in the rearview mirror light up again. This time, there were not just 1 but 3 of them, like the eyes of a pack of wolves, glowing a faint blue light in the night. When David stepped on the accelerator, Peter suddenly pointed out the window and said, "Look." The sky in the distance was illuminated by searchlights, and the roar of several helicopters came from far away. Irene took out the photo from her phone. The coordinate numbers jumped on the screen, overlapping with the marks of the cross to form a vague shadow that was a secret darker than the 13 corpses, and it was now raising its head from underground, baring its fangs. As the wind from the back alley blew the smell of rotten lemons into her throat, Irene's running shoes rubbed against the asphalt road and left a burnt smell. David's old pickup truck spewed black smoke as it rushed through the 3rd intersection. The headlights of 3 silver pickup trucks in the rearview mirror were still chasing him like wolf eyes, and the searchlights of the helicopter formed a net overhead. To the left, there's an abandoned cotton field ahead, Peter yelled from the passenger seat, his mixed-race face turning pale due to the bumps. Irene clenched the silver cross on her chest, leaving a red mark on her palm. The newly added Tears of Mother Earth symbol was like a needle piercing into the flesh. Hawk suddenly grabbed the satellite phone and put his knuckles to his forehead. "Stop. They want coordinates, not lives." His voice was hoarse, and the whiskey bottle in his tactical vest hit his ribs. It was the tranquilizer he had hidden for 10 years. During the border shooting 3 years ago, he also advised himself to stay calm, which resulted in his partner being hit by a stray bullet. David slammed the steering wheel, and the pickup truck brushed against the barbed wire and rushed into the cotton field. Withered cotton bolls clattered against the car roofs. The 3 pursuit vehicles slammed in front of the ridge of the field, and their headlights became blurred in the night fog. The roar of the helicopter faded away. Hawk took out the bottle of wine and took a sip. The moment the alcohol burned his throat, he remembered what his partner said before he died. "Don't do stupid things again. Go to the State Archives office." Irene suddenly spoke, the cross shining coldly on her neck. William Thompson's retirement file contains the original record of the border agreement. Her family's missing person case file was stamped with the electronic signature of this former Department of Energy official. That was the clue she had found after 3 months of flipping through old newspapers in the tribal library. The Arizona State Archives and Records Administration is located in the old town of Phoenix, a gray 3-story building wrapped in morning mist. Emily Adams at the front desk was frowning at her computer, her chestnut curls casually tied up with a pencil, and her round-framed glasses had slipped to the tip of her nose. Hawk paused on her keyboard as she flashed her Border Patrol ID. 2 FBI agents came in just last week to look at Thompson's file. They are looking at the public version. Irene pushed the photo of the corpse on her phone over, and the close-up of the condenser tube of the refrigerated truck filled the entire screen. What we need is the annex to the 1998 Border Resource Sharing Memorandum, which contains the specific division of the unsupervised corridor. Her voice was tense. Her identity as a social worker made her accustomed to using facts to open people's hearts, just like when she blocked the door of the governor's office on the reservation with the list of missing women. Emily's pupil shrank as she held out her hand. Erin noticed an old scar on the inside of her wrist, shaped like a twisted river. "Come with me." The administrator pulled off his badge. "But you'll only have 2 hours. Starting last Wednesday, all energy files after 1990 were double-locked. The iron door of the archive creaked, and the smell of mold mixed with mothballs hit me in the face. Hawk's tactical boots hit the wooden floor, and the echo startled a few grey finches. Irene looked at the entire wall of file boxes, with the dates on the labels ranging from 1950 to 2020, and suddenly remembered the birch bark chronicles of the Cree people. Both were records, but one used modern ink and the other used the blood of ancestors. "Look for the folder labeled Cody Resources," she said to Hawk. Thompson retired and went to work as a consultant for that energy company. Hawk nodded, and his fingertips trembled slightly as he ran over the file box. This was a sign of PTSD, and he had to find something concrete to do quickly, like counting the number of layers on the filing shelf or smelling the smell of mothballs. David stopped in front of another row of shelves. "Here are documents from the Aboriginal Affairs Bureau." He opened a book, and on the yellowed pages were printed a template for tracing back 4 generations of bloodlines, which was exactly the same as the family tree requirements that Irene always mentioned. "They are screening for people who can disappear." His voice was muffled. His mixed-race identity made him know better than anyone how easy it is to disappear when a person's bloodline is unclear. Irene's fingers suddenly stopped. She pulled out a copy of the Arizona Land Transfer Agreement, 1998, with the words WT Note, 220-kilometer blind area, can be used as transportation buffer, written in pencil at the foot of the page. WT stands for William Thompson, and the words transport buffer perfectly coincide with the cross-border routes of refrigerated trucks. "Look at this." She pushed the document to Hawk, whose pupils suddenly contracted. Below the comments, it was circled in red pen, "Missing population statistics error range." He had also seen such numbers when his partner was shot 3 years ago. In the accident report it said, "Probability of accidental injury." There was a sudden noise from the ventilation vent of the archives. Emily looked up suddenly, and her round frame glasses slid to the tip of her nose. "No, the air conditioning system was just overhauled this morning." Hawk had already touched the pistol on his lower back, and the muscles under his tactical vest were tense. This was his fighting instinct when his PTSD attacked. Just like when he was in the desert that year, he thought there was a drug dealer behind the sand dunes, but it turned out to be a lost little girl. There were footsteps in the corridor. Irene quickly stuffed the documents into her arms, and caught a glimpse of a grey coat flashing around the corner. Emily's face turned pale instantly. She grabbed the register on the table and poked at a page with her fingertips. At 9 o'clock this morning, someone who claimed to be from the technical department came to check the surveillance. The old scar on her wrist bulged as she moved. He asked me who had accessed the energy files recently. Hawk's phone vibrated at this moment. Anonymous text message. "Stop the investigation. Otherwise the next body will be a mixed-race leader." He looked at David, who was looking through the documents of the Bureau of Aboriginal Affairs, his hair covered with dust from the archives. Irene's cross on her chest was burning hot, and the marks of tears of Mother Earth seemed to be deeper, as if reminding her of something. "We have to go." Hawk tugged at Irene's sleeve, the after effects of the whiskey rising up and making his throat bitter. "But we have to take something with us." Irene flipped open the agreement she had just found, and found a note on the last page with scribbled handwriting. "Save the log to X7. Don't believe the destruction record." X7 was the number of the archive. She remembered that when she entered Emily's registration book, Area X7 was marked as sealed. When I left, the man in the grey coat was standing at the front desk talking on the phone, his back like a stone. Emily suddenly handed Erin a piece of paper with her crooked handwriting on it. "X7 is on the 2nd floor, underground. Surveillance blind spot." The scar on her wrist glowed pink in the morning light. "My sister disappeared in 2003. The file says voluntary departure. Dew from the cotton fields wet the pickup truck's tires." Irene held the note in her hand, the 3 letters X7 burning between her fingers. When Hawk started the engine, she heard the soft sound of metal contracting. The sound of a refrigerated truck engine, exactly the same as the one at the crime scene. The ringing in her ears suddenly exploded, but she smiled, her eyes reddened with laughter. The more scared they are, the closer we are. In the rearview mirror, the grey building of the Archives Management Office gradually shrank, like an abandoned tombstone.
And in Area X7, on the second underground floor, on a dusty iron box, the label Private Journal of William Thompson glowed coldly in the darkness, waiting for the day to be opened.
The Arizona sun drooped the cacti, and as Hawk's pickup truck rolled over the gravel road, Erin stared at the dust particles dancing on the windshield, her fingers unconsciously stroking the note in her jeans pocket. The metal box in Area X7 was still sleeping on the second floor underground of the Archives building, but what they were going to knock on now was another, heavier door. A faded copper bell was hung on the wooden door of the Thompson family's house, and a few wild mints grew out of the cracks in the porch steps, swirling in the air with the smell of rust. She might not let us in. Hawk pressed the coffee cup into Erin's hands and rapped his knuckles on the wooden door. He was not wearing a police uniform today. The cuffs of his old plaid shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing the scars he got from chasing drug dealers. Irene noticed him reaching for his lower back, where he should have kept his gun, but he took it off this morning. Widows tend to get angry when they see the police. The moment the door opened, Irene smelled the scent of sandalwood mixed with turpentine. Catherine Thompson stood in the shadows, her silver hair pinned into a low bun, with a tortoise-shell beret, the second button of her light blue sweater undone, revealing a silver cross at her collarbone. Her eyes first swept over Hawk's empty belt, then fell on the Cree-wolf head totem on Irene's neck. Her Adam's apple moved. "Are you two here for William's diary?" Irene handed over the coffee. "No sugar, your husband loved Blue Mountain coffee when he was alive." This was from the Archives. William Thompson would go to the community cafe at 3 p.m. every Wednesday and order a large cup of Blue Mountain coffee without sugar. Catherine's fingertips paused on the wall of the cup, and finally she moved sideways to let them in. A large wedding photo was hung on the wall of the living room. The young William was wearing the uniform of the General Customs Administration, and Catherine was leaning her head on his shoulder, smiling with dimples. "I don't understand. What's there to check in an old diary?" Catherine sat in a rocking chair with a crocheted blanket on her knees. After he retired, he always said, "I've forgotten everything I should forget." But his pen is harder than his mouth. Her fingernails were an unhealthy white, and she gripped the tassels of the blanket so hard that her knuckles turned white. Last month, a man in a grey coat came to ask about it. He said he was from a publishing house and wanted to organize his work memoirs. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became lighter. She squatted down to look Catherine in the eye. The wolf head totem brushed against the wooden armrest of the rocking chair. "My mother disappeared in 2012, and the file said voluntary departure." She lifted her sleeves, revealing a light scar on the inside of her forearm. "I was 17 that year, and I found her silver bracelet at the border. The bracelet was stuck on the wire mesh and scratched." Catherine's pupils shrank. She reached out and touched Irene's scar, as if touching some fragile resonance. "William, he always talks nonsense in the middle of the night." The rocking chair creaked. "Something like the numbers on the refrigerated trucks don't match. The eyes of those girls are like deer." I asked him if he was checking something, and he poured whiskey and said it's not a woman's business. She suddenly coughed violently, and Hawk quickly handed her water. Catherine drank 2 sips, and water marks dripped down her chin onto the cross. "Last month, on the anniversary of his death, I went through his old boxes."
Irene held her breath.
Hawk's hand quietly pressed on his thigh. That was his usual action when he was nervous, even when he was chasing fugitives in the desert and was hit by a stray bullet. He had never been so nervous. "There's a photo tucked into the last page of the diary." Catherine fished out a plastic bag from her sweater pocket. Inside was a yellowed snapshot. 2 men are shaking hands at the border. The boundary marker of the unsupervised corridor can be seen in the background. The one on the left is William,
And the one on the right, her voice suddenly choked up. The one on the right is Carl Rollins, the regional director of the energy company.
Irene's temple was throbbing. She had seen Carl Rollins' picture in the missing woman's cell phone, on the transportation company's shareholder list, on the refrigerated truck's insurance policy. Hawk leaned over to look at the photo, his throat rolling. Before William retired, he was in charge of border transportation supervision. Rollins' company has drilled 12 illegal oil wells in the corridor area in the past 10 years. He wrote using the disappearance case as a fig leaf. Catherine suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist with surprising strength. He was drunk that day, and said, "The lives of those girls only took up half a line in the drilling log. I hid the diary." Her nails dug into Irene's skin. "After the man in the grey coat left, I received an anonymous letter saying, 'If you bring up old accounts again, you will be the next one to be put in the refrigerated truck.'" Outside the window came the sound of a car rolling over gravel. Hawk stood up suddenly, his muscles tensed under his shirt. Irene's ears suddenly exploded. It was the sound of metal contracting, exactly the same as the engine sound of the refrigerated truck at the crime scene. Catherine's face turned pale instantly, and a cross pendant hit her chest heavily. They are coming." The brass bell on the porch suddenly shook violently, but it was not the wind. Hawk stood between Irene and Catherine, his old scars glowing red under his shirt. Irene reached for the pepper spray in her pocket and clasped Catherine's shaking wrist with her free hand. There was the sound of leather shoes stepping on wild mint outside the door, mixed with low conversation. "Are you sure it's here? Mrs. Thompson has been going to church recently, maybe?" Catherine's tears finally fell, dripping onto the back of Irene's hand. "The diary is behind the third pane of glass, in the church's stained glass window, in a lid box." Her voice was as light as a sigh. William said that God will take care of sinners. The crisp ringing of the bell was interrupted by a heavier knock on the door. Hawk's knuckles were white from pinching, and Irene could hear her own heartbeat, drowning out the tinnitus in her ears. This time it wasn't a clue. It was the hunter who was chasing her. The vibration of the copper bell on the porch had not yet died down when the second knock on the door sounded as heavy as a hammer. Hawk's old wound throbbed beneath his shoulder blade. It was left by a drug dealer's shotgun shell 3 years ago. Every time there was a rainstorm or danger approaching, it would feel like a red-hot needle picking at the bone. He glanced at Irene, who was pinching her knuckles with her fingertips, a habit she used to suppress tinnitus, and at this moment she was staring at the door like a she-wolf with its ears pricked up. "There's a cellar in the kitchen." Catherine suddenly tugged at Irene's sleeve, her voice trembling but fierce. "It's a secret door left by William when he built the wine cellar. It's behind the oven." Her cross pendant was still dangling on her chest, and the gold chain left a red mark. "You take it away first, I'll deal with it." "No." Irene grabbed her wrist with her backhand, almost pinching it blue. "They want the diary, not your life. But if you go out now, you'll be sending a sheep into the wolf's mouth." She glanced at Hawk, who had already bent over the tool pile by the window, holding a rusty hammer in his hand. "Hawk, bring everything you can use here." Hawk nodded, his muscles tensed into hard lines. He pulled down a stuffed deer head from the wall, and its antlers hit the floor with a dull thud. He also overturned the oak dining table, and the table legs scraped against the wall, leaving white marks. Irene half dragged and half supported Catherine into the kitchen. Sure enough, the wooden board behind the oven was loose. She dug her fingernails into the gap and pushed it. The smell of mold mixed with the aroma of aged wine came out. It was just enough for the two of them to curl up. "Bite this." Irene stuffed her scarf into Catherine's mouth. "No matter what you hear, don't make a sound. Count to 300 before coming out." She took out the pepper spray and pinned it on her sleeve. When she turned around, she saw Catherine's hand holding the cross. Her knuckles were as white as bone china. "God will take care of it." She remembered what Catherine had said before, and added, But first we have to rely on ourselves. The door hinges groaned harshly, just as Hawk put the last chair against the door. He heard the crisp sound of the lock cylinder breaking. He retreated to the center of the living room, hammer hanging at his side, his eyes sweeping over the tripwire on the ground. It was made of wire from the toolkit, the other end tied to the ceramic vase on the coffee table. The moment the three men squeezed in, the one in front was tripped by the wire, and the vase fell bang at his feet, and the broken porcelain pieces splattered on his calf, making blood ooze out. "Fuck," the man staggered, holding his leg. The tall man behind him was cursing and was about to rush forward, but Hawk had already rushed forward. His right fist, with the dull pain from an old injury, hit the tall man's Adam's apple hard. The man fell backwards, holding his throat like a duck with its neck strangled, and just happened to knock over the mountain of chairs Hawk had piled up earlier. The third man remained silent until he reached into his waist and pulled out a gun. Irene's ears suddenly rang sharply. It was the light sound of metal being loaded. "Erin," Hawk roared, turning and rushing towards the gunman. When Irene rushed out of the kitchen, the white mist of the pepper spray had already sprayed into the other person's eyes. The man screamed and pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Hawk's ear and hit the wall, amidst the flying wood chips. Irene picked up the cast iron pot next to her and smashed it on his wrist. The gun fell to the ground with a clang. "Go," Hawk kicked the gun away and dragged Irene to the kitchen. The three men chased after her with their heads and faces covered, but they were hit by the broken glass that Irene had scattered at the kitchen door and jumped in pain. Hawk locked the kitchen door behind him, then grabbed the rolling pin next to him and clamped it on the handle. He had just seen Catherine hanging it on the windowsill, still stained with flour that had not been wiped off. 237, 238. Catherine's vague counting voice came from the cellar. Irene knelt down and held her hand through the gap between the oven and the wall, her palms wet with sweat. The sound of banging on the door outside gradually weakened, mixed with a few vague curses, and then the roar of a car starting. Hawk leaned on the kitchen window and watched for a while. When he turned around, the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. He left. He was driving a silver Ford F-150 with the license plate covered with mud. When Catherine emerged from the cellar, her hair was messy like a ball of hay, and her scarf was still in her mouth. She stared at the mess on the ground, then at the bruises on Hawk's face, and the pepper spray on Irene's sleeves, and suddenly raised her hand to wipe her face. Not tears, but snot bubbles from laughing. If William saw, she sniffed and bent down to pick up the cross on the ground. The chain broke at some point. He always said that I shouldn't believe in those gods, and that I had to rely on myself to protect myself. Irene squatted down to help her pick up the broken porcelain pieces. Her fingers touched a sharp piece of porcelain. "He's right, but you have proved it." Catherine held the cross in her palm. Her eyes brightened abnormally when she looked up. "Sometimes someone else's self can also become your shield." She walked to the living room, bent down and took out an iron box from under the sofa that was knocked over in the chaos just now, just covered the place where she hid her things. The copy of the diary is inside, and the original is behind the stained glass. She paused. "Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock I will take you to the church." Hawk wiped the blood off the hammer and looked up to see Catherine stuffing the iron box into Irene's hands. The moonlight from the window leaked in, revealing a new scratch on the back of her neck, probably from when she was hiding in the cellar. "Thank you," she said suddenly, her voice as light as a sigh. "When you knocked on the door for the first time, I thought you were here to trick me into signing again." Irene opened the iron box, and the yellowed pages exuded the musty smell of old books. There was a coffee stain on the top page, but the handwriting was still clear. On March 17, the Pipeline Bureau said there were no Aboriginal cemeteries in the wetlands, but I clearly saw Maggie O'Gill's notes on the 1982 survey map. In the distance came the hum of a refrigerated truck's engine. very light this time, like the wind in the middle of the night. Irene's tinnitus started again, but it wasn't as sharp as before. When she looked up, she saw Hawk nodding at her, his scar glowing a gentle pink in the moonlight. Catherine had turned around and went to the kitchen to make coffee. The porcelain cups made a crisp sound, like some kind of hope being resounded. The kitchen clock ticked 2:17 in the morning. Catherine paused as she sprinkled cinnamon powder into the mug. Amid the crisp sound of the porcelain spoon hitting the wall of the mug, she suddenly said, "The last time William came home, his shirt collar smelled of motor oil." Irene was looking down at the pages in the tin box, and she looked up when she heard this. The moonlight poured in through the screen window, casting a layer of silver on the fine lines at the corners of Catherine's eyes. That was the mascara that had smudged when she had just wiped her tears. Hawk leaned against the door frame, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the calluses on his palms, where the vibration from smashing the cellar lock just now still remained. He said he was going to fix the farm's tractor. Catherine pushed the hot coffee in front of Irene, and the bottom of the cup left a light brown circle on the wooden table. "But I can smell that it's not tractor oil." Her nails dug deep into the folds of her apron. "It's the grease for the oil pipeline." He has worked at the Pipeline Bureau for 20 years, and he has had that smell 3 times. The first 2 times were when they were drilling exploratory wells under the reservation. Irene's ears began to buzz again, this time mixed with the low-frequency vibration of the refrigerated truck engine. Almost the same frequency as the one intercepted on the highway the night before. She tightly grasped the pages in the iron box and wrinkled the edges of the diary on March 17. The name Maggie Augier was frayed in the moonlight, like an unhealed wound. "When you first knocked on the door, I hid the iron box in the old clock in the attic." Catherine suddenly laughed. Her laughter was so light, like the wind blowing the dry corn leaves. William's colleagues came 7 times saying that he died of fatigue driving, and that there was no Aboriginal cemetery in the wetland. They showed me the satellite map, pointed to the Blue Lake, and said, "Look, where are the graves?" But William's diary contained a 1982 exploration map. She suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist. Her nails almost pinched into the skin. There are 17 points marked on it with red pen, and next to each point is written Cree, Assiniboine, and Maggie O'Gill's signature. Hawk tapped his fingers twice on his trouser legs. It was a habit he'd done before his PTSD set in, but this time the rhythm was steady, like typing in Morse code. He remembered the 13th body he saw in the morgue last week. There was a tiny AO engraved on the inside of the wrist bone of the deceased, which was exactly the same as the number on the sample rack in Maggie's laboratory. William has been suffering from insomnia since last winter. Catherine loosened her hand and fished out a bunch of keys from her apron pocket. A faded maple leaf badge hung on the brass keyring. He said someone installed a camera in his office, and that the words "missing population digestion rate" always appeared in the meeting minutes of the Pipeline Bureau. I asked him what he meant, and he said that drilling needs to cover up ground subsidence, and that there are loopholes in the census of Aboriginal reservations. Her voice suddenly choked. He said they use missing cases to fill the wells. A chill ran down the back of Erin's neck. She remembered that when she was 12 years old, her cousin disappeared in the cornfield of the reservation. The police record stated that she left on her own, but her cousin's deerskin boots were still hanging on her grandmother's porch, with an unfinished baby sweater stuffed in the boots. Someone stuffed a bullet into the mailbox 3 days ago. Catherine held up the key, the metal gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Shut up" is engraved on the copper shell. "But just now when you rushed into the cellar to protect me." She looked at the old scar on Hawk's face, the mark from the brow bone to the jaw, which was now pale pink because it was close to the fireplace. "I suddenly feel that William didn't write so many diaries to let them rot in the iron box." Hawk fished out a pack of crumpled mints from his trouser pocket, peeled one, and put it in Catherine's hand. This was his habit whenever he tried to comfort a frightened witness. His late partner always said that sweet smells reminded people of safety. Your husband is a brave man, he said, his voice hoarse like sandpaper on a gun barrel. We'll make his words into nails and nail those bastards down with them. Catherine put the candy in her mouth, and tears finally fell. She wiped her face and slapped the keychain into Irene's palm. The diary is in the old warehouse on 10th Avenue. William bought it after he retired from the army. He said it was our secret base. She sniffed. In fact, he secretly hid the exploration maps and meeting tapes there. The house number is 73. A red iron door, and the lock is brass. A little rusty. Irene held the key and could feel the indentations on the key teeth, marks left by long-term use. The hum of the refrigerated truck outside the window stopped at some point, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind passing through the cornfield. Hawk had already walked to the entrance to get his coat. Amid the sound of his leather jacket rubbing against each other, he turned and smiled at Catherine. Do you need us to take you to your neighbor's house first? The warehouse may be... No. Catherine pulled off her apron, revealing the washed-out denim shirt underneath. I want to watch you open that door. The wind at 3 o'clock in the morning smells of rust. The three of them crossed the abandoned railroad tracks, and Catherine's rubber boots made a small sound as they stepped on the broken glass. The outline of the old warehouse gradually emerged in the night. The red iron door was half open, and the padlock was hanging on the door knocker, but not fastened. A stale smell of motor oil wafted out from the door, mixed with a faint turpentine-like aroma, very much like the wetland humus mentioned in William's diary and marked on the exploration map. Catherine pressed her hand against the iron door, and bits of rust fell on the toes of her shoes. He always said, this door has to wait for the right person to open it, she said, pushing it gently. The door hinges squeaked harshly. The darkness in the warehouse seemed to be torn open, revealing wooden boxes stacked half a person's height, rusty pipe parts, and a row of iron cabinets covered with grey cloth in the corner. The top drawer revealed half a yellowed page of paper, and the words Magiogia 1982 could be vaguely seen. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the wind penetrated the cracks of the old warehouse and hit Irene's neck with the smell of rust. She watched Catherine's trembling hand stroke the paper on the iron cabinet. The handwriting Magiogia 1982 was yellowed in the dust, like a wrinkled old scar. It was exactly the same as the number on the row of sample boxes marked unarchived in Maggie's laboratory. Even the arc of the ink smudge was exactly the same. William once said that some secrets should be buried for 3 generations. Catherine's rubber boots rolled over a piece of broken glass, and the crisp sound startled the rats in the corner and ran into the pipe. But he suddenly started to sort these out last month, saying, someone should see the hole in the ground. Hawk's boots stopped on the concrete. He took off his police hat, revealing a new scar on his forehead from scratching during an attack of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. There was suddenly a smell of gasoline in the wind, not the stale engine oil in the warehouse, but a fresh smell mixed with the exhaust of burning rubber. He reached for the pistol at his waist and remembered that he had left the gun in the patrol car when he changed into plain clothes this morning. Irin. He lowered his voice and tapped his ears lightly with his fingers. This was the code they agreed upon when chasing a smuggler at the border. Something was wrong. Irene's breathing suddenly hitched. She grew up on the reservation listening to the roar of trains rolling over the tracks, and her sensitivity to sound is almost instinctive. At this moment, in addition to Catherine's voice, there was another deeper sound, like the soles of shoes rolling over gravel, which was amplified by the iron wall of the warehouse and turned into a rustling friction sound. 3 people, no 4. She counted the beats, her throat tightening. Mrs. Thompson. Hawk walked in front of Catherine, blocking her view of the door. Did your husband mention who else has the key to the warehouse besides you? Catherine's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at the iron door behind Hawk, where a shadow had been cast, like a ball of ink that could not be dissolved. William said someone always added turpentine to his coffee when he was drawing exploration maps. She grabbed Irene's wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Turpentine can dissolve ink, but his exploration maps are getting more and more blurred. Stand back. Hawk suddenly grabbed the two men's arms and led them towards the iron cabinet. There was a metallic chattering sound coming from the vent in the corner of the warehouse. Someone was prying at the bars outside. He thought of the smuggling truck intercepted at the border last week. The drug traffickers did the same thing, blocking all exits first, and then catching them in the jar. Boxes. Irene's eyes swept over the wooden boxes piled in the corner. The lock of the camphor wood box on top was engraved with a crooked maple leaf pattern. When Catherine described William's mother's dowry box yesterday, she said, "The box lock was made of an old horseshoe, and my husband always laughed that it looked like the leaves on the Canadian flag." Just as she was about to rush over, the warehouse door was kicked open with a bang. The man in black tactical boots stood against the light, and the beam of flashlight in his hand swept across their faces. Irene recognized him as the man in a suit whom she bumped into outside City Hall yesterday, John Davis. His business card said energy consultant, but the tattoo on his cuffs looked exactly like the Black Oil Gang mark of the illegal drillers on the border. "Mrs. Thompson, it's time to pay off the debt your husband owes." John's voice was like sandpaper scraping against metal. 3 men behind him blocked the only exit. One of them raised a stun gun, and blue arcs crackled. Catherine suddenly let go of Irene's hand. She walked toward John, something gleaming in her apron pocket. William's old pocket watch, with their wedding date engraved on the inside of the cover. He said that those wells would swallow up the entire wetland. Her voice was trembling, but every word was clear. He said that what you're pouring into the ground isn't cement. It's missing persons files. John's temple throbbed. He raised his hand, and the man behind him immediately pointed his electric baton at Catherine. Hawk's breathing became short. This was a sequelae of his time on the battlefield in Afghanistan. When danger approached, all sounds became very distant, and only his own heartbeat made his eardrums hurt. His eyes swept across the vent, where a half-wire of the pried-open fence hung, casting a tiny shadow in the wind. "Erin, hold on to Mrs. Thompson," he whispered, his right hand reaching for a rusty wrench at his feet. When he was chasing fugitives in the desert, he used a similar method to lure away drug dealers, throwing things in the opposite direction and breaking through in the chaos. The wrench arced towards the vent. The moment the metal collision sounded, the 4 men turned their heads at the same time. Hawk dragged Catherine towards the camphorwood box, while Irene picked up the iron pipe at her feet and smashed it at the nearest attacker. The iron pipe hit the other person's arm with a dull sound. The man stepped back with a scream of pain, and the stun gun fell to the ground. The key. Catherine suddenly pulled open her apron and took out a copper key from the inner pocket. "It's in the brooch he always wears." Only then did Irene notice the silver brooch on her collar, and there was indeed a tiny key stuck at the end of the pin. She inserted the key into the keyhole with trembling hands, and with a click, the lid of the camphorwood box popped open. The yellow diary lay on the silk lining, with a photo on the top page. Young William Thompson, wearing exploration clothes, with a wetland full of purple flowers behind him, and the shadow of a drilling rig in the background, which he had circled with a big cross in red pen.
Got it. Irene grabbed the diary and stuffed it into her arms.
But at this moment John's gun fired. The bullet flew past her ear and hit the iron cabinet, and the sparks ignited the oil stains on the ground. The fire spread along the pipeline parts, and the warehouse was instantly filled with thick smoke. "Let's go." Hawk carried Catherine, and Irene followed him to the back door of the warehouse. But just as they reached the door, they ran into another wall of people. John's men had gone around to the back at some point. In the firelight, John's face was twisted like a piece of wax. He raised his gun, and the sound of the safety bolt opening was particularly clear. "Burn down the warehouse. I want them to go to hell with the secrets." The thick smoke made it impossible to open one's eyes. Irene held the diary tightly in her arms and could hear her own pounding heart mixed with Hawk's heavy breathing. There was a sound of glass breaking in the corner of the warehouse. The fire spread to the iron barrel containing turpentine. She suddenly remembered what William had written in his diary. The humus of wetlands can hold secrets, but it cannot hold fire, and now the fire was licking their retreat. John's laughter mixed with the sound of sirens came closer and closer. But was that their police car, or John's backup? Irene touched the cover of the diary, where William's handwriting was still left. To those who see this diary, someone should hear the crying underground. But now they can hardly hear their own heartbeats. Outside the warehouse came the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. John's face changed suddenly. He turned around and shouted something to his men, but his voice was swallowed by the fire. In the firelight, Irene saw him take out his cell phone and tap the screen with his thumb. Was he sending his location or calling more people? Hawk suddenly dragged her into the pile of pipes. Follow closely. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. The old pipes from the city hall lead to the sewer. I explored it last week when I was chasing the drug dealers. Catherine's rubber boot crushed something. The page with Maggie Ogier 1982 written on it. Irene bent down to pick it up, but Hawk pulled her back. Save your life first. The fire had reached the vents, and the metal grills were whimpering and twisting. John's gun went off again, this time punching through the wooden box at Irene's feet, sending sawdust flying into her face. She tasted blood, and couldn't tell if it was her own or someone else's. The diary felt hot in my arms, like a piece of red-hot iron. Irene thought of the yellowed sample boxes in Maggie's laboratory, the 13 indigenous girls who disappeared on the border, and how her mother did the same thing when she was 12 years old, rushing into the blizzard with the family genealogy and never coming back. We can't let it burn. She gritted her teeth and stuffed the diary into Catherine's arms. You take this with you, I'll lead them away. Hawk's grip tightened suddenly. Don't even think about it. His pupils flickered with orange flames. Let's go together. Suddenly there was a sharp brake sound outside the warehouse. Was it a police siren, or more cars? John's curse became clearer. You bastard. Didn't you say there's no signal here? Irene touched the satellite phone in her pocket. Hawk had forced it into her pocket this morning, saying, use this in case we get separated. She quietly pressed the send button, and the positioning information rushed into the sky with the sound of electricity. The fire had spread to the door, and the heat wave made people's skin hurt. Hawk suddenly bent down and picked up Irene. Catherine grabbed his belt, and the three of them stumbled into the secret door behind the pile of pipes. Behind the door was a narrow passage, filled with the smell of mold and rust, but at least John could not be seen for the time being. How long did they run? Irene lost count. All I could hear behind me was the sound of pipes being banged, and John's men were shouting, over here, don't let them get away. The diary was still in Catherine's arms, protected tightly by her body. Irene could see her blood on the cover, but she didn't know if it was from the scrape or something more serious. There was light at the end of the passage. It was the exit of the drainage ditch, and car lights could be seen on the road in the distance. Hawk kicked open the last rusty door, and fresh air poured in, carrying the dryness unique to the desert. He put Irene down and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. The tremors of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, spread from his fingertips to his entire body, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Hurry, hurry, and call for backup. Catherine suddenly grabbed his sleeve. She pointed to the entrance of the passage behind them, where a beam of white light was sweeping across the room. John's flashlight. They are catching up. Her voice was as light as a sigh, but it made the three people's blood freeze instantly. Irene touched the iron pipe in her arms. Her palms were full of sweat. Hawk took off his coat and wrapped it around Catherine, then stood in front. The diary was in Catherine's arms, and William's handwriting on the cover was smudged with blood like a blooming red rose. In the distance, the sound of sirens finally got closer. But was he here to rescue them, or to silence John? Irene could hear her own heart beating like a drum. She looked at the dark shadows gradually becoming clearer at the entrance of the passage, and suddenly remembered the last sentence in William's diary. When you open this door, you become their prey. But don't be afraid, the prey can also become the hunter. At this moment, they are both prey and hunters. The diary in the arms is the heart of the prey and the weapon of the hunter. John's flashlight swept across their faces, and his voice came through the wind. Hand over the things, and you can keep your body intact. Hawk smiled. He fished out a lighter from his pocket and lit it with a click. Come on, take it back from our bodies if you can. The flames danced in his palms, casting shadows of 3 people on the wall, and at their feet, in the shadow of the diary, one could vaguely see the words Maggie Ogier 1982, slowly climbing up John's trouser legs with the light of the fire. The treasure house is about to close, but the next puzzle is waiting. If it moves you, please gently like, subscribe, and pass on this piece. Sleep well, dear wanderer.